Hello and welcome back. We just saw an insane 2v2 set. We just saw the grand finals of the BCX 2v2. The winners of it are Diakou and Twlight. But now we are going to be transitioning on to the 1v1 where we are going to be seeing more insanity.
We do actually have the first match that we're going to see from Twlight and Diakou. They're actually facing each other. That's a little bit down the line. Who is going to be our first match for today?
I love how excited you are for
that. I really am. Like, I want to see that so badly.
But our, I believe our first match of the day is going to be LDZ and Maltimum. We just saw LDZ. He has historically had less success in 2v2. He's a completely different beast in 1v1. 1v1, I've said it time and time again, he has not lost in 1v1.
In my opinion, he is the best player in the world at 1v1. He is truly who I expect to win this. Maybe not 100%, but pretty confidently. I would almost put money, not that I have very much anymore, I would confidently put money on LDZ to win this whole thing.
But he's going to be going up against Maltimum, someone who is considered the underdog in a lot of situations. He was the underdog, in the EU regional qualifier. This time, I think a lot of people have a little bit more confidence in him. He's had a lot more success as of late. But at the end of the day, LDZ is arguably the stronger of the two players in the 1v1 setting. LDZ, he's coming in with only 12 losses on his name, and 6 of those were to Twlight.
Now, before we actually really get into talking about specifically the matchup of LDZ and Maltimum that we're going to see, just go ahead and refresh everybody on who is our top 8 that we will be seeing in the next handful of matches.
In the upper bracket, we've got LDZ and Maltimum. That's going to be our first game of the day. Then we are going to be going over to Pugsyxd versus Boomie. We saw kind of hints of that with the Pugsyxd and eggsoup versus Boomie and Remy, but this time it's going to be 1v1s. And then we go down into the lower bracket. There's going to be eggsoup versus Ephi. Ephi's actually the one who knocked eggsoup into the lower bracket, so there's potential for a run back here for eggsoup to get his vengeance, or there's potential for Ephi to once again take down eggsoup. And then, like you were very excited and very giddy for, there's Twlight versus Diakou. The winners of the 2v2 are now going to have to be rivals in the 1v1 in the lower bracket.
And they are in the lower bracket, so whoever loses that, gone. That is huge. Same thing for eggsoup and Ephi, by the way. They're also in that lower bracket, so they have to come up ready to go on their very first match. That's huge.
All of these matches are very insane. They all have their own very interesting storylines. Like we were saying, Ephi and eggsoup. Ephi's the one who knocked eggsoup into the lower bracket. He's kind of been a little bit of an upset. A lot of people didn't really expect a lot from his 1v1. He's kind of had more of a history in 2v2 alongside Lands, but he's come out of the gate with this 1v1 gameplay, and he's kind of upsetting a lot of things.
But then there's also Maltimum, who kind of just completely turned the EU 1v1, power rankings on their side. It was back in the regional qualifier. We saw him win that. Nobody expected him to win that. Most people expected a Dobrain win from there.
Well, he didn't play, right?
Yeah, he ended up not. I think it was he didn't make check-ins for that in time.
I thought he didn't sign up because he was not going to be able to travel to BCX, because there is that little bit of when they signed up for the regional qualifier, there's like a little disclaimer, like, don't sign up if you can't confidently go.
I can't remember specifically what it was, but people also expected Diakou to come out in huge. People also expected a lot out of Nalakat, who was the first EU 1v1 winner that also came out of nowhere. But
Nalakat couldn't play either, because Nalakat, similar situation to Dobrain, was not able to travel to BCX.
And so we saw Maltimum just kind of come out of the mist, take everybody by surprise, and then from then on, we saw constant top placings in 1v1, pretty good placings in 2v2 as well, and that has just continued and kept the train rolling all the way till here. And even though he had a little bit of trouble with Aram in 2v2, I fully expect him to do better in 1v1. I think that's really in his wheelhouse.
Did you watch the little kind of player videos that were made for?
I caught glimpses of them. I remember seeing Maltimum.
Yeah, the part with Maltimum where he talks about he's here because a lot of people didn't expect him to win, and he's here because he wants to represent the people who couldn't travel here, and I really like that mentality.
That's really, really sweet of him, and without winning the regional qualifier, he might not have been here, and that's what's so great about specifically those regional qualifiers. We were able to see Kyler Alice, we were able to see Tiger. I personally wasn't able to see Kroots, but there were people who were able to see Kroots, and of course there were people like LDZ from US West, eggsoup from US East, and it's a great coming together of people from all around the world that might not have had the option to travel here otherwise.
And that's what this is really about. This is the Brawlhalla Championship Expo. This is the world's event. People, players from all over the world who play Brawlhalla, who have been absolutely consistent monsters inside of their regions, are here, and they're going to be competing against each other, and they're going to be trying to win it. But right now, it seems like it's a very NA and EU dominated 1v1 scene. As we see in the NA side, we've got LDZ, Pugsyxd, Boomie, eggsoup, Twlight, and then on the EU side, there's Maltimum, Ephi, and Diakou.
I think in the end, it's going to end up coming down to NA versus EU overall. I think it's either going to be Maltimum or Diakou from EU against probably LDZ. I'll give Boomie. I think I'm going to put Boomie in the running for that as well.
You were talking about a little while ago in the 2v2s, if Boomie gets a little bit riled, if he starts to tilt, then that's when you start seeing those mistakes become more and more. He's one of those players who can get a little bit emotional, he can start getting frustrated, and he can kind of play into his own head a little bit more than some of these other guys. LDZ, we saw him just a little while ago, very composed. We didn't really see any cracks. He was laughing throughout the entire set. Diakou, same thing. He's very serious, very straightforward, very stoic kind of guy alongside Twlight.
I think coming from Boomie, though, I mentioned it a little bit earlier, on the last US 1v1, when he lost to STTP Wilson, a huge upset. Nobody expected that to happen. That fired him up. It made him really, really mad, and he ended up having a horrible placing that week, but that ended up firing him up more, specifically for BCX, because now he really has something to prove to everybody. He wants to prove that he is the best player, and that's why I slate him up there as one of the top two, especially from NA right now. But officially, we have LDZ and Maltimum ready. These are two very, very high-ranking players, very high seeds, that are one of them is going to be going into the lower bracket very early.
He was hovering on the Scarlet, and I was pointing at it on the screen. I was like,
I saw the little press A to select, and I was going to say, whoa, hold on. He's probably not going to pick this Scarlet.
No, but these are going to be their mains. These are two players who don't really change a lot. LDZ, he plays Koji in the 1v1. He has the Roland in the 2v2. You kind of give him a little bit more confidence in his potential as a 1v1 with that Roland, but it's really about the Koji. I believe this is a button check. It's going to be LDZ versus Maltimum. Maltimum on the other side. He's basically played Sentinel throughout his entire history. He's played Sentinel in the EU regional qualifier, and he's consistently played with that Sentinel throughout every single tournament.
I know that he also has a Lucian in the tank. It's specifically another Qatar character, so he has that crossover from Sentinel. It's also sort of another signature-heavy character that you see a lot of. You see a lot of people dodging through with the side sig on Qatars. You see people doing the down signature right over the edge. You see that a lot with Boomies, especially. And then you also have some side sig on the guns or the down signature if there's a lot of aggression coming at you, because it pops you back, it moves you out of danger, and it puts that hitbox right in front of you, right where you were. So we know he has a Sentinel. I haven't seen really his guns, though, so I have no idea how his guns are.
Well, regardless, he is going to be starting off with the Sentinel, and the real critical thing about his Sentinel is that he builds up damage with those Qatars, and then he has to go for those kill options, and a lot of those kill options are signature-based. He goes for a lot of the neutral sig. We saw him start to incorporate a lot more side sigs with those Qatars, but with the hammer, it's stomp neutral sig, stomp side sig, or raw side sigs.
It's not even stomp Sair. You see a lot of hammer players killing with stomp Sair, but you almost exclusively see Maltimum using stomp into a signature or a signature on its own, and that's kind of interesting.
He's a big fan of that Sentinel signature kit. You're already seeing him start to do it. The stomp into the side signature. LDZ is able to dodge outside of it. But the signature kit from Sentinel in particular, a lot of people say it's really strong. It's got relatively low recovery. The moves come out really fast, and they've got great priority over a lot of things. But LDZ doesn't care about that as he's starting off with the sword.
I think Maltimum's really going to struggle against this high dex that LDZ has. He's going to have trouble punishing the things that LDZ has. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it often enough, regularly enough to counteract how many times he is going to be punished by this fast LDZ. LDZ, I've called him the punished lord in the past because he can punish anything and everything under the sun.
Maltimum just raw challenged that down sig, then threw out a neutral sig. LDZ tried to get right underneath it with a neutral sig, but was able to land back down and catch Maltimum with a down sig. We're seeing a whole lot of signatures come out really quick. Both characters have really strong signature kits. We talked about the Sentinel kit. It's fast, relatively low recovery. Similar situation with the bow kit for Koji. It's really fast. You can follow up a lot of things with that neutralize.
And we don't necessarily see a lot of bow signatures coming out from LDZ. This could be a big lead here if he's able to get the other ground pound. He didn't even need the other ground pound. Maltimum was out of jumps. This is a big lead for LDZ. The first stock, LDZ got such a high lead, then in the time it took for him to kill Maltimum, Maltimum was able to build up damage, bring him into that red, but that second stock from Maltimum just disappeared.
That's one of the powers of LDZ with that bow. We talked about his Lance ground pound in the 2v2. In the 1v1, he is precision with that ground pound, and if that ground pound connects onto an opponent, that very easily takes down stocks.
And we're seeing LDZ do these X pivot neutral lights. I'm not used to ever seeing that from him. Usually he plays just kind of a very straightforward, but he's using these pivot neutral lights.
Well, it is going to be a 3-stock for LDZ, and that was smooth. That was clean. That was only 176 damage put out from Maltimum. LDZ showing his prowess in the 1v1 scene. A lot of people are confident in it, but I didn't think they were this confident in it.
That was just kind of really anticlimactic how that worked.
It's just so simple.
All of a sudden, it kind of ended. There wasn't any really huge plays except for that second stock when he got that high force ground pound on the bow. But other than that, you looked up at the top right, there's a stock disappearing. You look down, you look back up, a stock is disappearing. All of a sudden, LDZ won that game.
Maltimum's really got to find an answer to the bow play from LDZ. That's where LDZ signs. Sure, he's got a strong sword. Sure, he can get those big strings just there. There's a downlight ground pound into a dare. But at the end of the day, it's the bow. That's where LDZ really brings out the kills.
He does have a really explosive sword, though. We've seen it in the past. His bow tends to be a little bit slower. It's still very, very quick. But his sword is when you'll see him just completely really bringing on the aggression. He's not throwing out a lot of jumps. He's using a lot of chase dodge follow-ups. And that's where he gets those gimps, and he's so explosive with it. Whereas his bow is more consistent. He just beats you with priority, beats you with hitboxes, beats you with frames.
He is going to be coming back down. Both stocks are even, but Maltimum is the one who is closer to the red. He's going to come back down, get a nice neutral light, trying to send LDZ into the red. Maltimum, he's got to be a lot more safer. Just kidding, he's just going to go for a side sig. Doesn't need the safety net.
There's that raw side signature that you were talking about earlier, just coming out of nowhere, and that seemed to kill like right when LDZ procced into red. It was a little bit on the right side of the stage, so he had that working in his favor.
Oh, but LDZ is going to come back, get a nice down sig, and that's one of those signatures, like we were saying, it has a force vector that puts it into the farthest corner. It makes it very difficult to get kills early on with it, but LDZ clearly had the right amount of damage onto Maltimum, knew that range, and got the down sig.
Regardless of who wins this game, I think we're going to see very, very low damage numbers, but that means there is a lot of high kill efficiency. Right when they're in kill percent, a kill move is coming out. LDZ is not wasting any time. Maltimum is not wasting any time.
But they're going to have to build up a little bit more damage before they start going for the efficient kill options. Generally speaking, though, Maltimum's kill options have been signatures. You're not going to see him go for the offstage gimps the way that LDZ will. If Maltimum goes offstage, I think LDZ has the advantage.
You haven't seen a lot of offstage play in the first place, though. You've seen LDZ kill with the down signature. You've also seen him, he kills off the top so far. He's not going for the side air bounce off the wall, the down air bow gimps, anything like that so far. Even Maltimum's killing off the top, though. There's not a lot of offstage play. I think Maltimum should try and force that.
I don't think so. Last time he went off stage, LDZ caught him with one ground pound, and he was done.
No, I'm sorry. I think you misunderstood me. I phrased it wrong. I want him to force the on-stage play.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah, absolutely. I think on stage is where Maltimum will have more success. He'll have the horizontal movement so that he can build up those speed dodges so he can get the approaches. I love that he just completely disengaged. He rolled LDZ off the map, and he knows off stage is where LDZ is so dominant.
You didn't see him going for those down sigs right on the corner that you used to see earlier. And he did the neutral light. He did not follow up with a recovery. LDZ probably would have dodged out of that. That's great work from Maltimum. Very smart play. That's good game knowledge right there, and that's why he's in the lead. He's going to fall there with that down signature, and that seems to be LDZ's signature of choice on this bow.
Well, you know, he'll do the side sig every now and then. Sometimes he'll go up high, and you'll see that gravity cancel side sig when he's trying to juggle and he's trying to catch you when you're trying to come back down to the ground. But in particular, the down sig, it is his common kill option. It's got a little bit better hitboxing than, say, like the neutral sig. But Maltimum, he's got a little bit more in the option for that hammer. He can go for the side sig, he can go for the stomp into a signature as well.
And it could just be because Maltimum's playing Katars right now, where you're going to have a lot of 45 degree.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, Maltimum just hits that neutral sig, and even though Sentinel has somewhat middle-of-the-road force with that 5 force, he's going to kill immediately. The second that Koji procs into that red, Maltimum is there to kill, and although LDZ had a very strong, commanding first game, Maltimum just took that game right off the bat.
But that was a very well-placed game for Maltimum, a well-paced game. He slowed it down. He really waited out LDZ. He does not want to engage LDZ off stage. And so when LDZ was recovering back up, he just backed off, waited for LDZ to use the recovery, and that was a very clean, very simple neutral signature to take down the stock.
And keep in mind that LDZ is coming into this already warmed up. That's probably why we saw the first game go the way that it did. LDZ was coming off of that insane streak against Diakou and Twlight in the 2v2, whereas Maltimum and ERAM, they were the fourth match of the very first round that we saw. So, and when they lost that, they had a long time to wait. So Maltimum originally came into this cold.
But clearly he has started to warm up as he's going to go off stage against LDZ. That's a very dangerous spot, and LDZ was not able to catch him with the dare, and Maltimum is going to be able to make it back up to the neutral.
LDZ just kind of flubbed that entire edge guard.
Yeah.
He looked really confused, and even when he went for that dare, like Maltimum was above him at that point. That was just a little shakiness from LDZ that I'm not used to seeing in 1v1.
I know you were saying that he is warmed up, but maybe he's not warmed up for 1v1. Maybe he hasn't really had the 1v1 mentality in place, but we are going to be seeing a side signature come out from Maltimum, catching LDZ and setting him into the kill box. And once again, these are really efficient kills. They start to come out right when LDZ procs into the red.
And it's interesting because a lot of people will use signatures as movement punishment. They'll try and dodge through, turn around, do a side sig. Maltimum is just initiating with those signatures. His spacing on them is impeccable.
He's one of those people who is very... He hits a lot of raw signatures. It's something that a lot of people don't like doing because, well, you get stuck in recovery frames. But Maltimum, he's very aware of how his opponent moves. That was interesting. He did a little bit of a pivot slide charge down 6, so he ends up touching the wall, which is why he stayed there. But as I was saying, Maltimum, he goes for the raw signatures, but he gets away with it because of his ability to recognize how his opponent is moving.
Meanwhile, you saw LDZ. He did the first down signature. That was sort of the approach with the signature that Maltimum does. Then you saw him dodge through, turn around, and then do another down signature, which is kind of the way that we expect a lot of players to play. But Maltimum is just aggressing. He went the wrong direction. I don't know if he just read it wrong, or if LDZ just saw that coming, or if that was a misinput. But regardless, the stocks are even. LDZ is very much in the red, and he's far behind right now.
Multimum, he's still swinging for the fences, though, with this hammer. He's gone for 2 side signatures right now, but there haven't been major punishes from LDZ. LDZ, we've called him a punish lord. He's punished so many different people throughout his tournament history, but right now, Multimum's getting away with a whole lot of signatures. That's the first down sig he's thrown out, but LDZ catches him with the down. He just dropped the stomp into the neutral sig.
I think if it would have been any move other than the downlight, and there's that offstage play from LDZ we've come to know and love. There's the turn around side air. He initiated with that dare that has such an interesting force angle down and to the right, such a strong force angle. Then Maltimum was trying to get back. LDZ turned around, hit that side air. That is classic LDZ.
And that's 100% the reason why I was saying Maltimum just should not challenge LDZ offstage, especially when LDZ has the bow. When he's got the bow in hand, he is a killer.
And there's the stomp neutral signature. He didn't get it before, he got it that time.
That will even up the stocks. Maltimum is in the yellow. He's got to build up more damage, but fortunately for him, he's got Katars. Katars are very efficient at building damage if he can get on top of his opponent, but we haven't seen any major strings come out from Maltimum with the Katars at all.
We've seen it's been like one hit here and there. He's been beating LDZ in terms of frames with nairs. Oh, and he just goes under the stage. And LDZ, in a game where he was behind the entire time, he was able to eke it out in the end with almost, that was almost a JV2.
It's all the offstage play, though. It was that bow, really quick kill on the right side, and then on the left side, he gets a downlight into, I believe it was a ground pound, and it sends down Maltimum. Maltimum trying to recover back. LDZ was, he didn't really have to put on a lot of pressure because Maltimum was just too far down. He couldn't quite get the wall touch.
And I think that's an issue of LDZ not necessarily using signatures as much anymore. He's using side airs to send Maltimum to the left and to the right, not necessarily up and to the right or up and to the left where Maltimum's able to recover back onto the main stage. Maltimum's having to go to the wall off of those side airs, off of those dares. That forces the edge guard situation, which is where LDZ really shines, and is shining specifically in this matchup.
Now LDZ is actually having a lot of success in the neutral game as well. That's where Maltimum was really trying to fight it out. He gets a nice string with that sideline into the neutral line, waits it out so that he can get the recovery. It's a very patient style of guitar play. Like we were saying, it's a hit here and there, but a lot of it is he'll get a hit and then he'll wait for his opponent to make a move so that he can react, so that he can adjust to what they're doing.
I mean, that's really just the EU style of play overall, and I'm sure he's picked up some of that from playing with ERAM in 2v2s.
But now he's going to back up. LDZ went with a hard read for that side sig, but Maltimum was not able to punish. He's got the hammer in hand. You know he's got to be thinking about the kill options. Nair is definitely a strong kill option. That time he went for a Sair, but he's going to need something more than a Sair at the top of the map.
And a lot of hammer players, you would have expected them to go for the ground pound there, but Maltimum is going right to the edge. Finally, LDZ is going to hit that neutral stick hit. I think he's only hit one of those before. He doesn't tend to favor that, though. He's been throwing out a lot of down signatures. There was the one side signature that was a complete whiff, but other than that, it's primarily been the down signature. Good mix-up from LDZ, but good follow-up with that recovery from Maltimum, almost exactly evening up this game.
You know, the neutral sig, it's kind of interesting. A lot of the anti-airs in this game, they have a little bit of a forward angle to it, but the Koji bow neutral signature, it has a straight vertical move. A lot of people, if they're going to use it, if they're even thinking about it, it's off stage, it's along the wall to prevent somebody ground pounding on top of them.
And Koji was really the first player or character to do that. Jala also has it on her sword neutral sig, but Koji was really the first person to have that, and it kind of shocked a lot of people when it came out. But I want to see Maltimum not be directly over LDZ. He has those guitars, so he has the Dare 45-degree angle option. But he's been using a lot of these falling Nairs, which is why he's directly above LDZ.
LDZ seems to have honed in on the fact that Maltimum does like to use those neutral sigs as an anti-air against LDZ, especially when LDZ is in the red. So LDZ is starting to recognize it. He's starting to dodge back down to ground, and he's been able to punish these neutral sigs. Ooh. Oh, you heard the charge for the side sig. LDZ is punishing these signatures from Maltimum, and when Maltimum is so reliant on these signatures for kills, the fact that LDZ has been able to hone in on it, been able to recognize how Maltimum likes to use those signatures, it's making it very difficult for Maltimum to finish off the stock of LDZ.
Was that a gravity cancel downlight turnaround side air? That's not normally what we see from
I don't know why he turned it around.
I wonder if that was a strange misinput or something, because he was on the left side. You'd think he would Sair to the left, but that's not normally what you see. You see LDZ do the gravity cancel downlight into the ground pound. So it's a little bit strange to be in a side air there. It ended up killing, so it was worth it in the end. He's going to have a little bit of trouble getting back. There's the ground pound. It's just barely going to connect. And LDZ and Maltimum are even on stock, but Maltimum is right on that yellow-orange barrier. And if he's not careful, these bow hits from LDZ, these bow punishes on the signatures from LDZ are really going to spell disaster.
I mean, the critical thing is, once again, Maltimum, he's so dependent on those signatures. LDZ, not so much. You'll see him go for that gravity cancel downlight into the Sair. You'll see him go for offstage play, Sairs and Dares. Maltimum, on the other hand, almost every single kill of his has been a signature.
It's a nice neutral light, no recovery follow-up. Good job, Maltimum. Oh, but LDZ with the second swipe of that sword signature. That's the first sword signature we've seen, other than that weird down signature, and that Maltimum is out of winner's bracket. He has to go down to lower bracket.
And that was clean. That was simple. That was LDZ being LDZ. He wins out not by being flashy, not by being insane and destroying his opponent. He just plays the game.
He does have those big explosive moments that are kind of like popcorn towards the end of the cycle, where it's one pop here, one pop there. Like you saw it in the first game with the bow ground pound that he had, how he was able to immediately delete that second stock of Sentinel, who has a lot of defense, but then the rest of it really was clean.
It was just such consistent play from him. It wasn't even bow-centric. A lot of times he likes to favor that bow, but he's really showing that he's been playing sword, and maybe because he was playing Roland for so long earlier today that he's like, okay, I'm a little bit more familiar, more warmed up on my sword play, but he's really showing all of the tools in his toolkit. He's got so many tools, and it's hard to remember all of them, but when he brings out the downlight and the gravity cancel downlight on the unarmed into a Sair, when he brings out the sword and gets the big strings, that's when you start realizing LDZ really has a lot in his toolkit.
And that's why you see him sticking with that Koji. Other players will use the variation of other characters to change up their playstyle, shake things up for their opponent. LDZ is going to use his mastery of Koji and all of those tools in his toolkit to change up his approaches, change up the way he's going to punish you every single time, even though he's only playing one character.
Well, he is going to be continuing on in the upper bracket, trying to continue on that history of being a monster inside of 1v1. We are going to be continuing on as well. Pugsyxd versus Boomie. This is going to be the next game, and you know both of these guys very well.
Yeah, Pugsy is really out here as my boy Yoni. I don't know necessarily who he's going to play in 1v1. We saw him play Hattori yesterday that just dismantled Diakou. Even Dobrain in his Discord afterwards, I checked it out, and he was praising Yoni's spear, Pugsy's spear through the moon for how incredibly cheesy it was. I'll use that for lack of a better term, but how incredibly cheesy it was and how it worked so well.
It was fantastic spear play, in particular. A lot of dares, a whole lot of dares, a lot of precision with that. That is not an easy, it's not a large hitbox, it's not an axe dare. It's a very precise vertical line, and Pugsy was hitting those for days. He was staying even in height, or he was staying the same height above Diakou and just waiting for his opportunity. The second Diakou jumps, Pugsy just drops down with that dare, and then he built up so much damage. That was what, 15 damage on each dare?
15 at a time. And when he's hitting 4, 5, 6 in a row, that is so much damage. You cannot ignore the damage there. And he was allowing Diakou to play on the edge. That was actually helping Pugsy hit those dares, because that gave him the exact channel that he needed to put that dare straight down through. Diakou wants to play on the edge. He wants to get those Qatar gimps. He wants to force Pugsy down there as fast as he possibly can, get those early kills. So he's letting Diakou do what he wants, and he's using it against Diakou.
But Boomie on the other side, I think Boomie's aware of it. I'm sure Boomie was watching it. I know Boomie is in that same Discord, and he's got to have a game plan in mind to fight against that Hattori spear, those down airs that were so destructive for Pugsy against Diakou.
Boomie's also one of those players, though, that likes to camp on the edge. I know you've seen, I'm sure a lot of you out there have seen the clip from Crocky's stream where Crocky is complaining about Boomie camping the edge because he can't fight him on stage. I don't think we're necessarily going to see that out of Boomie here unless he's just really confident. I know there was a scrim that I was playing with Boomie, and he was just saying, ground pound me, come do it. Truth be told, I ended up ground pounding him and I ended up killing him, and he ended up disconnecting from the game in the Discord. It was fantastic, but I don't think we're going to see that necessarily out of Boomie. I think he needs to respect that spear rather than trying to directly challenge it.
I mean, he has a really strong neutral game. In particular, that hammer of his is very devastating, especially on the ground. He knows how to use those neutral lights very effectively. The neutral light comes out in, I believe, 4 frames, comes out so fast, he can build up more damage, and he has follow-up options as well, especially when he's playing that Cassidy, which we saw him play in the 1v1.
Yeah, I think here's where we're going to really see the diversity that Boomie has in his character pool. We know he has the Roland, I know he has an Ember, I know he has a Cassidy, we know he has a Bodvar. We haven't necessarily seen it in a little while, especially in 1v1s, but we know it's out there. So I think it's going to be directly counterpick, or it could be what he feels comfortable with. Boomie has the pick of the litter at that point for who he wants to play into Pugsy with.
But at the same time, I do keep saying Pugsy does have a large character pool. Like you were saying earlier, he might not have as much practice on every single character, but he does have a really wide variety of characters that he could potentially bring out. But at the same time, I think he's going to stick to 1 or 2 at this point. I think he's going to hone in on 1 or 2 characters and just try to play those to the best of his ability.
Yeah, he's with his character pool, he's a jack of all trades, master of a few. It's like 2 or 3 characters that he really practices regularly, and we're seeing Boomie hover on this Cassidy. It looks like he's changing through. We know he also has a Lucian. This is probably, hopefully, just for buttons.
Boomie's played random before in tournament.
Yes, but that is when there is not this amount of money on the line. There is not this amount of bragging rights and respect on the line. I really hope he's not trying to play Nash into Pugsyxd Hattori.
So let's talk about this real quick. This is a separate thought. Boomie took down Twlight. Pugsy took down Diakou. Twlight versus Diakou is a set that you're very excited to see later on, as they were the ones who won the 2v2. Do you think the winner of this will have any determination on the winner of that? Does that make any sense?
No.
So, so to speak, if Pugsy wins this against Boomie, is that a hint that maybe Diakou will be the one to take down Twlight?
I don't really think so. I think Twlight and Diakou are going to be in their own headspace. It's going to be completely independent of this. Honestly, I think Diakou is going to take that pretty heavily. I would be very confident for Diakou. I'm mostly excited to see it because when Twlight plays really, really well, like the last time we saw him in the US 1v1 against LDZ, the grand finals of that, Twlight was playing so incredibly well. His punishes were on point.
Roland.
Sir Roland.
We mentioned this a little bit earlier about how he might just stick with this Roland pick. He has sort of a group of 3 that he likes to stick to, but he was having so much consistent high-level play with this Roland. It was probably for the Lance and the Qatar's weapon advantage for the Lance, and he's been able to play it so far today against everybody that he's come up against. Why not just keep this train rolling? If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
To be fair, they've had some warm-up time in this specific matchup because of their earlier 2v2. They literally played these characters against each other, so there's been time on both sides to kind of figure out what they need to do against their characters, and it seems like Boomie is confident in his role and pick against Pugsy.
If I was Boomie, I would absolutely feel that way as well. I can't tell if whenever he threw that sword and picked it up, if he may have wanted the other weapon. It looks like his sword is contesting Pugsy's spear. He's
but this
chasing
is a dare
him under
opportunity.
the stage.
These are the dare opportunities.
And Pugsy was looking for it.
He went too high, ends up ledge canceling the dares, but it doesn't matter as he stays up above Boomie. He's going back for the dares. Now he's mixing it up. He's going to go for stairs, stay horizontal, but he's not done with the dares.
That is 60 damage that he has done exclusively with dares so far.
But unfortunately, he does get disarmed by Boomie. Boomie is going to finish the stock off with the dare. And despite all of the dares from Pugsy, Boomie not looking too terrible just on the early shades of the red.
I wonder if we're going to see as many dares now that he has this lance. He has the nair option. I still think that spear has the longer range, but and Boomie, just like that, Pugsy is going to edgeguard Boomie with those ground pounds. That's sort of, there's no advanced tech going on there. It's just reading, positioning, and throwing out ground pounds.
Just kind of recognizing how Boomie wanted to position inside of that shenanigans. It does kind of give a smaller area of space for Boomie to move around in, but at the same time, Pugsy very intelligently recognizing how Boomie wanted to come back up and just catching him with 2 ground pounds for the kill.
And we're not seeing him go off stage. That's interesting. It's Boomie's somebody who loves to play on the edge. He feels very confident on the edge, but he didn't want to go after Pugsy, even though Pugsy doesn't have spear right now.
I think it's just the simple fact of the matter is that Pugsy, quote-unquote, won the offstage game, and so Boomie's respecting it. He's recognized that if he goes offstage against Pugsy, Pugsy's going to have an advantage. Maybe it's not going to be a complete 100-0, but at the same time, Pugsy is just a little bit ahead of Boomie in the offstage game. That dare, Boomie's going to get to the outside, but Pugsy's trying to chase him. He gets this there. Both are going to return back to the stage, but Pugsy, once again, he traded out better. He got more damage out onto Boomie.
These vertical edge guards from Pugsy are insane. He gets the side light recovery, just barely holding onto this second stock, sending Pugsy onto his last stock. But the vertical edge guards from Pugsy with this sword, it doesn't have the range that Spear does. So we saw him using those dares. That's such a safe move. But he's doing it with these ground pounds, with these dares, and he's going to end up taking Boomie right off the top with hardly taking any damage whatsoever.
And he goes down to the shenanigans. He's been so efficient off stage, but at the same time, Boomie's kind of won out in the neutral. He's been the one to get the first stock off both times now. He's just won out in the neutral. He builds up a little bit more damage. Part of that helped by the fact that he is playing the role and he's got a little bit more defense, so it's going to make it a little bit harder for Pugsy to build up damage. But it's Pugsy who wins out in the offstage game.
And right now, he's getting the better Boomie on stage. He just had 2 major strings. One of them finished with a downlight side air.
That's it. Pugsy's done. He thought he was going to touch the wall. You saw him. He got so close, and he's got to be a little bit disappointed in that. But regardless, he knows he can win off stage. He's got to have confidence in that fact as well.
And Boomie's going to take game 1. Are we going to see back to...
He's banning Shipwreck.
I'm very surprised that Pugsy was the one to ban Shipwreck.
He is going to be leaving King's Pass on the board, but Boomie's not having it. They're going to be going to Mammoth Fortress. It's relatively straightforward as far as wall sizes go. It's not like Shipwreck where it's very tiny. It's not like King's Pass where there's a whole lot of walls, the shenanigans area, and 2 small walls on the sides. It's just a very straightforward map. And Pugsy, unarmed, is going in on Boomie.
I think one of the reasons Pugsy might have banned Shipwreck is because the upper kill box is so high in the air. You couple that with Boomie playing this 8 defense rolling, that's going to make those kills really difficult.
Couldn't quite stuff the recovery. But he's still built up a whole lot of damage. Boomie really hasn't found an answer to it.
Ooh, Boomie went for that neutral light, trying to get Pugsy away, and Pugsy's just going to carry him into the sky for the second time. This is going to kill him, though. Boomie wasn't really able to get a weapon at all in that moment, and he's going to have to make up a lot of ground with this sword play. He was winning in some of the neutral sword game before, but he has a lot of ground to cover in a very short amount of time.
And suddenly he's getting a whole lot more aggressive. You're seeing him start to charge in. He's going for those side lights to roll forward. You're seeing him go off stage to contest Pugsy, trying to catch him with those down airs. He's going a lot more aggressive because he knows how far behind he is right now. The nairs are starting to come out. There's 2 nairs. Gets back down. Nice gravity cancel neutral sig. Pugsy is going to get close to the wall. He's going to get the wall touch with that dare. Go to the outside. Boomie trying to chain dodge to get in position, but can't quite stop him in time. But he hasn't really taken any damage. He's built up a whole lot, but he just needs to finish it. That'll do it. Down light side air.
The gravity cancel downlight side airs. We've seen a lot of them today. We've seen them from Boomie. We've seen them from LDZ as well. They've just been such a great catch move, and a lot of them, I would say probably 60% of them have led to a kill because they've been so high and they've been either favoring the left side or favoring the right side of the map.
Oh, Boomie actually got a ground pound on the top of that neutral sig from Pugsyxd. And Pugsyxd just dropped a downlight dare? That's a very uncharacteristic drop. Boomie and Pugsyxd have both been playing Sword for an incredibly long amount of time. Seeing them drop that combo that they've been so consistent with, it's got to be a little bit of tournament nerves here.
Seen Boomie use all of that movement from Lance to get back. He's using those Sairs, using those dares. And now he's unarmed. He threw the Lance, wasn't able to pick it back up. Pugsyxd ends up having the spear. Oh, he went for the ground pound to try and get Boomie when he was getting that weapon as a trap. The ground pound, you've seen Crocky use it a lot. It has a very left and right lateral force vector. That is a kill move that a lot of spear players will use.
It's that falling helicopter, but it looks like Pugsyxd doesn't need it. He's going to get a nice side air. He needs one more hit onto Boomie. Boomie is going to get caught by the downlight side air. Pugsyxd catches it, but he is in the orange. He's taken quite a bit of damage while trying to finish off that second stock of Boomie.
We've seen Pugsyxd throw out a lot of neutral sigs on the edge. That's what a lot of Hattori players do. I think Boomie might have expected that today, especially after the 2v2 game that they had earlier.
Boomie's recognized that. I don't think Pugsyxd's connected with any of his neutral sigs so far. And immediately, Boomie takes off the stock, sends him off stage, picks up the sword, and gets a down air. And
this is basically a dead even game after Pugsyxd had quite a lead.
But Boomie did disarm himself in his attempt to clear the board. He ended up clearing it from himself as well.
And we're not seeing as many chain dodges from Boomie, where he chain dodges a handful of times forward and then uses his final one to back up. We're not seeing that almost at all. And I don't know if that's just because he's using this aggression. He doesn't really have time to build up that speed for him because he's attacking so often, where he's spending so much time in the air. But that's interesting that he's not doing that against Pugsyxd.
Right, he really hasn't had room to build up the chain dodges. There it is. You're going to see him do the double chain dodge into a reverse, kind of a backup chain dodge. But he's starting to build up the damage on the Pugsyxd. You're starting to see him fish for the kill options. He's going for the downlight side airs, going for the side sigs. I like that he recognized Pugsyxd knows about that neutral sig, and he spot dodges to make sure that he can avoid it. Ooh, the down heavy.
Bounces him off the right side of that wall. If he would have hit on the left, that might have killed at this point. He gets the dare under the stage. Boomie, is he going to get the dodge? He doesn't have the dodge off of cooldown in time.
Pugsyxd didn't hit the ground pound, but he held it just long enough that Boomie couldn't pop off the platform and get him. So when Boomie went down to try to punish Pugsyxd, Pugsyxd was able to rotate around, catch him from above, and get the down air to finish him off.
And now we're actually seeing a character swap from Boomie. He's switching to this Cassidy. We have heard about this Cassidy, but we haven't really seen this Cassidy. I know Boomie's guns are some of the best in North America. Boomie's hammer is some of the best in North America. I think this is a no-brainer for him, and I'm eager to see what he has against Pugsyxd, how he's able to deal with the range that guns have compared to the spear range that Pugsyxd has.
But it's going to help him in that vertical game as well. You know, Pugsyxd, he's hit a whole lot of those dares. Well, when he starts going for that, if he messes up, Boomie can potentially catch him with that hammer recovery and completely reverse the situation.
He also has gun nair, which is anywhere from, I think it's 20 damage. At minimum, it's 17 if you hit, I think, one or if you hit not both of them. But that is a ton of damage, a great damage source that he has. He also has hammer nair. That is so much damage as well.
You're starting to see those nairs and recoveries come out. Pugsyxd, he's off stage. Boomie goes off stage with a stomp into a recovery, goes immediately into a ground pound, and Pugsyxd doesn't have the jumps. Boomie immediately takes off the stock.
And that stomp into the recovery right on the edge as a kill tool, we've started to see that a lot lately. We've seen it. We saw that from Lands specifically multiple times today. Boomie's going to hit that nice side signature from the middle of the platform. It even favored the left side a little bit. Ended up killing off the right, though.
But that was a lot of damage build up onto the Cassidy. You know, Cassidy's not exactly the highest defense character in the game. She's got 4 defense alongside Pugsyxd. So it's really going to be trading blow for blow. Who's going to be able to trade out more efficiently?
Oh, he tried to go for the downlight into the chase dodge dare. I think that's only a true combo at absolute white fresh health. That's interesting that he went for that there. It might have just been for the read. That Sair under the stage might have actually just helped Boomie. I think all he had was a recovery at that point that got him safely away from Pugsyxd.
That's a very Pugsyxd-esque kind of off-stage play. He likes to go for those Sairs under the stage, puts his opponent into awkward spots where they can potentially bump their head on the stage. He's just going to go with a raw side sig there, ends up pivoting, sending Boomie off the stage, and Pugsyxd, he's going to be sticking with this spear. I like the spear play. It's got extended range. It's going to help him against the guns, but Boomie picks up the final hit of that recovery. He kind of dropped it for a second, but he still picked it up.
He's one of the most consistent recovery gun killers out there. Ephi's one of them. Boomie is one of the others that will just pick you up with gun recoveries out of absolute nowhere. You saw me in the money match fishing for recoveries. It's because I wish I was as good as Boomie at that.
Boomie recognizes that his guns have been effective. He's going to switch to the gun kit. But Pugsyxd, he's found ways in. He's built up quite a bit of damage, and now that he's above Boomie, you're going to start seeing those dares and stairs come out.
And he got the downlight chase there into the stair, but Pugsyxd is going to take that game. All of a sudden, it looked like Boomie had some serious DPS options with those guns coming out. He was starting to get multiple dares, one shortly after another, but Pugsyxd's Hattori, this is the cleanest Hattori we've seen in quite a long time. The last one was eggsoup quite a long time ago, but now we're seeing Pugsyxd really bring this out, really stretch that Hattori, and it's been this spear game that's been so strong with little blips of specifically the sword side signature.
I mean, he's definitely comfortable with the sword. Like I was saying earlier, he has played sword for a really long time. He used to play Bodvar, and he's played a whole multitude of other sword-related characters, but at the end of the day, it's the spear that's really carrying him through this set. It's the spear that's been carrying him through this tournament because it's such a strong weapon, but Boomie's got fantastic guns. He's built up so much damage, and he's killed off Pugsyxd. Has he been touched?
I think maybe a little bit.
Is that like a weapon toss?
I'm not quite sure at this point, but that was in less than 30 seconds. That's the DPS opportunity that I expected from him last game. There it is again, the downlight chase dodge into the dare. That is not easy to pull off, and it's very situational, only in white health, or if there's a bad read or a bad dodge, but Pugsyxd is going to get that. That is a lot of room that Pugsyxd can work with.
He just mitigated the difference a little bit, but he still took a whole lot from Boomie with those guns. He's got to be wary of the gun kit. I'm interested in the fact that he left that on the field. He was trying to use it as a trap. Boomie! That's the Russian Mafia, but it was a little bit early. It couldn't quite finish off Pugsyxd, so he's just going to go with the stomp side air, a little bit more consistent.
I think that might have been because King's Pass is on two different levels. He did it on the lower level, so it might have been just low. If he was on the other side, that might have actually killed. It was very, very close. You don't see that in tournaments, though. Pugsyxd's looking to take him off the top, finishes it up with a ground pound after he doesn't get the kill. There's the neutral sig that we wanted to see earlier. The second one does miss.
Drops the side air, though. He went for the side light, or down light into the side air. He's still putting the pressure out on a Boomie. He's going to mix it up, go for the spear, go for the down sig. All he needs is a couple of hits on the Boomie. Now the dares are starting to come out. The ground pound sends Boomie back up to the side, and this side air will finish it off. But once again, Pugsyxd's on the back foot. He's taking quite a bit of damage.
But we saw him at a much worse deficit earlier, and he's able to bring it back. Before, he was at orange at this point when he took out Boomie. Now he's at yellow. He's shrinking that lead little bit by little bit, and now that Boomie has the hammer, that's what he had last stock when Pugsyxd just completely dominated him.
I'd like to see Boomie make an effort to switch to the guns. The guns have been so effective. Pugsyxd almost got turned around on. That was a dangerous spot, and they're back down to ground.
There's another downlight dare. Pugsyxd back dodging. He's going back in the shenanigan zone, coming up just over that corner, peeking with a stare, looking for that dare there, looking for the dare spike. He's looking for those right over the edge. He's trying to get Boomie at that 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock on the clock with those down airs to send Boomie right over that edge.
Recovery comes out. Pugsyxd! That was an interesting option, went for the side air. I'm surprised he didn't just go for more verticality, but he's going to get a nice downlight side air. Boomie has to find his way back. Can't get it as Pugsyxd gets the side air, and I believe that is a 3-1 going the way of Pugsyxd.
And it's some good sportsmanship coming out. I did not expect that from Pugsyxd. I didn't expect a 3-1. That is huge from how strong of a 1v1 player that Boomie is. That Hattori, that is a scary Hattori, and that wasn't even cheesy spear here like we saw against Diakou. Pugsyxd is not a one-trick pony with that spear.
He still does have a very strong dare kit. He's still had quite a few of those dares. We saw it earlier on, and then I think Boomie started to kind of register that if Pugsyxd is above him, he's going to start catching him with those dares. So Boomie started to play a little bit outside of that, and we saw Pugsyxd adjusted. He started changing up his spear play, and in particular, you saw him start to favor the sword a little bit more, and he starts going for those downlight stairs, starting to go for those downlight. I didn't see a downlight gravity cancel neutral sig, which would have been a great option for kill, but he still is starting to incorporate a little bit more of the other tools in the Hattori kit.
But you saw the first stock be almost completely melted away by Boomie's guns. Then he went to the hammer, and he kind of stayed with the hammer for quite a while. Pugsyxd took away the second stock. Then he ended up getting a hammer shortly after that. and didn't have much to put out. That's not what I expect from Boomie. I've seen his Taros hammer. I've seen his his Bodvar hammer. I've seen his Cassidy hammer. All of those are very scary hammers, and his hammer just ended up underperforming quite a lot here, especially compared to the guns.
It really wasn't as effective as we were expecting coming out of Boomie's hammer. He's had a lot of success with that hammer, but he couldn't really get any momentum. He couldn't get really any traction. And part of it was because most of the success he had was it was when he was playing in the air, when he was approaching with the dares from the guns. You know, he was catching Pugsyxd with a lot of these aerial moves from the guns. Hammer, it's got strong aerials, but most of it's vertical. He has to go for like a speed dodge dare if he wants to do something like that.
And especially on that King's Pass game, you saw Pugsyxd kind of switch it up. Earlier on the Thunder Guard, you saw him edge guarding very vertically with the dares, with the ground pounds, just the straight blatant ground pounds. You didn't see that as much on that King's Pass map. You saw him going more horizontally. He was doing a lot of downlights, downlight dare, downlight Sair. He threw out a couple neutral sigs coming in at that 45-degree angle. It wasn't those straight up and down cardinal directions.
Some solid play overall, though, for Pugsyxd, as well as Boomie. Pugsyxd will be continuing on, and I believe we're about to watch him fight LDZ.
Oh, we're going to LDZ versus Pugsyxd. Okay, this is a big match here. LDZ and Pugsyxd play a lot together. LDZ, Boomie, Pugsyxd, and Remy. Those are kind of four that play a lot together. They scrim a lot together. But LDZ versus Pugsyxd is going to be an interesting matchup because LDZ likes to play on the edge, and Pugsyxd has those spear down airs.
He does have the spear down airs, but I have to believe that LDZ is going to be aware of that. And you know, LDZ, he doesn't worry about the verticality when it comes to his offstage play. A lot of it is horizontal. He goes for a lot of those side airs. It's a lot of diagonals. He goes for those bow down airs. You know, it's the angles and the horizontals. It's not as much a vertical game the way that you would expect from like a hammer play from Boomie with the recoveries, the nairs, and the ground pounds.
Also, he likes to come at you at an angle. He will come at you with a falling Sair. He'll make sure that he's kind of hitting you in the 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock range with that Sair, with that hitbox that's down there. Or he'll come at you, of course, with the dare, which comes in right at that 45-degree angle. So he's not coming in those straight cardinal directions, and I don't know if Pugsyxd's going to be able to do that. Pugsyxd is playing
Asuri?
We know Pugsyxd has an Asuri. We know this character exists in Pugsyxd's pool. This could be just button check baits.
I'm not sure. He did give the thumbs up. Of the two players who are going to be button checking, I believe LDZ is the most likely to button check. Yeah, these are going to be button checks. But it seems like Pugsyxd made a conscious decision to pick Asuri instead of the Hattori.
This is interesting because last time we saw LDZ when he faced Twlight, we've talked about specifically this set a lot. It was against an Asuri, and he was able to just immediately delete Twilight's Asuri. Maybe Pugsyxd feels that he's more confident with the Katars. He's had a little bit, probably a lot more time with the character under his belt than Twlight has specifically. So maybe it's going to be his mastery of the character that he thinks he has better matchup potential.
I'm not quite sure. Maybe it's just something as simple as Pugsyxd thinks that Katars are a good matchup against LDZ's bow. I mean, in particular, LDZ, like I was saying, he tends to focus on his bow play. Oh, nope. Pugsyxd's just baiting us. He's making us talk about things that don't matter because he's going to be going in with a Hattori, and we're going to be expecting the spear play more than anything else.
Is LDZ still going to focus on that bow here, or may he switch a little bit more to the sword to go toe-to-toe with Pugsyxd's sword?
I think if Pugsyxd is on sword, LDZ would have a slight advantage in the sword versus sword matchup, but if Pugsyxd's on the spear, I don't think LDZ is going to have as easy of a time.
Well, there is a weapon on the field. He could change this sword out for a bow at any point.
You see him throw it away. He's trying to knock Pugsyxd away, but in the end, he is going to be able to pick up the weapon. We saw Pugsyxd there a second ago drop a downline into the side air. It seems like Pugsyxd's still making a couple of mistakes, dropping some true combos that I'm not used to seeing him miss.
And there, LDZ just went for the ground pound on stage that started up very high. That was a free punish for Pugsyxd. Did he expect Pugsyxd to walk into that?
I don't know, because even if he'd knocked Pugsyxd with that ground pound, what was his follow-up option? A neutral air to try to get a juggle? Pugsyxd wasn't quite in kill range. Ooh, but that ground pound clashes out. That's going to save Pugsyxd for at least a little bit, but once again, LDZ off stage, those Sairs, the dares, the ground pounds from LDZ take down stocks if you go off stage.
Even though his weapon was gone, we saw him do so much work with his unarmed roll-in play earlier. We know he has unarmed Koji play. When he's disarmed, he's not disarmed. He just has his third weapon that is unarmed.
He has his fists registered as kill weapons, but Pugsyxd doesn't need his fist. He's going to go with a downlight into the side air, a very consistent, very simple kill option for a sword. We're going to see a whole lot of those every time somebody's got a sword.
Look at that unarmed combo coming out from LDZ, and he is still keeping it coming. Now he has the sword. He has a better damage potential here, better string potential here. The nice downlight there. Pugsyxd's going to pick one up of his own, followed up with a recovery. LDZ looking to recover into the air. He has blown a lot of his recovery options, gets back down. Pugsyxd was looking for that down sig.
LDZ, we're starting to see him throw out more signatures. Pugsyxd, he's had a little bit more success with those neutral sigs in this set. He gets a nice downlight, gravity cancel downlight into a dare with a follow-up recovery. But for Pugsyxd in particular, he's got a lot more signatures hits in this set compared to when he was playing against Boomie.
Looks like he was slow to try and go off the edge against LDZ. I don't think he wants to fight LDZ off stage unless he absolutely has to, or maybe when he thinks he has the weapon advantage. Nice down signature from LDZ. That's primarily what we see from him as a kill move. He gets another one. He missed the side sig earlier, but that was back-to-back down signatures that he hit.
Pugsyxd is going to be coming back, though. He's going to be picking up the sword, and he needs more than just a down signature on this sword, as LDZ is not going to even give him any time to breathe. He's going in with this bowstrings, keeping Pugsyxd on his toes, keeping the pressure out on top of him. You're not seeing LDZ back away and force Pugsyxd to approach him. Instead, LDZ is just trying to stay right outside of Pugsyxd and trying to catch him with those stairs, dares, and everything else in between.
And now the weapons are going back and forth. The second that there's a weapon on the field, they'll throw the current weapon they have, switch to the other one. That's happening for both LDZ and Pugsyxd. So it shows that they're not relying on one weapon. A lot of players will pick one weapon over the other, but they're confident in relying on both to do damage and both to kill.
And part of the benefit of that is it is going to be weapon mix-up. It's going to be keeping your opponent on their toes, making sure that they don't quite have as much time to download one of your weapons. Instead, you just keep mixing it up, keep them on their toes by switching up your sword, switch up to the spear, switch up to the bow. Just keep them rotating. Side air should finish it off. LDZ is going to take the first game.
That was almost a JV2 coming from LDZ. You saw Pugsyxd just kind of slow the game down towards the end. I think some of that was an effect of how much damage have we seen the Val in 1v1? We've only seen the Val in 2v2, and was it for 1 or 2 games?
I think it was only for 1 game. We really haven't seen Val be played from Pugsyxd very frequently. He did the double Val with eggsoup, but other than that, he hasn't really played Val. And this is going to be interesting. Is there a weapon matchup? Is it gauntlets versus bow? Is that what he's looking for?
I have no clue. I have no benchmark for this Val from Pugsyxd, because in the 2v2, it was very underwhelming.
But he's showing he's starting to learn those gauntlet strings. We saw the dare into the speed dodge neutral line. He's clearly aware of the potential from the gauntlets, but he's got to make sure that he's on his A game with that. You're seeing him go for the sideline to the recovery. You're seeing him go for the gravity cancel downlight and then a nair, but he didn't get the speed dodge off. He just hasn't had the practice with the gauntlets to justify the pick.
And he's really starting to fall behind LDZ now. I've heard Pugsyxd say characters busted with regards to Val and somewhat with regards to gauntlets. He's starting to catch up a little bit, though, and that's what we've seen somewhat from LDZ. We saw it in a couple of the Maltimum games where LDZ will get an early lead, but then he'll have trouble killing, and his opponent will have time to catch up.
And one of the critical issues with Val is that a lot of the Val players out there are struggling to finish off stocks. She doesn't exactly have the highest force in the game. It makes it very difficult to finish off stocks, but Pugsyxd, he's going to be going in with the stairs. LDZ should be able to get back to the wall, but Pugsyxd is going to get him with a recovery.
I thought LDZ was going to get the Sair there to bounce him off the wall like we've seen him do countless times before.
Ooh, the down sig connects. That's one of the very few times that has hit in the history of Brawlhalla, that move. It's got a little bit of a predictability to it because it puts out that line straight forward.
I think the last few times we've seen LDZ do that wasn't BCS 1v1. I think it might have been against Twlight, and Twlight got a kill off of both of the punishes that he did.
And Pugsyxd, he's getting a little bit desperate to finish off this stock from LDZ. You saw him go for a couple of recoveries. There's another recovery thrown out. You're seeing him go for a couple down sigs here and there. He really wants to finish the stock off of LDZ, keep this game even.
And it looks like he's primarily trying to kill off the top. That is something that eggsoup really favors, especially on Mammoth Fortress. His main kill move, other than side signature, is usually that recovery.
Oh, LDZ, he went for that ground pound. He wants the offstage pressure. He wants to knock Pugsyxd offstage and then just go for the kill options. Pugsyxd, on the other hand, he wants to play on stage. He wants to get the big strings with those gauntlets, and part of the strings requires bouncing the opponent off of the platform.
We haven't seen any of the gravity cancel downlight string coming out from Pugsyxd, so it seems like he's maybe a little bit unfamiliar with the finer points of gauntlet play. We see another down signature from LDZ. It might have been a bait because Pugsyxd went in to punish. LDZ was able to be there with that downlight side air, and Pugsyxd is thrown far.
Ooh,
and he gets the down air into
the
weapon toss. Put it on the Reddit. That was calculated.
It was very simple and very clean. Once again, LDZ, he's not known for flash, he's not known for pizzazz, he's known for just being a consistent killer with his bow.
Now we're seeing him get a little bit liberal with those chain dodges. We don't see that a lot from him. We saw it somewhat with the Maltimum game with those pivot neutral lines.
I think he's feeling really confident right now. He's got the stock advantage over Pugsyxd. They are literally basically even in health. And LDZ, he can go a little bit more aggressive. He can really just do whatever he wants, try to run over Pugsyxd, maybe try to put some odd decision-making in Pugsyxd's head so that in Game 3 it'll just be a little bit easier.
And there's the weapon toss there to finish it up. We haven't seen that very much with Koji, those vertical weapon tosses. We haven't seen that a lot from him. They've mostly been horizontal, except when he was playing Roland earlier. So it looks like he's carrying that over, but he doesn't have that giant hitbox of the Lance. So he has to be a little bit more careful. He has to be a little bit more on point with them. And now we're seeing Pugsyxd pull out this Asuri in Game 3.
It really feels like Pugsyxd is just trying. He's trying to find something, trying to find a hope. He came in here with the Asuri. It didn't quite work out. He wanted to try out the Val. Didn't quite work out. He's going to go back to the Asuri. He's really just trying to find something that will be an answer to LDZ.
Maybe it's going to be watching what Diakou did earlier in 2v2. Maybe it's going to be these falling nairs. Maybe it's going to be that string right there.
He is going a little bit more even. Oh, but LDZ with the turnaround stay the dare. Pugsyxd doesn't have the jumps. Just like that, LDZ turns it around, and that's one of the big critical problems of fighting LDZ off stage is he is so efficient with that. He is so clean with those side airs and dares to finish off stocks.
Pugsyxd tried to come in with that Qatar recovery and stared right down the barrel of that gun. The dare had that perfect angle. It had the range to take out Pugsyxd and completely interrupt that. But Pugsyxd's going to immediately turn it around. We have a very even game going on here.
It seems like the Asuri is a little bit of a stronger pick. It did build up a whole lot of damage. I'd like to see Pugsyxd once again try to fight out on the neutral. That's where he's getting these strings. That's where he's building up a whole lot of damage on top of LDZ. He doesn't have to go off stage to finish off stocks. He can just stay on stage and just get something simple like a down sig.
Nice downlight nair, chase dodge Sarah, and a ground pound. We've seen Diakou put those to great effect. LDZ going back. Pugsyxd a little bit slow to rotate back to the right. He does get that recovery. LDZ does not have a weapon right now. Looking for the neutral sig. I don't even think that would have had the right angle. It would have peeked him over the edge, and LDZ is going to punish and take that kill, take a little bit of a lead.
And once again, LDZ gets the stock before Pugsyxd. Pugsyxd is going to be coming back. This time he doesn't have the sword. He doesn't have the option to go for that neutral sig off stage. He's going to have the guitars. He might be able to throw out a down sig or go for like a neutral light into a recovery, but LDZ is not giving him any room to do that.
We're seeing Pugsyxd completely wait on the stage. He wanted that stage control. I think he was hoping to catch LDZ with the final frames of that, just the max range that it has. LDZ's going to end up turning around and getting that side signature of his own. Falling Pugsyxd down with the ground pound. Pugsyxd's going to end up getting the unarmed recovery, looking to chase him into the air. The downlight. Oh, and the delayed recovery, and that is going to take out LDZ. LDZ on his last stock. Pugsyxd very much in the red. There aren't just got a weapon spawn, but LDZ really he doesn't need them.
LDZ is going to be switching back to the bow. He's going to be waiting for Pugsyxd to get back in. Pugsyxd's so deep in the red that if LDZ hits almost anything, if he hits a signature, if he hits a ground pound off stage, if he hits a side air off stage, Pugsyxd could be saying goodbye to the upper bracket.
And Pugsyxd was sitting like right on the edge over there, but LDZ is going to hit that recovery so high in the air at that point that was going to take out Pugsyxd, and that is the set going the way of LDZ. LDZ looking unstoppable right now.
He's a monster that you don't really think about. He's like the monster under the bed. It's just scary how simple he makes it look.
He makes everything look easy. He makes me think that when I go into my ranked games, I'm going to be able to do the things that he does. And that's what a real professional does. They make the hard things look so incredibly easy.
And he's just been so consistent and so precise with every single thing that he does. He picks up the bow, and the second he's off stage, you're seeing the stairs, you're seeing the dares, and you're seeing the ground pounds, and even if he misses one, he's already there with something else to take off another stock from you. It is very difficult to find an answer to LDZ.
And with winning that set, LDZ has secured his spot in the grand finals.
He, once again, has potential to continue on his 1v1 history of not losing, but he might continue on his BCX history of getting second place if somebody makes the loser's run and takes him down.
That's true, but LDZ has guaranteed a top two placement. That is huge. Now he can sit back and relax. Now he can take the break that Twlight and Diakou had earlier while he was having to make that lower bracket run. Now Pugsyxd might have to do that. Boomie might have to do that. eggsoup might have to do that. Ephi might have to do that. Twlight might have to do that. Diakou might have to do that. These are all the people that LDZ might have to face later on. So I think he's probably going to sit back. He's not going to theory craft quite yet because there are so many people that he would have to worry about. There's so many options he would have to cover right now. So he's going to wait till that bracket kind of funnels down. He's going to wait to see who wins between eggsoup and Ephi, who wins between Twlight and Diakou, who wins between Maltimum, who wins between Boomie and those other players, and then he's really going to have to start thinking about how he's going to tackle that.
You know LDZ a little bit better than me. Is he really a theory crafter? Is he really one of those cerebral players who thinks about the matchups and all that? Because it seems like he just plays Koji and he just plays the game how he wants to play, and he lets other people figure it out for him.
Now I don't necessarily know LDZ better than you. I talk to him more than you do, but LDZ to me, he's kind of an enigma. Like, every conversation I've had with him, specifically at BCX, he's come up to me and said, yo, are you the real Spooky 878? That is honestly 80% of the conversations that I've had with him. It's usually BM back and forth between me and him. I give him a hard time saying that he's probably the third best player in North America. That's usually the relationship that me and LDZ have. So I honestly don't know if he's a theory crafter or not, or if he thinks to himself, I'm just going to show up and do my job the best that I can because I am the best player.
I mean, you saw the video. He is very confident in his ability to play. He thinks that he is the best in the West and potentially the best in all of Brawlhalla, and he's got the grand finals to prove it, but he will be awaiting the losers bracket coming up in just a little bit. I believe the next match we have coming up is going to be eggsoup and Ephi. I talked about it a little while ago. Ephi was the one who knocked eggsoup into the lower bracket.
This is a run back of what we saw earlier. This is eggsoup's redemption. Both of them are in the lower bracket, so they are fighting for their tournament life at this point. But I touched on it earlier when we saw them fight before, but there are kind of two schools of thought going here. eggsoup, by his own admittance, this isn't me being a jerk, eggsoup has said that he has little to no game knowledge. He feels everything. That's how he reacts. He does it based on feeling what he thinks might work in that situation, by reaction time, by pure mechanical skill alone. Now, on the other hand, Ephi is one of those players that has so much game knowledge. By Diakou's words, Ephi is one of the smartest people in this entire game, but he lacks mechanical execution. He has those little kind of silly problems that just will plague him over and over again, and even though he knows everything, if he had to play the game out on paper, he could probably win. But when it comes to actual execution live in tournament, he seems to have issues. So we have two different things going on.
I guess eggsoup is on stage as I hear the Ilgrims in my ear.
I wish they would keep eggsoup away until it's actually time. Don't give him a button check anymore. He doesn't get a keyboard.
Just lock him up until it is time. But I believe they are going to be going into the button checks. It is going to be eggsoup versus Ephi, and it is going to be essentially the game of brains versus brawn. eggsoup coming in as not literally the brawnier of the two, but he is the more technical, the more reactionary player between the two.
Now we're seeing Ulgrim and Bodvar. I think this is just specifically for button check. Egg has played almost exclusively Val for the past 6 to 8 months, if I'm not mistaken. My guess is we'll see Ephi come in with the frags. He's been favoring that in 1v1. He's been favoring that in 2v2. His guns are absolutely impeccable. If he has the string potential that he can physically execute against eggsoup, I think he has DPS potential on par with eggs with gauntlets.
The big thing here is if Ephi decides to come out with be Vrax's pick, eggsoup is more than likely not going to try to go Val against it. He doesn't like the Gauntlet versus Lance matchup, so there's potential for him to switch to Hattori, but no, he's going to try to fight it. He's going to go Val to the Lord Vrax. He doesn't want to have to try to learn Hattori on the spot. Instead, he's going to just go with the Val.
I think even if he went with Hattori, Ephi doesn't have to rely on the weapon advantage in his favor against specifically Gauntlets. Ephi's Lance today, how many amazing Lance players have we seen here today? They're going to change some minds of people on the Reddit. They've changed my mind a little bit. I didn't think Lance was terrible. I thought it lacked a lot. You just have to be as good as these people here are today with it. And I expect the world from Ephi right now because this is his last chance to prove himself.
Well, I think he's proven himself to some degree, as he's been able to get top 8 in both the 2v2 and the 1v1. But eggsoup looking to prove himself as the Val king, some might say, as he starts off with a big string onto Ephi.
And here we are going to see Ephi do a lot of chain dodging, do a lot of a movement with those speed dodges. Ephi is somebody who will grab tech. Any tech he can get his hands on, that is in his toolkit. Was he the first person who discovered X pivoting?
Honestly, I don't know.
I think it was somebody from EU. It might have been Ephi. I think he was the person who named it, but regardless, he was one of the first people to do it, if not the first.
I mean, he was definitely one of the early adopters for sure. One of the people who picked it up and really tried to make the most out of it, and that's where his gunplay really has started to excel. He's picked up those X pivots and done what he can with it. On the other side, eggsoup, he's the embodiment of aggressive play. He doesn't like to let his opponent breathe. He likes to just go on top of them, do whatever he feels is necessary, and build up damage however he can.
I think if Ephi has the guns out, Egg is going to want to be on top of him at all times. He's going to want to keep that aggression up because Ephi is somebody who will follow up with chase dodges a lot. And if eggsoup is able to stay in those gun dead zones, he is really going to tear Ephi apart. And that's really what we saw first stock was Egg's positioning in those zones, which is why Ephi is staying with this Lance and using it to its maximum potential, using everything that the kit has to offer with the down airs, with the nairs, with the down lights, with the neutral lights to poke.
But Egg is going to be able to make it back. That defense for Val, making it very difficult for the 4-force of Vrax to finish off this stock. Goes for the ground pound, but once again, negative frame advantage makes it so that eggsoup can get the side stick. He gets a neutral sig. He's just sending Vrax all over the stage. Thankfully, he's got the Lance, he's got the horizontal movement thanks to those Sayers and Dares, but there's just a lot of pressure coming out from eggsoup.
And Ephi's not in good shape right now. He's getting into that very deep red on his second stock, while Egg is still in that same spot on his first stock. Egg has some room to play with. He has room to be aggressive. He has room to hit those neutral lights, follow up with those Sayers. He gets the Sayer from the left, sending Ephi to the right. I don't think Ephi can take any more hits.
I mean, technically it depends on what the hit is, but there's definitely a lot of potential here for eggsoup to finish off another stock, and that will do it. That side air takes down the Vrax. Eggsoup not looking too pretty. I think the odds of a 3 stock are very, very low, but at the same time, he's built up so much damage. He's built up such a huge lead. It's going to be very difficult for Ephi to win this out.
We almost saw a huge gimp there. I want to see Ephi staying on the stage, trying to fight him out in the neutral game rather than going off stage. Lance is kind of weak off stage. I think that is across the board. Even with the best Lance players in the world, they tend to struggle a little bit off stage, especially against something like Gauntlets and Egg's Gauntlets.
Egg has a really strong Gauntlet kit. I think Lance in particular was saying that Gauntlets versus Lance, if they can get above it, if they can use those ground pounds from the Gauntlet kit, it can be really devastating to fight against as the Lance player.
Seeing Ephi kind of slow down a little bit, go more towards the speed that he's playing against EREM, and Egg was looking for that ground pound, gets the dare to reset his jumps. Look how far that weapon toss sent him.
There's so much damage built up on eggsoup. He went for the slide charge down sig, but Ephi is going to get above him, get a ground pound to finish off this stock, so there will be no 3 stock, but eggsoup is looking so strong in this game.
And it's this mechanical
4
execution.
recoveries?
It might have been using every single one of his jumps as recovery, using those exhausted recoveries, as I think they're officially called in TWK's frame data compendium. But we were talking about the mechanical execution earlier, and that's what Ephi is still struggling with. These downlights into the chase dodge neutral light, I think Vrax is the only person who can do that. It might need 8 decks to do that combo. Definitely Vrax is one of those. He can do the side light into the gravity cancel neutral sig, but Ephi struggled with that as well. It's just been this mechanical execution.
Well, he is starting to get his execution on point as he's actually built up quite a bit of damage onto eggsoup, and eggsoup, despite having Ephi in the red for quite a while, has just joined him in the final stocks.
Now, what is Ephi doing now that he didn't do in the first 2 stocks? How is he able to build up this damage and get these kills when he was completely unable to before?
You're seeing a whole lot more of the downlights hitting consistently, and he's following up off of them in a lot better ways. eggsoup, I think he has been shaken a little bit as he just completely waited for Ephi to return back to the stage so he can get the kill with that downlight side air. He's got a little bit of a smug look on his face, but there was some solid lance play from Ephi, and I think he's starting to remember what happened yesterday. It was the lance play from him that really helped him solidify the win against eggsoup.
I wonder if we're going to see any coaching here to come up to help Ephi. Maybe from Marshall up here. We saw Zaloxery come up earlier and help out one of his boys. I wonder if we're going to see any coaching for the rest of the EU boys here. Anybody from Reason could come up and help Ephi out. Maybe we'll just see.
Might see Diakou come out. We did see Diakou coach on lands. There's also potential on the other side. eggsoup, there's he's got his friend group that could potentially come up. You could see Pugsyxd come over and say, hey, here's how you can fight Lance a little bit better. There's definitely potential on both sides for coaching.
And we're seeing Egg switch to this Hattori here. I don't specifically know how much practice he's had with this. I'm sure this isn't just throwing something at the wall and seeing what sticks. I think he's had this in his back pocket maybe for a little while now, as people have sort of picked up Lance specifically as anti-gauntlets. So this isn't totally surprising, but I don't know what potential he has with this.
Well, just bare minimum. A lot of times you don't see people who win a game switch characters. Usually they're like, I did well with that character, I'm going to stick with the character. But eggsoup, maybe not as confident with that character 2 games in a row. He knows that Ephi is a very cerebral character, so maybe if he just keeps switching characters, it makes it very difficult for Ephi to really adopt what eggsoup is doing.
And maybe that's what we saw in the first game. Give Ephi time and he can adapt. That's what we saw in the last stock. The first 2 stocks disappeared like nothing. But then when Ephi was on last stock, bumping his head a little bit. Oh, and he didn't go for the Neutralite into the X pivot nair. That's usually what we see after the Neutralite follow-up. He went for the double chain dodge. Maybe he was looking for a recovery follow-up if Egg dodged up and right as a kill-off.
Ooh. But eggsoup, he's not going for any of that fancy stuff. He just goes alongside Ephi, chases him under the stage, and then catches him with the cider. You're seeing the shadow steps coming out from eggsoup. He only does that when his opponent is off stage, though. You're not seeing him really use it as an aggressive option anymore.
I think he's using it as it's sort of a taunt. You see people doing it in your ranked games. They'll kind of look left, look right, look left, look right. This is Egg's version of that, where he does it at light speed.
Ephi is starting to go for the kill options here. You saw that side signature come out. He's going to start fishing for those kill options. He's got the lance in hand. That nair is not going to be a kill option, but he's looking for something. He's looking for the side light into the recovery, or a side light into a gravity cancel neutral stick, or he's going to switch to the guns and go for a recovery or a signature as well.
Or he might just take a page out of Memoria's book and go for these side air kills. Egg has a ton of damage on him. That side air from the middle of the stage almost killed Egg. He was able to pick up that low recovery. At that point, there was enough damage for it to kill off the top.
I like that he's sticking with his lance. He's had so much success with this lance play. He's going for the big string, goes for a sidelight recovery, wants the follow-up nair, but eggsoup is able to jump outside of it. But eggsoup, he's having trouble. He really is struggling to find an answer to the lance play from Ephi, but Ephi's also got some fantastic gunplay. That's a big string coming out from Ephi.
And it was interesting, he did the gravity cancel downlight into the X pivot nair. He didn't go for the recovery. That was something that Boomie really introduced me into, because that's something that you can do somewhat reliably if you do it at the right angle. Maybe he wasn't, maybe you need to be a little bit lower to the ground, I'm not quite sure.
Ooh, but he is going to still pick up another recovery onto eggsoup. That seems to be his main kill option with those guns, is those recoveries. Eggsoup's going to catch him with a side air, punishing that down signature from the Vrax. But Ephi's been able to stay relatively even. If he can finish the stock off of Egg, we're going to be seeing a very even final stocks of this game.
He's going to have to get a weapon, though. You saw how far that unarmed recovery sent him. It wasn't even off stage yet. That one finally is. He has these guns. He has recovery kill options. He could go for the Sair.
Oh, and the clash!
The clash, ending the forward or upward movement of that recovery, completely ending the kill option, which is that final blast.
And eggsoup, he's playing so patient. You're not seeing him immediately jump over the corner. You're not seeing him fight to get back on stage. Instead, he waited for Ephi to come off stage, and then it went all the way around underneath the stage, completely disengages so that he can come back up safely.
And all of these pokes with side light, I think Ephi's at kind of a loss right now as to what to do. That dare, is that dare going to kill?
eggsoup still makes it back, but that's just an insane amount of damage on eggsoup that a gun dare off stage might as well have been a sword dare.
There were no more color changes in Ephi's health bar. That Sayer killed from above and right of the stage. It killed on the left side. Ephi just simply needs to kill faster. There are signature options from Grax. I don't want to see as much of the side signature. You are locked into animation frames for quite a long time. We're seeing the damage come out, though. We saw him do recoveries somewhat regularly earlier. I'd like to see maybe a dare into a neutral sig read. You can sometimes get those as well, but the neutral sig from Egg is going to be what takes Ephi out. And Egg is up 2-0 on Ephi. Is he going to get the salty run back?
I don't know. He is sticking with the Hattori. This time, Ephi does have the opportunity to really hone in on what Egg is doing with this character pick, and Ephi was coming back. He was building up a whole lot of damage. He had momentum with those guns. eggsoup just barely manages to catch him with that neutral sig, but Ephi is able to put out so much damage, so much DPS to the fact that he had more damage than eggsoup. It's just he needs to clean up his kill efficiency. He needs to make sure that he's killing eggsoup when he gets him into that kill range.
He ended up wasting so much time on that second stock taking that out. He hit something like 3 sidelights, but look at this damage. The DPS from Ephi with that lance is as much, if not greater, than his guns.
I looked away for half a second, and Ephi had just this massive string. I saw a downlight into a speed dodge neutral light just to finish it off, but there was a whole lot more before it.
And it looks like Ephi is consciously going for the neutral light into the chain dodge left, chain dodge up left, and then he followed that up with a dare. That's something I've not really seen. That's one of Ephi's plays in the Ephi playbook.
He definitely has his own play style of weaponry. He likes to use those weapons very uniquely, and part of it is that cerebralness, that intelligence to understand how to bring out the most of the kit, how to use it as efficiently as possible. eggsoup with a very interesting gravity cancel down sig, trying to put a giant hitbox out to catch Ephi, but Ephi does make it past him.
And as someone who tends to struggle with killing, I'm talking about eggsoup here, it looks like Ephi is having just as much trouble. He's having to kill with side airs. We don't see a lot of players having to do that. It's like Memoria is one of the few who tends to do that, and that's just because he knows that side air spacing so well.
He is actually going to end up finishing off the stock with a sidelight into a recovery, but like you were saying, he's being very inefficient in the kills. He builds up a whole lot of damage, but it's not like Memoria where he builds it up safely. He has been able to trade out a little bit more efficiently than eggsoup. In fact, it's starting to become a lot more efficiently, but at the end of the day, Ephi has struggled to finish off stocks. eggsoup has gotten into the dark red on a lot of his stocks.
And this poke from Ephi is just bringing Egg further into the red. It's so strong. He knows the spacing so well. Egg's not able to chain dodge in at all. Ephi's finally going to fall, but Egg's not able to get in safely onto Ephi. He's not able to utilize those chase dodge iframes. He's not able to get into that gun dead zone. He's just getting poked out.
Oh, and eggsoup, he just jumped right into the Sayer from Ephi. I know he likes to play with his feelings. I know he likes to just kind of do whatever he feels is right in the moment, but he's got to start thinking a little bit harder about the options that he's going for, about the decisions that he's going to do, and start punishing Ephi.
And Egg is just over-spacing Ephi right now. Ephi was using the spacing on his guns. Now Egg is using his spacing to outspace that lance, so that when Ephi finishes that sidelight or that side air, he is right in Egg's punish range.
Ooh, Egg goes for a hard read with that gravity cancel side sig, but once again, Ephi's spacing out with those guns, gets a nice falling side air to finish off the stock of eggsoup, and eggsoup's going to be coming out on his last stock, and he's struggled a little bit here in Game 3 to finish off the stocks of Ephi.
Now we're seeing Ephi, he's not going to
missed the recovery.
That probably would have killed. That was a very high recovery up there. It does have a much more vertical force vector than the ground pound does.
eggsoup does chain dodge over him, catches Ephi with the dare right through the soft platform, is going to be even up the stocks, but if Ephi gets guns, it's going to be dangerous. He's built up so much damage so quickly every single time he's had these guns.
He's even been able to do that with his lance as well, and he's had a little bit more luck killing with the lance. There's a dare into a stare. He was looking for the side light, ended up hitting it. Now Eggs getting in that gun dead zone.
But he's trying to chain dodge on top of him. Ephi using chain dodges in his own way. He's more so using it to get back the spacing that he wants. But at the same time, it's very hard to chain dodge when the other person is also trying to chain dodge through you.
Now when it looks like Egg's going to initiate, Ephi just jumps. Sometimes he jumps once, sometimes he double jumps. He just completely backs off from that Egg onslaught and then comes down on him with a dare.
But Egg is mixing up his chain dodge approaches. You've seen him go for 3 straight in a row. Sometimes he'll go 1 straight and the 2 upwards. He really likes to keep changing it up so that Ephi can't adopt it. He can't adapt to it, and he has Ephi on the back foot.
And if eggsoup gets the win here, he is sending Ephi home.
Ooh,
that's going to take it. That is going
recovery.
to keep Ephi alive. Going 2-1 right now, going into game 4. The hugs coming out, the respect
a little bit early
coming out for both teams.
The set's not over, but they have a lot of respect for each other. Eggsoup's got a grin on his face, so does Ephi. They're having a blast in this 1v1, but at the end of the day, only one of them can win and continue on.
Coming into the final game, fighting for their tournament life here. I cannot stress that enough. The loser of this is done. The winner of this ends up facing Boomie. Who do you think is going to have a better chance against Boomie?
I think eggsoup has had more history against Boomie. I think eggsoup has had a slightly better record against Boomie than a lot of other NA players, but Ephi's kind of an unknown at this point. I don't think any of the NA players really knew what to expect coming out of Ephi, and I have to believe that Ephi's he's got a lot of potential.
I think he's gotten a lot better as he's been playing 1v1s, and there you're seeing the side light gravity cancel neutral sig. That's one of the first ones that he's actually connected with today.
He's definitely cleaning up those execution errors. He had a lot of trouble with those sidelights into the gravity cancel neutral sigs, but it seems like he's had practice. Maybe he was in the lab all night yesterday, or since the 2v2 has been practicing to make sure that he can get those hits.
There's a nice stacked gun neutral signature as well. We haven't seen hardly any gun signatures from him at all, so he's changing it up in this game 5. Oh, he misses the last blast. There's the clash there. Eggsoup gets the ground pound. Eggsoup going just over Ephi here. A little bit of room for Egg to work with.
Eggsoup is really starting to mix it up. He's switching to the spear play. We haven't seen a whole lot of his spear play. We saw a lot of his sword play, and that was what he was using to stay on top of Ephi, especially when Ephi's got the guns. He'll go to the spear to keep the pressure on top of him. He's got a little bit stronger stacked options, but when he's got the spear in hand, he's got a lot of aggressive options as well, and it's interesting to see him start to bring that out as we get further on in the set.
Now we're seeing him start to sprinkle those chain dodges in every now and then. He's not using them quite as much as he used to, as we saw him in the last US 1v1, as he was somewhat yesterday in his pools games. It's little blips on the radar every now and then, just to shake up his movement and to change his approaches for Ephi. Ephi finally, did he kill with a nair? Was that a nair? That was on
below
the left side.
Stage.
That was such a low-hitting nair. I can't believe that killed.
Nair, not a very common kill option. That's just a testament to how much damage Eggsoup took. He was very dark in the red, but you don't get to see the numbers, so you don't actually know. But Ephi having to kill with a nair off stage, that's just a very strong lack of kill efficiency.
And that's giving Egg so much time to build up this damage. That's why you're seeing Ephi in the red. He is starting to really put some damage numbers onto Egg, as Egg is just starting to get in the red. That Sayer's going to proc into the right. The weapon toss might just end that stock.
Taken down.
Ephi was behind, who is now ahead.
Ephi with this lance play starts turning on the heat onto Eggsoup. You saw a lot of down lights into the speed dodge neutral lights. He's putting out so much pressure with this lance. I'd love to see him basically just stick with his lance. It's been a really fantastic play, but the side sig from Eggsoup will even up the stocks.
I would agree with you on sticking with the lance. His gunplay has been very hit and miss. When he's been hitting with it, when he's been following up correctly with it, the DPS has been huge, the kill potential has been huge, but there's also a significant amount of time where he's been having a lot of trouble taking a lot of damage. Right now, he's hardly hitting anything. For the past 5-10 seconds, he's thrown out 2, 3, 4 attacks. None of them have hit. He's been getting punished multiple times.
I think Eggsoup is just a little bit more familiar with the matchup against guns. Against Lance, not a whole lot of people play Lance. Lance is kind of one of those wonky weapons that not a lot of people really understand the way that Ephi lands and so on and so forth, understand. And that's part of the reason why Ephi's been so effective with it. But he's still got the gun kit. He's still having a whole lot of success with it as he hits a side air, sends eggsoup off of the stage. And maybe we're going to see some spear play come out?
We need to see the kill coming out from Ephi ASAP. We need that now, or else eggsoup is going to have the time that he's had before to build up the damage and end up turning it around on him. Ephi needs the kill options coming out fast. Not just these nairs, not just these side airs, not just these down lights. He needs to get that stack neutral sig that we saw earlier. He needs to...
Seeing the double speed dodge again.
There is a weapon on the field. I'd like to see him throw those guns away. He almost got the AoE from that gun ground pound.
That's the second time Ephi has gone for a ground pound. eggsoup has gone right underneath him, but Ephi cancels it out onto the stage.
Oh,
He drops recovery!
Ephi dropping the blast of that recovery. If only he can pick up a lance at this point and get a sideline recovery. And Ephi...
eggsoup right behind him.
Ephi has the lance. This could be what he needs. Ephi just now getting into the red. Oh, and he misses the recovery! Ephi has the guns again. A weapon that he's had trouble killing with. He's dropped recoveries. Tournament nerves.
Down sig. Ephi's in trouble. We're going to see the spear come out from eggsoup. Nair.
One more kill move will do it at this point. You see him going for those recoveries. Those will probably kill. He probably only needs to take one.
He could kill with the Sarah at this point. Eggsoup's doing a great job avoiding the damage on Twlight. They've built up so much damage on each other that the kill options have got to be coming out. Recovery!
He's looking for another one. He's
The Sarah will do it! The Sarah will do it!
The mid-stage Sarah. Ephi staying alive. Ephi coming back. This is incredible from Ephi, the turnaround. Those little mistakes that he was making earlier, he's still making some of them. He is not playing perfect by any means, but there is still life in Ephi. There is still life in Reason's EU Dream. This is the last player in top 8 from Reason. This is their last hope with Ephi.
Well, he is having a strong showing. He is putting all the hopes and dreams of the Reason boys on him, on his shoulders, as he is even with eggsoup. I believe it is 2-2, and this is the moment of truth. Will Ephi once again take down eggsoup, or will eggsoup get the run back?
It could go either way here. If we see a little bit better kill efficiency from Ephi, he's still struggling with that. He killed with a Sair from the middle of the stage. Getting to that point, you got to look at his kill efficiency and think, you got to be able to find something. We saw him hit a stacked neutral sig. There are dare options. You fast fall and then you read where your opponent dodged. Then you go for a neutral sig in that direction with the guns. We've seen him hit the side light into the gravity cancel neutral sig. We've seen him hit it a couple times now. We've seen him kill with side light into recovery. There are kill options, but it seems like he's having trouble executing them when it really matters.
There's also potential for him to pull out what Kyler Alice pulled out, which was a side air into a speed dodge, diagonal speed dodge recovery. He can bring that out if he wants to mix up his kill options. It still leads to the recovery, which has been a strong kill option for Ephi.
We're not seeing really any momentum yet. It's both players are kind of trading hits back and forth. Eggsoup's hit Ephi a couple more times than Ephi's hit eggsoup, but we're seeing the damage equal. Both players playing the footsie game so well right now, using their movement to not get hit.
It's just been little glimmers of damage here and there. Ephi, he's gotten fewer strings, but they've been larger damage numbers. It's been the down light and that speed dodge neutral light to build up and keep it even with eggsoup. Recovery comes out. eggsoup does take it to the face, but Ephi still has enough jumps to get to the wall.
Ooh, there's some serious damage. Those double dares coming out. If he would have been able to continue that, that could have been huge if he was able to keep Egg down in that shenanigan zone.
Neutral sig comes out.
Neutral sig, they'll just pop up all of a sudden. Neutral sig, the wake up neutral sig coming out of eggsoup, and that's the surprise that Ephi needs with his signatures.
He needs to just kind of bust him out. Vrax does have that 8 dexterity. It makes it so that he can come out swinging with those signatures and make it very surprising. But he hasn't really done a lot. He hasn't really gone for the signature kit of Vrax, especially with those guns. We saw one down sig just now. We're starting to see him go for a lot more signatures. The neutral sig will pick up eggsoup and take him down, but he's got to bring it in a little bit more.
You saw eggsoup get a little bit reckless towards the end of that stock, and Ephi completely capitalized on it. You saw Egg chase dodge, try to do an attack to cover with iframes, then he continued the chase dodge, those chain dodges going in, and Ephi just pretty much was able to play around it. He was able to stay in the air where you cannot chain dodge.
but eggsoup does have the health advantage now. He's gotten Ephi off stage. I'm surprised he didn't go for a slide charge. Neutral sig. Couldn't get the wall touch.
I think Ephi was trying to commit to going under, then he realized he didn't have enough jumps to make it, so he tried to cut back, he tried to get that recovery, and that just wasn't enough. That's Ephi throwing away a stock when he couldn't. That was just a miscounting of his jumps. That's those little errors coming out of Ephi.
And that is going to be heartbreaking because that just put him on tournament stock, and eggsoup had really not taken a whole lot of damage on his second stock. Ephi really couldn't have afforded that.
Now we're seeing a lot of movement with those dodges that we didn't see. We're seeing a lot of move forward, back dodge. We're seeing some chain dodges coming out of Ephi. A lot more directional dodges to get through and then punish eggsoup. A lot of aggression coming out from Ephi, even though he's still trying to space with those guns.
But on the other side, we're seeing eggsoup do a lot of dodge through pivot side lights, things like that, to really keep Ephi on his toes, just using moves to redirect himself, change up his positioning, and keep himself just around Ephi. Dare to punish the recovery. Eggsoup starting to find those timings. Nice spot dodge into the neutral sig.
Fantastic punish from Ephi. I want to see him spot dodge more because that will keep him in punish range where he can throw out those neutral sigs, throw out those side signatures, maybe even throw out those down signatures if eggsoup is going to dodge away. I want to see that more from Ephi. Fantastic option there.
He is going to get the kill with a side air from about center stage, but he's taking so much damage. He's in the orange on that 4 defense Vrax.
He is sticking with these guns, but he's just starting to get into the orange now. Ephi has a little bit of room to work with. He's not super in dead mode, in kill mode yet. Now we're seeing the neutral lights into the X pivot recoveries, or sorry, the X pivot nairs. I'm a little confused as to why we weren't seeing those earlier. He was going into 2 dodges. Maybe he saw they weren't working. The side signature from Egg, the patience from Egg, right on the edge. Egg is moving on. So long, farewell. Auf Wiedersehen, saying goodbye to Ephi. Reason has to be proud of Ephi. All of Ephi's fans, all of Ephi's teammates, all of Ephi's friends have to be proud of the incredible play that he was able to put out today in 2v2, in 1v1. But congratulations to Egg, who will be moving on.
And he's going to be moving on to fight the one and only Boomie, which is a match that they've fought before, but a solid play from eggsoup in that. It was a lot of very aggressive speed dodges, a lot of speed dodge cancels. He stayed right on top of Ephi. He did start to struggle against the Lance play, but he eventually found his path through it and got the big hits to take down Ephi.
And even though Ephi did end up losing that set, he did show a little bit better mechanical skill and mechanical execution towards the end. He was getting those side lights into gravity cancel neutral sigs. He was getting the neutral lights into the X pivot nairs. He was getting the down light into the chase dodge neutral light. He was getting all of those pretty consistently towards the end, and that shows Ephi's growth as a player as he kind of morphs into this player who has the knowledge of a library, and now he's getting that mechanical execution online. He's going to be someone that everybody will fear.
He is definitely becoming a major threat. But speaking of major threats, we are going to be going to the other side of the bracket. I believe we're going to be watching Twlight versus Diakou, a set that you are incredibly excited for.
I'm excited for it. I think everybody at home should be excited for it. These are teammates. They just won the 2v2. They were both on stage together. They were hugging earlier today. They both have the exact same trophy, the award. How is that going to play into their 1v1 dynamic?
Well, the real thing here is I'm sure Diakou is a little bit more confident. We were talking about during that 2v2 set, Diakou was the one frequently looking to Twlight and saying, here's what adjustments need to be made. Diakou is really the brains of the operation, it seems like, in that 2v2 team. And Daikou's got to have confidence that he's going to be able to outplay Twlight in this upcoming 1v1.
I'm sure the second that they won, they were probably excited. If they weren't excited, they're absolutely crazy. I'm sure they were excited, but they had to be thinking almost immediately, oh no, I have to face this person that was sitting right next to me who was on my team. I have to face them now, not only just in a best of 5, but in a lower bracket best of 5. We will not see a top 3 placing from Twlight and Diakou. One of them will be going home from 1v1 at this point.
The real question is which one of them is going to do it, and it's going to be a little bit bittersweet regardless, because I'm sure it's a bit frustrating to lose to your 2v2 partner, but at the end of the day, you also have to be a little bit proud of him to know that you're going to be confident in your 2v2 partner to get very far in this tournament. Twlight and Diakou, these are two very heavy hitters, two people that I personally think are solid threats to the current 1v1 grand finalist waiting for everyone else, LDZ.
I can't help but think that Diakou, I don't want to say he's a different class of player than Twlight, because that makes you think that the skill gap between them is gigantic when it's not. I think he's a notch above Twlight, though. I just think he is. Twlight is a very consistent player, and some people might say that and hear me say same old Twlight and think that Twlight is boring. That's absolutely not the case. Twlight is somebody who mastered his playstyle so long ago and so well that he's only had to tweak it slightly, just update it a little bit every now and then as the game starts to change. Whereas Diakou is somebody who's sort of shifted. He's played the Bodvar for quite a long time. He used to play Taros quite a bit, but now he's shifted to this Ragnar, who has the axe that he's familiar with, but Katars as well for this new Katar meta.
But Diakou adopting this Ragnar, he is an absolute monster with this Ragnar. Most of it has been off stage, though. A lot of his aggression, a lot of his success has been off stage, where he gets these big gimps, these Katar gimps, these axe dare gimps. It's just been completely beating out the opposition off stage, beating out their jumps in a way that's similar to Twlight, in the sense that like Twlight likes to stay with the jumps and get stairs, but Diakou is more vertical. He likes to stay right above his opponent and get the dares.
I'm going to put you on the spot and ask you, who do you think has the better set of Katars?
I think Diakou does. I think Diakou has a less traditional set of Katars. You see Twlight kind of go for more standard kind of Katar play. He likes those dare approaches. He likes a lot of Sayers, very similar to how he plays the sword. Whereas Diakou, he's kind of made Katars his own little pet project, where he goes for a lot of falling nairs and a lot of, he'll go for the standard style of gimps with the dares and Sayers, but you'll see dares and nairs come out as well from him.
I would tend to agree with you there. I think Diakou has the stronger edge guard game for sure with Katars. I think Twlight might have a little better on-stage grounded play, but above stage in the air, I think Diakou will also have that with those falling nairs. And I think those 2 out of 3 that Diakou has, I think that puts him over Twlight.
I do want to point out Diakou has taken off his jacket. That means this is the serious business time.
But he does have his scarf tightly wrapped around his neck. This is November in Georgia. This is the South. I'm still confused as to why Diakou has been so cold these entire weekend.
I'm not sure. I mean, he's from Norway. I generally assume Norway to be a relatively cold area, but apparently Diakou finds Georgia equally cold or colder.
Maybe it's just the building. Maybe they have the AC cranked up so high. I'm not sure what that is, but with that around his neck, he's still repping Norway. You see him with the jersey on. He doesn't have the jacket on top of it now. He is out there repping Eanix, and Twlight sitting right next to him, representing 3s up. We have some of the big boy sponsored players here. This is really it. Twlight, one of the most consistent top-placing North America players. Diakou, one of the most consistent top-playing EU players. Strictly 1v1, Diakou is one of the best. Strictly 1v1, Twlight is one of the best. They are both here, and it's a shame that we're going to have to see one walk away.
It is. It's going to be heartbreaking, regardless of who it is that gets taken down. Heartbreaking for us, but as I have to assume it's going to be a little bit heartbreaking for them as well, to see one of them walk off the stage knowing that they will be taking their teammate out of the tournament.
Not only are they teammates that we saw play together earlier and win the 2v2, Diakou, he trained Twlight. Twlight knew Diakou as Exo back when he was named Exo, back when his Twitch name was Berserk Exo, back when he played under the name Exo. He saw the transition. Diakou is the senpai, Twlight is the kohai.
I'm just proud of you for knowing that
I knew the words, right?
Yeah.
I know it because of 30 Rock, not because of anime.
Should watch more anime. But Diakou and Twlight are going to be fighting out, and it seems like Twlight wants to play sword, while Diakou, he threw away the axe specifically to go Katars onto Twlight, and he's not really having success. He's not really getting on top of Twlight.
And I think Twlight might have this weapon matchup advantage because of specifically the range. That the range of sword is something that Twlight has made his name with. He knows the exact range. He knows how far he can stay away from somebody and still safely hit them.
He's very precise with his side airs. He knows how to max range it, whereas Diakou, he doesn't have the benefit of being able to max range his Katars. He has to be on top of Twlight. He has to be stacked and has to be swinging for the fences to get Twlight.
Twlight took Diakou into the orange rather quickly, but Daikou's brought Twlight right on the border of red. But that big Sair slap just jumping up. He didn't have to do any complicated offstage play. It wasn't a dare into a Sair. He didn't have to do a falling nair. He didn't have to bring himself into the magnifying glass. He just hit that Sair.
Just like that?
Same thing with Diakou, though. That's what you can expect from his axe play.
It's very simple. It's distilled down to what is critical to be a strong axe player, and it's a lot of dares off stage for quick kills. And he's going in with the Katar Gimp. He gets a dare into his Sair, tries to back away, but Twlight is going to stay right underneath him. He didn't panic jump, so he isn't going to run out of any sort of optionary. He makes it back safely, but Diakou has put out quite a bit of damage with that Katar string.
Twilight's starting to get a little bit worse of the trades here as he's getting into the red. Diakou staying in the yellow. That side signature was big, almost sending Twlight off the screen. That's just more damage that Diakou can put under his belt. Is he going to get an axe here? I think he'd hope for the axe. Going for the recovery, doesn't even need the axe. He was high enough in the air to send Twlight into the kill box. That is a huge lead, almost a full stock lead for Diakou.
But Twlight is looking to take that lead away as he gets the nairs. He was going for the juggle on top of Diakou, but Diakou is able to survive. He had just enough health that, again, he didn't get sent into the kill box. Twlight hasn't been touched on his last stock, though.
This recovery coming out, putting a ton of damage. Is it 24 now?
I think so.
It's
yeah, they reined it
24
back.
damage. That is a huge amount of damage on a single move. A very safe move, a very strong aerial punish move. Somebody's playing floaty, throw out that sword recovery, but Twilight's the one kind of playing a little bit floatier now.
Twlight is trying to play safely. He's trying to make sure he's not making any major risks with his playstyle. He is going to go off stage against Diakou, but Daikou's so far in the red that if Twlight gets tapped, he can answer back relatively quickly, and it will take off the stock of Diakou. That dare should take the stock off. Yes, it will. And Twlight didn't take too much damage for that entire kill.
That was such a fortunate angle for Twlight that it didn't bounce Diakou off the stage. It sent him straight down and just a little bit to the left. Fantastic angle, but Diakou has that axe. We are going to see some chunks come out of Twilight's health bar.
Diakou, he's staying just 1 or 2 jumps height. He's trying to stay right above Twlight. You're seeing him go for the speed dodge approach. There's the double speed dodge into a down light. We see a lot more neutral six come out of his axe play as well.
Oh, the chain dodge into the pivot, neutral light, into the neutral sig, almost gonna kill. Where's the follow-up? He's looking for the side air. He's gonna take out Twlight on the right. The kill box on the right is so close.
It also suffers from not having a soft platform there. That soft platform can help extend stocks, partly because if you bounce off of it, then it'll mitigate some of that force, as well as it's another option to recover to. The fact that it's not over there means that Diakou wants to be sending Twlight towards that kill box because it's harder for Twlight to recover.
Now, the interesting thing about Diakou taking game 1 is you have 2 type A personalities here. They're both very dominant players, both players who, when they lose, that fires them up and they come back stronger than ever. But they're also players that when they win, they get that momentum and they tend to keep that momentum. So who is going to be able to fire up better? Who is going to be able to hold on to the momentum better? Interesting dynamic personality-wise.
Well, right now, Diakou does have the momentum emotionally and in games. He just did a neutral light and then he just just like kind of a short hop and then immediately another neutral light onto Twlight. Those are Katar strings that you don't usually see. Usually it's a neutral light and either they'll go for the speed dodge recovery or they'll try to wait for something and you'll see like a nair hop out or a dare come out.
Oh, and Diakou drops the ground pound after Twilight's dodge was already down. Twlight able to get back around and under the stage. But as you were saying, with that movement that Daikou's putting out, he's using chain dodges so well. He's using jumps and fast falls so well to kind of mix up the angle of approach that he's using. So Twlight never really knows exactly what angle he's coming from, so it's difficult for him to punish the approach.
Daikou's starting to look for those kill options. You saw the side signature come out. Twlight hits a neutral hit, but Diakou just lands down and goes for another side signature, throws 2 weapons, and that burns a lot of Twilight's options so that he could get that side air for the finisher. popping. Twlight comes back, he gets the recovery, but Diakou, he's gonna survive. He uses the dare immediately to change the direction of his movement. He's going for more damage. He wants Twlight off stage. We haven't seen him get a gimp onto Twlight, but Twilight's also really strong off stage. He's gotten a fair number of dare and ground pound gimps, but the Sayers are really where he makes his name, and that is going to be how he takes down Diakou.
I much prefer his offstage play with that sword compared to that Katars. We touched on it a little bit earlier. It doesn't seem like his offstage play with Katars is quite muscle memory yet. He has to think just a little bit, and that just moment of lag, moment of delay is what really keeps him from being such a top-tier Katar player, especially offstage. But of course, some of that is because he's only had 1.5 to 2 weeks with this Asuri, with these Katars. Give him even a couple weeks more, I think Twlight could be an absolute Katar monster, but he doesn't even need the Katars.
But he's still a sword monster.
He is exactly a sword monster.
He gets a huge kill onto Diakou, finishes it off with the down air. Diakou off stage, he was looking for the gimp. You saw him go for a down air towards Twlight, but he couldn't quite pick it up to get him underneath the stage. And the end result is that Twlight got above him and caught him with the down air to finish off the stock. But Daikou's going to come back up, get the neutral signature, and even it up.
And that's something we've only seen him just start kind of now to use more frequently, is that axe neutral sig. We see it a lot with the Katars specifically. We also see the down signature a lot with the Katars, but he's only just started to use that neutral sig on the axe a little bit more liberally.
He uses it in place of the downlight, kind of like a kill option. It's the downlight, it's great for building up damage. It's a fantastic anti-air, but when he wants to get the kill, when he's got his opponent in the red, switch to the neutral sig, and it'll spike them high in the sky for potential kills.
Keep in mind though, even though Diakou won the first game, this second game is still incredibly even. It looks like Twlight is kind of trying to focus on this sword though. He doesn't want to go toe-to-toe with Daikou's Katars, because I think he realizes that Daikou's Katars are just a little bit stronger. It's really Twilight's sword mastery that has got him this far. It's his sword mastery that is going to let him take the game over Diakou. And that's what's gotten Diakou into the red, while Twilight's still right on the border of orange.
But Diakou cannot be counted out yet just because he's in the red. If he gets the offstage play, if he can take down Twlight, all he needs to do is get a gimp. He's gotten Twlight offstage and you start seeing the ground pounds come out, but he bumps his head and Twilight's going to make it so he clashes out. That is going to be game 2 going the way of Twlight.
A strange mistake there for Diakou. You don't see mistakes like that coming from him at this level of play. This is when he really focuses. Even though he won the first game, that's when he focuses even harder. That's when he's going to come back, and you hit him once, he's going to hit you 10 times.
Here we go. We are going to be going into game 3. It's going to be Diakou and Twlight. Former 2v2 teammates, now turned opponents. They've been able to trade out evenly 1-to-1. Diakou, we're seeing more axe play come out.
And that was that axe blatant side sig that he just kind of threw out. I don't really know what he expected to get there. He was so far away from Twlight. That was just an easy punish for Twlight. At this point, of course, that wouldn't have killed, as Twlight is just now getting the orange. Back then he was yellow.
Maybe he was thinking about damage values, just trying to get the maximum amount of damage possible, going for a hard read, but he gets 2 recoveries in a row to take down Twlight very quickly. He's only in the yellow.
And he ended up hitting 2 before that. That was 4 moves that were recoveries, one after one after one after one. Just completely chasing Twlight diagonally across the sky.
He goes for a dare into a neutral light, into a neutral sig, and then he goes for more afterwards. He's really turning on hard. Twlight just fell to his death, is not going to be coming back up. Diakou has a very strong potential for a 3 stock against his teammate, someone who he just lost a game to.
And this is where you have to worry about that Twlight tilt, and on the side of Diakou, this is where you have to worry about the momentum that he's going to get from that. He is not going to make any more mistakes here. You're not going to see him bonk his head. You're not going to see him throw away a stock by overcommitting or going too aggressive. You're going to see him fire up from this moment, take it optimally, use this to exploit Twlight.
He's looking for the opportunity here, but Twlight, he's starting to slow it down. You're seeing him go for more ground and play, go for a little bit less aggression, wants Diakou to make the approach, and then he'll punish accordingly. There you're starting to see the side airs come out, reads incorrectly, but Diakou can't quite make it high enough, couldn't get to the wall, and ends up falling to his death. There will be no 3 stock here, but Twlight still has another stock to take off of Diakou.
Daikou's struggling a little bit to get that weapon. It is an axe, though. He's going to want to switch to the Katars. That's what primarily he does his damage with. Then you'll see him occasionally switch to that axe to get the side air, maybe to get the recovery, maybe to get the ground pound for the kill.
But he needs to get on top of Twlight. If his goal is to build up damage with these Katars, then he has to be on top of Twilight to build the damage. He's getting a couple nairs here and there, but he hasn't gotten the strings that he was earlier on with. There's a dare, but he wasn't able to follow up. He picks up a side signature, but he's still just getting taps with his Katars.
And now he has that axe, though. Those taps are going to feel a lot more heavy coming from this. You see him go for that dare.
Oh,
he didn't touch the wall! He's able to get back just in time, but he's going to go under. He blows everything. He's able to get back, get the touch with his recovery.
Neutral Sig comes out, is going to push Twilight away. I didn't realize Diakou still has an extra stock.
He does.
He could have afforded to have lost that stock there, but he is going to clean it up with the ground pound. He's looking very strong after that loss.
And Twilight is going to go up, Daikou's going to go up another game on Twilight. This is the momentum that I was talking about. Even with that stock that was thrown away by Twilight, Diakou had that game in the bag.
Here we are, game 4. Will Twilight be able to swing the pendulum? Will he take a game off of Diakou? Will we go to a game 5? He's got to be trying to do it, but it's going to be hurting Twilight, the fact that he's essentially playing with only one weapon. We haven't seen his Katar play really come out. He's gotten a Sayer kill, but other than that, no major strings.
Meanwhile, we talked about Daikou's axe play was mostly for kills, but he brought Twilight in.
Oh!
Here's the gimp!
The panic jumps from Diakou. Twilight gets the sword gimp. Ground pound dare, ground pound dare. That's all he needs to take down Diakou, and that is going to be a big momentum swing for him.
Diakou started having the momentum with all of that axe damage, and I think he saw that. He saw red, and he kept going. He kept going. I don't think those were panic jumps. I think those were, I'm going to still be aggressive. I'm going to keep swinging this axe. Twilight knew that was coming. I don't know if the beginning of that stock was a bait, but Twilight's able to turn on him so fast. That's what he's able to do with the sword that he can't quite do with Katars just yet.
Diakou is now struggling. The fact that he lost that stock so early, I think kind of threw him for a loop. Twilight's going to take another one, and suddenly we are seeing a reversal of the last game. Twilight is up 3 stocks to Daikou's 1. He is going to come back. He's going to have the axe. He has potential to get kills with the side air, but he's got to get a hit with it. No, he's going to switch to the Katars.
I think after that was a wake-up call for Diakou. That was a come-to-Jesus meeting. He realizes what he has to do. He got a breather for a second while he was respawning. I'm sure he took a deep breath in, took a deep breath out. We're going to see a different Diakou so far for this game. We're going to see a much safer Diakou, but also much more aggressive Diakou.
Twilight not going to really give him any room, though, to get defensive, to get protection, to get movement and positioning. Instead, Twilight's just going to try to stay on top of him. This is where he's starting to bring out the Katars, is when Daikou's on the back foot and doesn't quite know what to do.
That recovery just went over Diakou. He was able to hit with that nair, do just a little bit more damage. It wasn't that offstage nair that we normally see where he's above and it ends up spiking down.
Ooh, Twilight gets
the center. Is this a 3-stock on Diakou?
Diakou, he went with the side. Why did he start going the way of Twilight?
And you see, look at Twilight's face. Look at that smile compared to the stoicism that Diakou has on his face. Oh my gosh, you see Diakou smile a little bit. I think that's a little bit of respect saying, all right, Twilight, all right, let's go into this next game. Let's see what you got.
So we are going to be going into a game 5. It is going to be Diakou versus Twilight. Twilight came out swinging with those big gimps. We saw 2 sword gimps as well as a Katar kill. Twilight really hadn't played Katars until just now, and clearly it didn't matter because his sword play is so strong as well as his Katar play that he got a 3-stock on his teammate Diakou.
And now we're actually seeing them going back to Twilight Grove. That's where Diakou won pretty commandingly previously. That's when Twilight bumped his head, threw away the stock. So if he doesn't do that this time, we will see what difference that could have made.
Diakou going aggressive with that side signature. He wants to stay on top of Twilight, but Twilight, he's been very good at disengaging away from Diakou, but Daikou's going to get on top of him with a Neutralite into a speed dodge recovery. Gets a falling nair, that fadeaway nair onto Twilight. He still wants more. You're seeing him throw out a lot of moves every time Twilight gets close to him.
And he's really been looking for specifically those recoveries a lot on Twilight Grove. You saw him hit 4 the last time they were on Twilight Grove. You saw him almost hit 2 this game in the first 45 seconds alone. And one of them almost landed a kill.
There's more recoveries starting to come out for him. He went for the Neutralite, couldn't quite get the recovery, but he still picks up a dare afterwards. He's building up so much damage on Twilight, but he hasn't gotten the kill. That unarmed recovery will do it, and he's still looking pretty. He's got yellow health only. And more recoveries come out. He gets a recovery and then a follow-up nair. There's the nair and then another recovery. Diakou playing it like it's sword a little bit with those recoveries and nairs.
and he's using nairs when he's below his opponent, whereas before he'd do a lot of falling nairs. When they were on the edge guard, he'd do nairs when he was above his opponent for that downward force angle. But now we're seeing him do a complete 180 where he will actually be below his opponent using those nairs.
Oh, and 2 down 6 from Diakou. He is using every part of this Ragnar kit. I don't think of the Katara moves, I don't think there's one that he hasn't used yet.
And on the last, it's just these mix-ups that he has, and he's going to take another stock off of Twlight. Are we going to see a reverse, or sorry, another 3 stock here? This time going in the way of Diakou?
I doubt it. I think Twlight has potential here to take down a stock of Diakou, but he's going to have to build up a little bit more damage. Diakou is getting into the red here, and Twlight, he's going to switch back to the sword, and Daikou's just done such a great job of getting on top of Twlight and keeping that pressure on top of him.
And Twlight seems to want to be above Diakou. He keeps going for these dares, even though they're bouncing Diakou off the stage. Those are not kill moves when you're above the stage.
The down 6 start coming out as Twlight is off stage. He baits Diakou over the corner. Diakou wanted to go in with the dare, but Twlight catches him with that nair. Diakou was motioning like he was going to go over to the opposite side, but I think he recognized he didn't quite have the movement, so he tried to go back up, and then Twlight catches him with a side air. There is not going to be a 3 stock in the way of Diakou, but he's still looking very healthy right now as he's coming in with a fresh stock on his second.
Now he has that axe. We saw it on Mammoth Fortress. He was able to build up so much damage so quickly. Looking for the neutral stick. That one did not connect. Both of them neutral light, back to back, neither one hitting.
That side air will do it. Diakou takes down his teammate and will be continuing on. He will be going up against Maltimum.
A little bittersweet ending there. Diakou will be moving on, but he had to say goodbye to his boy, his teammate, his North American 2v2 teammate. And this was another NA versus EU battle. We saw NA EU teaming up together in 2v2, but here it was NA versus EU. This time, EU is moving on. And in this main EU 1v1 fight, NA versus EU, we're going to see another EU player step down later on as Diakou is going to have to face Maltimum.
Right, coming up, we're going to be seeing Boomie and Egg. Right after that will be the match Maltimum and Diakou. Either way, the match after both of those will be NA versus EU. There's still potential here for EU to hold their own and make their name in the 1v1 scene.
There are only 2 EU players left, though. It is Maltimum and Diakou. From North America, we have LDZ left, we have Pugsyxd left, we have Boomie left, we have Egg left. And all of those players, North America, we were able to take 2v2, sort of. We might be able to take 1v1. That might settle the score for quite a while until the next LAN event. But coming up, who is our next match that we'll be seeing?
Coming up next, we've got Boomie and eggsoup. These guys, they're friends. They've played together. They've played against each other. We saw them play against each other in the 2v2. We've seen them play against each other in 1v1 as well. This is going to be something, to say the least.
eggsoup most likely is going to play Val. We know he has the Hattori, though. What do you think that Boomie is going to do? He's going to go for this Roland?
It seems like Roland is the obvious pick in this situation. Eggsoup's Val has been strong, but we've seen time and time again, Boomie with that Roland has been able to take down a lot of Vals, a lot of Gauntlet players, a lot of Qatar players. Boomie has had an answer with that Roland, and this is the prime opportunity to use it.
Sword to sword, who do you think will win that? Boomie's Roland, Eggsoup's Val?
That's tough. Eggsoup has had a lot stronger approaches with his sword play, but Boomie is equally strong in his own way with that sword. He's got a little bit more aggressive options off stage with his sword play. It's going to depend on where they end up fighting. I think Eggsoup on stage has a stronger sword, but Boomie off stage has the advantage.
I mean, you saw Boomie take out Pugsyxd earlier. He had great on-stage play. He also had great off-stage play. I think he's going to take some of that and excel against Egg. I honestly think Boomie has the stronger sword on stage and off stage. I think Egg really tends to rely on those gauntlets a lot. That's how he gets a lot of his kills. Occasionally it's with a downlight side air, but a lot of them are going to be recovery kills with gauntlets off the top. I don't think he's going to have that option as easily with Boomie, especially if they're on a map like Shipwreck. If I was Boomie, I would really try to force that Shipwreck pick because of that really, really high kill box. Egg is going to have a very tough time killing with that.
We have seen Egg kind of clean up his kill options, though. He goes for a lot more sword signatures. In particular, the side sig has been a really strong kill option. He'll sometimes do a neutral sig, but really, it's been the side signature on both the gauntlet and the sword for kill options as another potential option alongside his usual recoveries, the nairs, and the vertical kill options.
So I'm going to ask you to call it right now. Put you on the spot.
I'm a bigger fan of Egg. Personally, I want eggsoup to win, but this is definitely going to be close. They've traded relatively evenly. They've both lost and won against each other. It's a match that they've done time and time again, but I also think that Boomie has a slight edge as far as the fact that he can counterpick with that rolling.
I know that there are a lot of people out there who would agree with you, who personally want Egg to win and think Egg is the absolute best 1v1 player out there. I'm going to go with my boy Boomie. Somebody who I've been talking to, who I've grown close with over the past few months, somebody who's helped me get better at the game. I think Boomie has it. I think his sheer number of options are going to take it over eggsoup.
At the end of the day, Boomie can mix up his options. He has a larger character pool. If the roll-in doesn't work out, there is potential for him to bust out the Bodvar, bust out a Nasuri, bust out a Lucian if he really feels necessary. He has potential to really mix it up and play with whatever character he feels will win out the match.
It is interesting, you mentioned the Lucian. We could see him play either Lucian, or we could see him bring out his Cassidy specifically for those guns. We saw guns tear apart Egg almost completely. When Ephi was able to get momentum with those guns, he had some amazing DPS that was second to none. We might see Boomie try to bring that out. Boomie's also one of those players, kind of like Ephi, who really goes after those gun follow-ups, uses those chase dodge truly to chase and have high DPS, put out a lot of hitboxes very quickly.
We should be seeing the button check in just a little bit. They are going to be putting in their names, eggsoup and Boomie. But there's a lot of options here for Boomie. He can really do whatever he wants to do with his character pool. Could see a roll. I think we're going to, bare minimum, start with a roll-in, though.
I would not be surprised if we saw it as well, just specifically for that Lance into Gauntlets. I hear a Cassidy that could just be a button check bait. Actually, eggsoup is the one who locked in the Cassidy.
Well, this is a button check.
Boomie, yes. Boomie random, but he did random Lucian. That's fate. That's fate right there. We know Boomie has a Lucian. We know his guitars are very strong. We know his guns are very strong. He specifically, you mentioned that Pugsyxd kind of had a Lucian earlier, but there was a mirror match in the 1v1. I can't remember if it was the Ren 1v1 or if it was a BCS 1v1, but Boomie had been playing Lucian for quite a while. Pugsyxd ended up going into the mirror match with him and got absolutely destroyed.
So it looks like they are having some keyboard trouble as eggsoup is pressing on his keyboard, not really getting any results. But like you were saying, Boomie, he does have a strong Lucian pick. He does have potential. He can really do whatever he feels is the proper choice. It really just depends on his mood.
You're seeing the Egg warm up with those shadow steps. You see him using those big arm motions, those big wrist motions to warm up his hands, get his fingers ready. He has been waiting for a little while after his fight with Ephi. He waited for Twlight Diakou to finish up, and he might be coming into this a little bit cold. I don't see any hand warmers. I feel like hand warmers were a universal thing that fighting game players did. Like that was just a thing. Is it not a thing?
I don't know too many players who are known for having hand warmers. It isn't like a common thing. It's not like Mad Catz has their own specialty brand of hand warmers. But it is a good option, especially in venues like this. They like to keep the AC a little bit cold because of just the fact that there's so many warm bodies. It tends to make a room very sweaty if the AC is not constantly running. But the end result is that sometimes people's hands get a little bit chilly.
Player one wins.
Looks like the button check might be over. I think Egg's his keyboard is working at capacity right now. We're going to see those character picks locked in. I mentioned that they might want to go to Shipwreck. Boomie would have to worry a little bit. Is he playing this Bryn?
I don't think this is the worst pick in the world. I really think he would have started off with the Roland, though. But it seems like Boomie is going to be going in with this Bryn. This might be another button check. No, we're going in. It's going to be Boomie and eggsoup. It's going to be Bryn versus Val. You're a big fan of of Bryn. You have a lot of faith in the Bryn pick, except as of late, Axe hasn't had the same consistency, hasn't had the same strength, especially against those quick, aggressive weapons like gauntlets and guitars.
I'll agree with you there, but I'll put a caveat. Specifically with Boomie, I know he has a very, very frightening Taros, which this Axe on Bryn with this higher dex compared to the 3 dex of Taros, you can swing this Axe for days with very little recovery. I love a Bryn pick. She's that middle-of-the-road stat pool that's so strong. It's why so many people play Bodvar. But she has that Axe, she has that Spear, both consistent weapons, both great weapons. But Boomie is having trouble. Egg barely missing that ground pound, but it was enough
He didn't need
pressure. It was between Boomie and the wall, so he couldn't get to it without taking up that ground pound.
That being said, you saw Boomie throw out the Nair. He knew he didn't have the jumps, but he wanted to catch some damage on the eggsoup because, like we've said before, if you get the hit, there's potential to get that chain dodge to give yourself a little bit of extra vertical movement.
You're seeing him build up quite a bit of damage very quickly on Egg while also not taking a lot of damage. Egg in the red, Boomie is untouched until that side light.
But he is swinging, he's hitting hard, he's gotten the side air onto eggsoup, but eggsoup is able to make it back, and he's going to survive for a little while longer, put out the damage. A lot of unarmed damage coming out as he gets a down light into his side air. He's going to switch it up to the sword and try to get on top of Boomie's spear.
Boomie was struggling with the startup frames that Axe has. Eggsoup was beating it out with the lower startup frame, multiple attacks in a row.
And eggsoup isn't done with his aggression. He's gotten one neutral sig. You saw him go off stage and go for the gravity cancel neutral sig onto Boomie. That side air, still not enough. eggsoup doesn't have the advantage of having those gauntlets to go for the side airs, and that is going to be part of the reason why he couldn't quite get back to the platform.
And Egg is putting out more and more damage. Boomie getting close to the end of his stock. What's Egg looking for? Oh, and Boomie actually halts that side light that was coming out from Egg.
But eggsoup gets past. There's the pivot side sig. I was talking about it earlier. That's a strong kill option for him. That side sig has a lot of force, and he's been able to rack up damage so quickly with these gauntlets that even if it didn't have a whole lot of force, he could still use it because, well, he's built up so much damage on top of Boomie.
There's another downlight there. You haven't seen that a lot from the spear players that have been playing. You don't see that from Pugsyxd. That's sort of a traditional spear player mainstay that you don't see from a player like Pugsyxd.
It's kind of fallen out of the spear meta, especially at these higher levels. Generally speaking, you'll see a lot more of a tapper style of play where Pugsyxd was getting, a whole lot of dares and sayers. Instead, Boomie, he's clearly familiar with a little bit of an older style of the spear where he'll go for those big strings, the downlight sayers and whatnot. But Boomie's fished for a lot of these spear sigs. We've seen multiple down sigs, multiple side sigs, and everything in between. Boomie is going to plant the flag. He knows that the first game is going the way of Egg.
We have to see character change from Boomie. We know he has more characters in the tank. This pick is a little bit weird, but I don't know who he's going to go with. I heard the Cassidy.
I heard the blasters.
I absolutely adore this pick. We saw the way that Ephi's blasters were able to take apart Egg before. Ephi ended up losing that set, but I think Boomie's execution, his mechanical execution, is just stronger than Ephi. So he's going to be able to do some of the things that Ephi wanted to do, that Ephi tried to do, but couldn't physically execute.
But at the same time, I have to say eggsoup has an arguably stronger level of execution than even Boomie. Sure, Boomie might have more execution than Ephi, but eggsoup has even more execution than that.
I'm hoping we get to see the hammer this time, though. We saw his hammer before against Pugsyxd, but if we're talking about execution, Boomie didn't really have anything execution-wise against Pugsyxd.
Right, he mostly played the guns. I think he's got a strong hammer, but in this particular situation, I think guns would be a strong option. Like you were talking about earlier, Ephi was very successful with the guns against eggsoup, but it seems like the hammer is all that Boomie needed. Just 2 clean side airs will take down eggsoup's first stock.
Boomie's ability to edgeguard with hammer, I think comes from a little bit from his ability to edgeguard with guns. He's one of those people who will go outside, leaving you next to the wall, and he'll side air you off the wall and pick that up with a recovery. He's using those gun side airs. He uses hammer side airs almost exactly like that, but Egg is bringing this aggression.
He almost got him. That almost was a turnaround. eggsoup had a pretty solid string going with the nairs and everything in between, but he goes for a nair into a speed dodge dare, couldn't quite get it. Boomie is going to be able to get past, and he completely disengages. He doesn't really want to play offstage against the guns, against the gauntlets of eggsoup.
The dares from Boomie putting out major damage. Getting neutral light. Where's the X pivot? There's the X pivot nair. Egg countering with a side air, looking for the ground pound. Oh, Boomie was just above eggsoup, but putting out that down signature that covers both sides.
Down light into a ground pound, into a recovery. For a second, I was going to criticize eggsoup for going with the ground pound, but it seems like it was just what he needed to pick up the recovery. But Boomie's just going to come back up, go for the stomp into the speed dodge recovery. Not quite enough to take down eggsoup.
That's the 3rd or 4th time we've seen that from players today.
He wanted more. He just went for the stomp into the recovery, but he didn't get the speed dodge out.
Just completely avoiding the Russian Mafia doing this stomp.
Oh no! Gravity cancel neutral sig, 100% worth if it gets the kill, but it wasn't a kill. Boomie gets past, and that ends up not being worth as eggsoup goes down for a little bit of damage.
That Hail Mary, Egg Egg is playing to the crowd right now. Egg looks like he's trying to style a little bit. I mean, he is up 1 game, so he has a little bit of room to go in this best of 5.
But this is a lower bracket. Is this where you want to be messing around, throwing away games?
It might not be here, especially not against Boomie. You give Boomie an inch, he will take a mile. Now Egg has to be careful. Boomie's in the red, but Egg's starting to get into the orange. He's going to look for those hammer recoveries. He's looking for that timing. He knows that timing.
But eggsoup knows his recoveries, gets just underneath Boomie going for that nair and catches him with a recovery, takes down Boomie, and that is going to be 2-0 currently in favor of eggsoup.
If Egg gets this win, Boomie's gone. Boomie is done. What is he going to do? What can he do with his character pick, with his playstyle to beat eggsoup?
I still think Roland would be a strong pick. I think that Boomie, for whatever reason, doesn't want to go to Roland, but I heard Diana.
I heard the Diana pick as well. Diana is a character that very few people have really had success with. We've mentioned this multiple times throughout the year with regards to the BCS weekly tournaments. Everybody says that Diana's really good, but nobody other than Doughbrain has really been able to play her to the potential that she has.
She isn't a favorite character, and I don't understand why. She's got a solid signature kit. She's got that down sig on both weapons, which are very strong reversals. She's got blasters, which we've seen how efficiently they can build up damage. She's got the bow, which we've seen how efficiently they can take down stocks. It's interesting that Diana, for being a relatively middle-of-the-road statted character, really strong weapon set, really strong signatures, doesn't get more favor.
I think it might be because she has a sort of strange signature kit. Her side signature on the guns is really, really far. It's kind of like that Azos side sig, which people don't really like. Her side signature on bow locks her in. Oh, is Boomie going to get this?
The ground pound does secure it. The little bit of a clash is just an extra double tap. Boomie does take the first stock off of eggsoup. Eggsoup's going to come back, but he does have Boomie in the red. There is potential here for eggsoup to get it. Dare. Needs a little more. He's going to chase above Boomie. Boomie gets the recovery, and he gets the wall touch as well.
There's 2 dares. Looking for the ground pound. Egg's able to get past. He went just to the left of it with that recovery. The last blast of the recovery hitting Egg there. The nair's going back and forth.
So aggressive right now, and it works out. He gets the ground pound, but he did take quite a few blaster shots on his way.
Look how much damage Boomie was able to put on him. That's probably 80 to 100 damage right now with those 2 dares, with a couple nairs he was able to get, with that final blast, and with that neutral signature right there. Egg is almost in kill percent in the beat of a heart.
Egg has taken so many moves. The down sig. Boomie connects with the down sig. Eggsoup is on his final stock, and it's just been a little bit of over-aggression from Eggsoup. He really wanted that shenanigans kill just a little while ago. He really wanted to get back on top of Boomie, and Boomie's taken full advantage of it, punished him for all of these approaches.
Boomie's punishes with guns are why I think he has the best set of guns. You're seeing Egg get on top of him. Boomie will throw out those nairs. Egg will be below. He throws out those dares. He is so quick with those hitboxes. He is so precise with his positioning.
The side sig comes out. Boomie went for the down sig, the hard read. If Eggsoup had fallen into it, that would have been a guaranteed kill. Eggsoup gets a ground pound onto Boomie, but he is not looking too healthy right now. This is far from even.
But this is big match Egg. He might need a Gimp right now, and he can get that Gimp. We are on King's Pass. That shenanigan zone is crazy, but he hasn't been able to get any momentum onto Boomie. In that shenanigan zone, Boomie's been keeping him out with nairs and dares, and he's going to get the side signature. I said the signature kit was a little bit wonky, and I think that's why people don't play with Diana. Boomie knows the signature kit.
Showing his familiarity with each of those signatures. He's hit, I believe, all of them. I know he got the neutral sig, he got the down sig, he got the side sig on the blasters.
He missed a gun neutral sig. He hasn't hit with the gun neutral sig. And he also, I think that might be it. That might be the only one that he missed.
He's showing his familiarity with that signature kit, but Eggsoup showing his familiarity with the Val gets a side signature on Boomie, immediately disengages. He wants the gauntlets. That's where he has the most success. That's where he gets the big strings. Nair, trying to chase with a side air. Boomie just trying to push Eggsoup away. Every time Eggsoup's thinking about the ground pounds, thinking about the vertical engagement, Boomie just catches him with so many nairs.
Looking to follow up with that ground pound off that huge string. Going for another neutral sig, doesn't quite hit. The range on that neutral sig is really far. It has that dead zone that something like a Brax neutral sig doesn't have, so it's a little bit strange. It's a little bit too far in my opinion. That's one of the reasons I don't like it and why I think not a lot of people use it.
I think it's a little bit interesting. It's not quite like other anti-air signatures. I think it comes out relatively fast. I like that weapon toss from Eggsoup to try to catch Boomie, but it's one of those things where people just aren't familiar with the signature.
Now we're seeing Boomie going under the stage. He's able to get back on top. It looks like Egg wanted to maintain stage control, get his weapon back, and just kind of sit up there, wait for Boomie to come back on top of the stage so he could get that downlight into the side air and go up on Boomie.
He's once again back onto those gauntlets. He wants to build up the damage, wants to get the strings, but Boomie, he's hit so many of the signatures from eggsoup, but eggsoup is just going vertical, going with the ground pounds and the recoveries. Boomie gets a nice cider, might see an LDZ dare. Oh, he can't get the dare. Eggsoup gets past with the cider, and he's gonna keep going, gets a nair, ground pound, done. Put a fork in it, Boomie is done. This is eggsoup 3-1 against Boomie right now.
Taking yet another stock, and this is when Boomie can either fire up or he can get tilted, he can make the little mistakes, he can get those issues that we've seen happen to him in the BCS 1v1 weeklies.
Boomie is going to get a nice side air to take down eggsoup, but he's going to have to get a big string here onto eggsoup. He's got the blasters. Blasters do put out a whole lot of damage, and if eggsoup keeps engaging in incorrect ways, Boomie's going to take full advantage of it. Downline into side air twice in a row.
Back to back, that is so much damage coming out onto eggsoup, but Egg is in front of Boomie by quite a bit right now, just now getting into the red on his second stock. Boomie's hardly taken any damage.
We saw a couple strings come out from eggsoup. He was trying to answer back the downlight into the side airs from Boomie. The gauntlets, they just don't have quite as much damage on their moves as the blasters, so it makes it a lot more difficult. Eggsoup has to get bigger strings. He just sped dodge in, and the cancel will give him the iframe so that he doesn't get caught by the down sig.
That's another signature that a lot of people have a hard time hitting. It has incredible force, so much force. The side signature has a solid amount of force too, but also coming into play here are those very close side kill boxes that Great Hall has.
Downlight, neutral air. I don't know why that wasn't a side air. I think he could have killed in the side air. The side hitboxes, the side kill boxes are much smaller. But the neutral air will do it. Eggsoup takes it out 3-1. He was up 3 stocks to the 1 stock of Boomie, but Boomie was on the comeback path. He was building up quite a bit of damage onto eggsoup, but ultimately eggsoup does clean it up with that neutral air and will win it out 3-1 over eggsoup and will be continuing on.
I think that huge gimp that eggsoup got, taking away that second stock that Boomie had, I think that's what sealed the deal. Not only did that obviously take a stock off of Boomie, putting eggsoup way ahead of him, that also was just a mental defeat. That was an emotional defeat. And for Boomie, those are huge. Those can really affect the way he plays, how he's able to punish, how optimally he's able to play, and how well he's able to space out with guns.
But at the end of the day, Boomie's got to be feeling proud. He got very far. He's in the top 8. He just took down Ephi. No, he was in the upper bracket, and then he came down. eggsoup does take him out, but Boomie, I mean, he had a really strong showing in the 1v1, to say the least.
He did. I would have liked to see a little bit more from him. He didn't look quite as strong as I expected him to be, especially against eggsoup. I really thought he was going to take it out over eggsoup. Maybe not easily, maybe not in a stomp. I expected maybe a 3-1 going absolutely the other way, with Boomie taking it out over Egg. Having every game be reasonably close, though. Boomie's guns are so strong. I expected more from his Diana. His bow seemed a little bit lacking.
I would have liked to see the Roland. I really would have liked to see the Roland. eggsoup struggled against Ephi's lance. Sure, he struggled against the blasters, but it was really the lance that was critical to Ephi's Vrax. eggsoup has said gauntlets versus lances is a troublesome matchup. Boomie has had a lot of success with the Sir Roland pick, especially in the 2v2. I don't understand why he didn't just go straight for the Sir Roland.
It worked for him in other matchups. Maybe he just specifically didn't want to play Roland into Egg for whatever reason, or I think he would have done that. You've seen him play Roland so much today. We've seen him in a ton of matches play that Roland out, and it wasn't even just the weapon matchup that won him the game. His sword play was fantastic with Roland, using specifically the signatures that Roland has. His offstage play with Lance was insane as well, so consistent in ways that a lot of people think Lance isn't successful at. It is a little bit confusing why he didn't try that. I'm sure he has his reasons. I would have liked to at least seen it at once. I'll agree with you that there as well. But moving on, who do we have next? Everyone here knows because Foda just introduced the heck out of him.
But it is going to be Maltimum and Diakou. coming in as the next match, Maltimum versus Diakou. This is essentially Maltimum's chance to prove that he deserved his spot as the EU Regional Qualifier winner. They haven't really played a whole lot against each other in 1v1s. I don't think I've seen them in the BCS EUs, but this is really it. This is it. This is Worlds, and this is the one opportunity for Maltimum to tell a whole lot of people to STFU, because they have said that they didn't believe in him until now.
But we haven't seen Maltimum play in a while. He's had quite a bit of a break since we saw him in the first match today against LDZ. He came into that match cold. And you saw that in the first game. You saw a very commanding performance by LDZ, looking like it was going to be a very swift 3-0, looking like it was going to be easy for LDZ. Then he had that warm-up period. Is that going to be the same thing here against Diakou? Are we going to see a stomp in game one?
I hope he can't. I hope he's been keeping himself warm, because he cannot afford to lose one game against Diakou, because Diakou is so strong at adapting to his opponents. He is so strong when it comes to recognizing what his opponents are doing and coming out with something bigger and badder to take them down.
If we see any coaching here to help, I mean, Diakou was the one sort of calling the shots with Twlight back when they were playing 2v2. If we see any coaching here from another EU player, who do you think would be the coach, and who do you think they would coach?
I think if anyone is going to be coaching, they're going to be coaching Maltimum. I don't know if ERAM has really done a whole lot of coaching. I don't know if he really is analytical, but there's also potential here for someone like Ephi to come up, and he's a very cerebral player, but maybe he can be the coach and put his mind to somebody else's execution and say, here's what you need to do, Maltimum.
I could see that coming out. You could see some of the boys from Reason. We've talked about how they are a collective, and as one person gets better, he spreads that knowledge out. It diffuses among the group. As one person gets better, they all get better. You could see that coming out as well. We saw Zaloxery end up coaching someone yesterday. I know Marshall tends to coach people as well. As the team manager, he also does a little bit of coaching as well. We could see Ephi coaching as well. But we have two EU players. We have a very North American-dominated finals in 1v1 as we did in 2v2, and one of our EU players will be stepping down here, probably hoping with their best wishes that the other EU player that moves on, that he takes it to represent their region.
These are going to be the last hopes of the EU, and like you were saying, only one of them gets to continue on. The other one has to step aside and turn into a coach and hope that the representative of EU is the strongest possible representative. Maltimum versus Diakou. Maltimum more than likely is going to be coming out with the Sentinel. Diakou more than likely going to be coming out with the Ragnar.
I know this is just a button check, but we actually could see Maltimum playing with Ragnar. I know he does have a Ragnar. I don't know if he wants to force the mirror match against Diakou. I don't think anybody actually enjoys a mirror match unless they're really trying to prove something specifically with the other player. I don't think Maltimum should try that at this point. I think he should just go with that Sentinel and do what he's been doing.
I really like how well he's been playing with the Sentinel. I don't think he's really had any success with any of the other characters in his character pool. It's predominantly been the Sentinel, and I'd like him to, bare minimum, start with the Sentinel.
He is queuing this Ragnar for this button check. That could just be a button check bait. We've seen that multiple times today. I wonder if there are going to be as many signatures coming out. Diakou is one who is always looking to punish. Are we going to see the same Maltimum from before that is throwing out neutral signatures, specifically on Katars, side signatures on Katars, down signatures on Katars?
Oh, he's going in with the Ragnar. This is a very bold decision. He is going to be going for the mirror match. This is going to basically come down to raw player talent. There's no excuses here. There's no stat distribution that's going to go into one player's favor. It's going to be raw understanding of the opposition.
What map do you think they should go to?
It seems like it's going to be Great Hall, regardless of what I think. But I got to be honest, I wouldn't have expected this to be the pick.
I as well. This seems just it's one of those strange stages that I don't think a lot of people are necessarily comfortable on. It doesn't really enforce the offstage play like something like King's Pass or possibly Shipwreck does. It's just it's a map.
Mm-hmm. It's just another map in the pool. Not a lot of people have strong feelings for it one way or the other, but it does look like it is going to be the map choice for them, and Maltimum is having a whole lot of success with these Katars, and I think Diakou recognizes that Katar versus Katar is not going to be in his favor. He is still technically newer than Maltimum on the Katars, so it could be just a very difficult matchup for him to play out. Maltimum is going to be going in with these dares, trying to get the approaches. We're going to see the axe come out. He gets a nice Neutralite onto Diakou. Wants to keep the pressure going. Diakou off stage. He's bouncing around. He comes back up, gets a dare, but he's just trying to keep the pressure out. The side stick comes out. Maltimum's off stage. The weapon toss. The weapon toss. Diakou gets the first stock off of Maltimum in this mirror match. He is going to start clearing the board. Maltimum looking left and right. There's no weapon here, but he is going to get the spawn. He's got the axe in hand, but Daikou's not going to give him any breathing room. Sends him high into the sky, trying to get him with that recovery kill. More recoveries coming out. Another recovery. Weapon toss is going to give Maltimum some safety net here. He still has to finish off the stock of Diakou, though. Daikou's put out so much damage, so much pressure with these recoveries, but Maltimum hasn't answered back. Ground pound clash. Another ground pound comes out from Diakou. Maltimum goes for the side stick, gets the max range onto Diakou. Diakou tried to challenge it. You saw him start to queue up a move, but he didn't quite get it out in time. Maltimum is so deep in the red, though, that Diakou should be looking for the kill option. He goes for the gravity cancel neutral heavy. No weapon in his hand, but he doesn't need one. Gets a neutral air. More neutral airs, going for more recoveries. Maltimum's been hit by so many recoveries that I think Maltimum has to believe he should just stay below Diakou. Don't go anywhere near that airspace. Also, don't go off stage, because Diakou is a monster off stage, and you see him pop up with a side air. Maltimum has so much damage on him that if he gets caught by that down air, it could have been death, but he doesn't. Down sig. Diakou just pops up, catches Maltimum with the side air. Maltimum was sitting there. You know he was trying to punish Diakou coming up. He wanted to hit that down sig. He was kind of motioning for it. But the second Diakou actually comes up, Maltimum wasn't ready for it. He wasn't actually expecting Diakou to do it. Diakou now on the opposite side. He has been playing on the wall. He knows how close this can be. He is so deep in the red. He knows that if he makes a mistake, Maltimum could pop up, get a kill. That side sig not quite enough, but the offstage play from Maltimum, he's not going to get the side air. He's just going to disengage. He wants to go back up on top. He needs to get another signature hit onto Diakou. The recovery is not going to be enough. Side stick thrown out. This time Daikou's ready for it. Gets a falling nair. He's just building up the damage lead. Maltimum finally finishes the stock off with the side stick. And this has been one of the pitfalls of Maltimum, is he is so dependent on the signature kits. He is so dependent when he's on the Sentinel. He needs those signatures to finish off stocks. Otherwise, he starts to struggle. And you're seeing that happen here in game 1 of this lower bracket set. Diakou just rolling around the map. He's just getting taps here and there, but as long as he's not getting punished for it, it is always going to be in his favor. He rolls off the stage, wants the offstage play. Maltimum has not been able to edgeguard him. Recovery. One more recovery should do it. Not quite able to do so. Maltimum gets underneath, catches him with the recovery. Diakou answers back with a recovery of his own. Diakou has hit so many recoveries onto Maltimum.
I mean, he had a lot of practice in his game with Twlight, hitting, I think, no less than 10 recoveries.
And he's still keeping that momentum going in the recovery game. He's hit so many recoveries here on Maltimum, but this is the moment of truth. They're both in the red, both very close to kill percentage. Diakou goes for the hard read with that neutral sig, but Maltimum gets underneath with the side light, but side light is not a kill option.
And Maltimum's
recovery.
Maltimum wasn't edge guarding. Diakou knew that towards the end. He was waiting, he was baiting Maltimum. He wanted Maltimum to get just over towards the edge. Maybe he was going to throw out a down signature. You see that a lot from Ragnir's, and that's when Diakou peeked over the edge with that recovery. It carried him over and was able to get that kill.
That is going to be game 1 going the way of Diakou. We are going to be seeing a game 2. Maltimum is sticking with this Ragnir, sticking with the same map. Despite the fact that at the end of it, they were very close. They were both red on their final stocks. I still think it was a little bit favored towards Diakou. Diakou was really the one in control. Maltimum was able to trade out here and there, but it seemed like Daikou's game to lose.
Maybe Maltimum just needs that time. I'm sure Diakou wants to have that time as well, to be able to download Maltimum, to be able to understand how he's going to react in every given situation. And they're kind of trading back and forth. Maltimum's getting a little bit of the worst into that as he's just starting to creep into the red. You're seeing Maltimum, he doesn't want to edge guard though, and I agree with that 100%. dogged him for it on 2v2, but I love it here because I think Diakou is just stronger off
Ooh,
stage.
the ground pound.
And the ground pound clash right there. What was Maltimum going for? Was he going for a dare or a side air?
I think he was going for a side air there. He wanted to kind of dissuade Diakou. He still had a little bit of time to move towards the wall, regardless of what move he went for. But, oh, a nice neutral sig. No recoveries. This is why I don't like Maltimum choosing this Ragnar, is because he just seems less comfortable with it. He doesn't quite know the kit the way that Diakou does. You see him get a nice ground pound onto Diakou to finish off the stock, but at the end of the day, Axe is far from one of his starting weapons.
I was expecting Maltimum to sort of bait fish for that side air and then turn around immediately once it looked like Diakou was going to go over him and then go in with that recovery.
But Maltimum is a stronger guitar player than Diakou. He's been able to build up quite a bit of damage. Now he's going off stage. This is a dangerous spot. This is where Diakou generally excels, and Maltimum gets away with it. He's going to go back up, and you see him start using that down sig once again to cover that corner.
Diakou looking for that Sair. It didn't connect. Maltimum going under the stage. What's Diakou going to look for? He was looking for that downlight right off the edge. Maltimum looking for the Sair, the opposite direction Sair. Looking right, trying to send him from the left to the right.
Maltimum, he is going to get a nice neutral line, but he hasn't been able to hit recoveries the same way that Diakou has. That was a weird choice with that ground pound. Diakou was nowhere near that. I have no idea what he was looking for, and he jumps into the side heavy!
We've seen actually Diakou was the one who jumped into two different charged up signatures from Remy, but this time he's going to be the one cranking back that unarmed side signature, and Maltimum just fell into it. I think he expected Diakou to release it before that, and he was going in for the punish, but Diakou just held it.
I think it was just a little bit of tunnel vision. I'm surprised Maltimum didn't just land on the platform and try to punish the recovery of that side heavy. Instead, he wanted to just raw challenge it, and he took it to the face, ends up taking himself down, and he's going to be a stock behind Diakou, and Diakou is starting to get the advantage. He's starting to push that lead.
And there's Maltimum with those down signatures again. Has he hit a single one? I don't think he's hit one.
He's maybe one, but at the end of the day, I think he's mistiming it because he's kind of just doing it. He's kind of just throwing it out there while Daikou's bouncing, not really keeping track of where he is in that bounce pattern.
Diakou seems to be the better one at using the timing on that, because even when Daikou's doesn't hit, he'll throw it out, then his opponent will come over the edge and he'll actually use it as a bait, and then he'll go onto them with the side light.
We are going to be seeing Maltimum switch to the weapon he uses the most frequently. He's going to switch to those guitars. He's going to try to build up more damage, but Daikou's starting to use that hitbox cone, that giant sphere of damage, those nairs to block Maltimum from getting on top of him.
It seems like Maltimum is unable to really get any serious momentum. He's able to get one or two hit here and there. That's
gonna do it! Maltimum gets the gimp! Diakou has been so monstrous off stage, but Maltimum showing his prowess off stage. We haven't seen him do it very frequently, but when he does, it works out for him. That is going to be game one for Maltimum to tie it up 1-1.
I was just about to point out that Maltimum didn't really have any momentum for any real amount of time during that match. He was getting 1 or 2 hits every now and then, but Diakou was the one getting 3, 4, 5 hits, 1 after 2, after 3, after 4, after 5, except at the end right there, Maltimum all of a sudden exploded there and completely shut down Diakou as he was trying to get back to the stage.
And we are going to be seeing another repeat. Maltimum sticking with this Ragnar, Diakou sticking with his own Ragnar, and they are going to once again play it out on Great Hall. There's got to be a statement that they're both trying to make here by playing these mirror matches, playing on the exact same map every single time.
Maybe they just agreed to it. I don't know. Just saying, hey, let's just play on Great Hall. That'll work for both of us. I'm not sure, because a lot of people, like I said, Great Hall is just a map. It's not
a common pick. Most of the time, if you're looking for a standard map to play an entire set on, it's like Shipwreck or Mammoth, something that's a little bit more neutral, less soft platforms, just kind of a solid horizontal space with some sidewalls. It's not very frequently that Great Hall is the map that a set gets played out on.
Nobody really hates it, but nobody really likes it. It's just kind of there, but for some reason they keep going to this. Maybe it's because of the soft platforms. Maybe it's because the close kill boxes on the left and the right. Even the top kill box is pretty close compared to that top soft platform.
Right, the top kill box can be very close if you are going from the top platform, but if you're coming from the very bottom, it seems like the world's greatest distance. It can be very difficult to get kills from center stage into that top kill box. Maltimum going off stage again, but he is going to catch Diakou with one dare. Diakou can't make it back up.
He didn't even have to try for the ground pound that worked earlier. Maltimum a little bit behind Diakou, but building up that damage, getting reasonably close. Diakou has that axe, though. He's going to want to chunk away further and further, almost into kill percent for Maltimum. A side air might do it.
I'm surprised Diakou keeps going for these neutral sigs. Maltimum's been doing such a great job staying on the ground. Now we're starting to see the side signatures come out. He's starting to recognize that Maltimum has been punishing his neutral sigs with those landing side lights. Maltimum needs a Gimp here, though. He is at a severe health deficit.
And they're in the exact same position that he won the last game in, so maybe that's what he's looking
Side
for here. Maybe he was looking for his moment to strike, but Diakou, he missed the first side signature, didn't get punished. He jumped right after it. Maltimum was unable to punish, but that time he hit it, ended up getting the kill. He has some serious room to work with.
And that's one of the first times that we've seen our Ragnar go for that gravity cancel neutral sig off of the recovery. It's one of those great big Sky Gimp options, but Diakou hasn't really gone for it, and now we're seeing Maltimum start to incorporate more of the signature kit in as he gets a side sig, evens it up. We are at even health, even stocks, even characters.
It's interesting that we're only just now seeing these signatures coming out from Maltimum when he plays Sentinel and throws them out like candy.
Well, the only signature he's really been having success with is the side sig. He'll go for the down sig on the edge guard just like that, but it's predominantly been the side sig as his kill option. He's starting to incorporate the neutral sig though. Side airs come out from Diakou. He goes for another neutral sig, but once again, Maltimum gets past the neutral sig. I'd like to see Diakou kind of just refrain from doing that, unless it's trying to play into Maltimum.
Side air from Maltimum.
Side air! Maltimum started again!
The exact same position. Second verse, same as the first. Maltimum taking this game, going up 2-1 on Diakou right now.
And I think a lot of people in Europe are taken aback by this. Once again, a lot of people didn't have high expectations of Maltimum against Diakou.
If he wanted to send a message that he is not a gimmick, it's to take out Diakou this far into the tournament in a best of 5 on the same character.
Maltimum trying to prove his prowess, trying to say that you might have adopted Katars, but I was born in the Katars. I know the Katars.
Nice delay there. He started the dare, waited for the dodge to come out from Diakou,
Recovery?
and then went into the neutral light.
Diakou is disarmed. This is where Maltimum has an opportunity here, but he can't get the recovery hit onto Diakou. Diakou wants to turn it around, go unarmed, and that is going to be the down sig to connect. I like the fact that Maltimum has done that so many times and failed. It seems to be like a little bit of Thomas Edison. You know, he's messed it up so many times that he's found the proper way to do it, and he gets the kill.
He didn't learn how to edge guard. He learned 99 ways how to not edge guard.
Exactly. Oh, goes for it again. Almost catches Diakou mid-recovery, but he's going to keep that aggression going. He's got the Katars. He catches Diakou with a neutral light, and he's had such great patience after those neutral lights. He'll get the neutral light, and then he'll just wait for Diakou and then try to follow up.
That's what you have to do, because if you follow up into the recovery like a lot of Katar players do, you know that Daikou's going to back dodge out of it. That is how you do that, and that is a free punish for the person who's caught in that neutral light.
Maltimum throws out a side signature, trying to reposition himself, ends up forcing Diakou off the stage, wants another side signature. He's looking for the kill option, very similar to his Sentinel play. He goes for the signatures for the finishers.
Is Maltimum about to go up 2 stocks on Diakou with the exact same character in this mirror match while they're fighting for possibly tournament stock right now in this best of 5?
He's done that down 6 so many times. I don't know why he went opposite direction, but the side sig connects on the Diakou. Not quite enough. Force the side air is, and like you were asking, the answer is there. Maltimum is now 2 stocks up on Diakou, playing the mirror match. I criticized this pick. I didn't think he had the Ragnar in him. I still don't think he has the axe play in him, but he doesn't need it. His Katars have been enough.
I knew he had a Ragnar. I didn't know that it could go toe to toe with Daikou's Ragnar. And keep in mind, Diakou said that if he does not win 1v1 Worlds,
he's going to shave his eyebrows?
Shave his eyebrows. And I don't know if you've been watching the player cam, everybody at home, he's got some big old fuzzy caterpillar eyebrows, and the way Maltimum is playing right now, those might be gone within the day.
I think you can start to hear the clippers turning on somewhere out there. Somebody is getting ready to shave Daikou's eyebrows. Diakou is 1 stock away from
look at this
getting
damage
knocked
that's
out.
coming out from Maltimum when he's already ahead.
Side stick thrown out. Diakou is able to punish. Another side air.
Maltimum's starting to fish. Daikou's playing a really, really floaty axe right now. Maltimum needs to not fish for those signatures or those downlights.
There's a down sig, almost catches Maltimum.
The mix-up, he did 2 neutral lights, and then he did the down signature. There's another down signature. What's the mix-up that he has next? Diakou fighting for tournament life right now. This is lower bracket. This win would give Maltimum the set over him. He would be moving on, and Diakou would be going home a 2v2 winner only.
That will do it! Maltimum has proven his worth as the European champion. He will be the last hope of Europe as Maltimum has taken down Diakou and will be continuing on to fight eggsoup.
Now, Maltimum hasn't won the whole show yet, but
True.
if there is anybody who will testify that he is not a gimmick, it is Diakou and every single other player that Maltimum has taken out on his journey here.
That was a little bit unexpected. I know we were saying Maltimum is widely considered one of the top 3 finishers, but Diakou was also in that same category of top 3 finishers. Maltimum and Diakou end up having to fight it out in the lower bracket, and Maltimum wins it out in the mirror match with the Ragnir.
2 of my top 3 having to fight this early in the bracket, that is huge. That is a bracket changer later on. Now Egg is going to have to fight Maltimum. That's going to be huge for Maltimum if he takes out one of the top EU players and one of the top NA players. That's a huge win for EU.
But before we get to there, we are going to be taking a quick 5-minute break. Thank you guys for watching and sticking around. We will be coming back with another best of 5. It will be the lower semifinals to see who takes the 4th place finish. It's going to be eggsoup and Maltimum. Hello and welcome back to the Brawlhalla World Championships. This is the top 4 of the 1v1s. We are about to go into the semifinals. It is going to be eggsoup and Maltimum. The winner of that is going to go on to fight Pugsyxd, and the winner of that is go on to fight LDZ for potentially one best of 5. If they get the reset, it's going to be another best of 5. There is 4 more sets potentially left to do. It's been an insane ride so far.
We just saw Maltimum take out Diakou. That is a huge win for Maltimum.
Not just that though, but it was in a mirror match against Diakou on Daikou's main.
That is so big for Maltimum. That has to be a confidence boost. That's a morale boost, and you know he is riding high on that coming into this match against Egg. But what do you think about the likely matchup we'll see of Maltimum's Ragnar against Eggsoup's Val?
Do you think Maltimum will play Ragnar though?
I mean, I think he should.
In all honesty, yeah, his Ragnar was awesome, but I think he's got one of the best Sentinels in the world. I think his Sentinel has really been the thing that has pushed him above a lot of his opposition. I would be surprised for him not to go with the Sentinel pick. I think the Ragnar was 100% kind of a proving himself, maybe not just to EU, maybe not to the world, but maybe even just to himself, proving that he is in fact better than Diakou.
I would say that I think his guitars on Sentinel are equal to his guitars on Ragnar. His hammer on Sentinel is better than his axe on Ragnar. But he made it this far. He had that insane ride with the Cassidy.
Every time eggsoup.
Can we ban him?
Can we can I DQ? Is that an option? Eggsoup. Always, you know he's on stage because you start just hearing a character's name.
What a griefer,
screamed.
Man.
But
as I was saying, so I think the guitars are equal. I think the hammer on Sentinel is better than his axe on Ragnar. But he just took out Diakou with that Ragnar. You have to be so confident in that. And he played that in that best of 5. He has the feeling. The last character he played was that Ragnar. That's what he's feeling. He came into his first match against LDZ very, very cold. And the first match was a complete stomping in favor of LDZ. I'd be worried about him coming into this match against Egg cold specifically on Sentinel when he was just playing Ragnar, doing things with Sentinel that he would expect to be able to do with Ragnar that he can't do with Sentinel. That's why I want the Ragnar. That's what he won that last match with, that last set with, and that's what he has momentum specifically with.
I think the thing that he's got to warm up, if he has to warm up anything, would be the hammers. But the big thing for me is that he is just infinitely more effective. That adorable hug already starting off. But the thing that he's infinitely more effective with is the signature kit of Sentinel, and that has been his critical kill option. We started to see him go off stage with those side airs for the Gimps against Diakou, but at the end of the day, it's signatures that have been Maltimum's killing card. That has been what he kind of puts on his murder victim, is a signature card, and that is what he relies on to finish off stocks.
I think he could still do the same thing that he did against Diakou, against eggsoup. Eggsoup is somebody who likes to play off stage. By Maltimum not engaging on that, he's going to force Egg to come back over the edge. That's where he was able to take out Diakou. That right edge, the corner of that was such a just demolishing area for Maltimum against Diakou. That is where Diakou lost so many stocks in that exact same area multiple times.
This has to be the character, sorry, not the character mix, this has to be the button checks, just making sure, because Maltimum is going to be going in with a Nash as eggsoup is on Ada. But I think he has potential there with the Ragnar. The Ragnar signature kit is incredibly strong, but I just think he is more adept, more comfortable with the Sentinel signature kit. But it looks like he is locking in the Ragnar. He's going to be going with the Halloween skin, going up against Val on eggsoup on Val, excuse me. And this is going to be game 1. The winner of this will guarantee a top 3 placement. The loser of this is going to be 4th place in the Brawlhalla World Championship.
So one of the big questions in the community sort of recently was, what is a better weapon, Katars or Gauntlets? I think it's Katars specifically because people have had Katars longer. They just understand them on a deeper level. Regardless of the potential of Gauntlets, people don't understand them quite at the level that they understand Katars. What do you think about this?
I've been inclined to agree with you and say that Katars have the stronger matchup just because of familiarity. A lot of Katar players have had just more time to practice the Katars, to hone their craft with those Katars. But eggsoup, he's definitely put in the hours on this Val. He's put in the time to hone his Val, make sure that he knows Val through and through, and he's had some amazing plays with those gauntlets as a result.
but Maltimum has also had some amazing plays with his Katars. You think of Katars as an edge guarding tool, but Maltimum, he has such a commanding use of them on stage that it's only very rarely that he actually goes for the edge guard. And when he actually went for them against Diakou, he was so successful with them. It was those little explosions that were rare that you didn't expect them coming.
And that's what made them so massive. Part of the reason why he was able to get away with a lot of those is because Diakou never expected Maltimum to go off stage. More often than not, Maltimum's edgeguard has been on stage throwing out those fireballs just on the corner. eggsoup, though, he's not the kind of player to really care how you're edgeguarding him. He just wants to get back up, wants to start swinging at you. Sure, he'll go for a safe option here and there, but most often than not, he's just looking to get back.
But when Maltimum decides to play a little bit more defensively, I think that's going to play into Egg's aggression really, really well. Egg's unbridled aggression is going to get him in trouble sometimes against this Maltimum kind of slowing of the pace, a little bit more defensive play when that pops up compared to his aggression.
And you're seeing that already start to happen as eggsoup tried to get on top of Maltimum twice, and he's hit 3 Neutralite into recoveries in a row. He went for another Neutralite, tries to get back down to ground to get another Neutralite.
Oh my gosh!
Ground down, there it is!
We say Maltimum doesn't edge guard, but when he does, he's successful. Boom! Exhibit A right there. Stuff like that is what took out Diakou. That's what's going to take out eggsoup. This Ragnar pick, let's go, baby.
But that's a non-Katar style edge guard. That was ground pounds as well as a weapon toss. There wasn't anything very Katar centric. There wasn't a dare Sair, a dare into a falling Nair. It was just very straightforward vertical ground pounds from Maltimum.
And I think that's specifically playing to this stage, specifically to Shipwreck. With those smaller walls, you have to really be careful about playing on the wall. If Maltimum never really goes to that wall, he doesn't have to worry about that. Egg, who likes to play on the wall, will.
Maltimum is having so much success here with these Katars. eggsoup just Saired away from the platform.
Is he going to do it again?
A little bit worried.
The weapon toss with Katars.
He has the touch. eggsoup went for a Nair, was trying to turn it around onto Maltimum. I would have liked to have seen a Sair there.
I think I probably would agree with you. I think he expected Maltimum to come directly on top of him. He wanted to get that Nair to get priority with the hitboxes, not only to create some space to throw Maltimum down below, probably not necessarily for the spike or for the kill, but to give himself a chase dodge on hit that he could use to get back safely on the platform before restarting the edgeguard process.
Well, regardless, that is going to be 2 stocks going the way of Maltimum. We are going to be going into another game, another repeat map pick. It seems like Maltimum just likes to pick the same map against his opponents. He had success in game 1 with the Ragnar. We'll see if he can have the same success.
I love that they're playing on Shipwreck again. I'm a little bit surprised that Egg didn't immediately ban it. He does have the option to ban as he was the loser of last game. They're going much more even right now, and that's something that we sometimes see from Egg is you give him time and he will adapt to. That's what we saw from him and Pugsyxd in the US East regional qualifier. Was Pugsyxd came in with an early lead, but then he gave Egg time, and Egg was able to adapt. And Egg is using these signatures. He's not going to have to rely on wall play, on edge guarding. He's able to hit these signatures on stage.
But this is a little bit of a slower game compared to the previous games we've seen from Egg. It's a little bit more patient. eggsoup's not just kind of running at the brick wall. He's really trying to find proper approaches on top of Maltimum. Maltimum is going to be able to pick up a nice down light into a recovery, but at the end of the day, it is a much more paced game from Egg. Something that we are not used to seeing.
I think he's going to have to slow down. He's going to have to do what Ephi did against Eram. Eram is traditionally a very, very slow player, and Ephi likes to play things a little bit quicker. So by slowing it down, he was able to beat Eram at his own game. I think Egg's going to have to be a little bit more careful. He's going to have to maybe wait things out just a little bit.
But Egg, not being too patient, went for a side signature very far and away. Maltimum was able to punish with a side signature of his own. eggsoup still hasn't taken this first stock off of Maltimum. He's starting to fish for those signatures because he's getting desperate. He's recognizing that he is so far behind. The ground pound will finally do it, but that was a very late kill for eggsoup.
I think that's the second time we've seen Maltimum even go near the edge. The first time was when eggsoup was looking for that Nair for the turnaround. That was the second time. That is the only time Maltimum has been on the wall.
He doesn't need to. His neutral game on the stage has been so effective. Part of that Ragnir side signature is that it is so monstrous in the horizontal. It shoots across the stage, puts so many hitboxes out so quickly that Maltimum's been able to use that very effectively to cover a whole lot of ground space.
Did you see that dare sidelight he did? It was right on the edge. He did the dare into the sidelight, then stopped. That was a perfect edge guard opportunity that a lot of other Qatar players, they'd risk the gimp. They would go for the Hail Mary at that point, trying to get even more of a big lead. Maltimum was done with that. He was off the stage. He wasn't even going to go any further. I love that patience from him. He's winning at this neutral game. There is no reason. I can't believe that hit eggsoup. This is an edge guard opportunity. Maltimum's going to let him back on the stage, but there's going to be more damage coming out.
eggsoup is going to get an interruption with that Twlight, but he's behind. He just needs to find a better answer to this Ragnir pick. The side signature comes out. It's just going to put more damage on top of eggsoup. Maltimum has been so safe with his movement options, with his decisions, that eggsoup really hasn't found a lot of hard punish windows.
There's the big side signature, the back of it actually sending eggsoup up into the left. He has his
side
guitar.
again.
I was gonna say he's gonna look for a side signature. He doesn't want to kill off the top. That kill box is so high on Shipwreck. That's why we saw so many of those side signatures coming out from him. We did see neutral signatures. I think those were dodge punishes. Those were pretty much probably more for damage. If you hit that neutral signature, that is gonna send up and left, but he was really trying to kill with those side signatures.
He has been very effective with these guitars. Do you think, eggsoup is going to switch it up. He's going to go for the Hattori, but do you think they're going to pick the same map?
If Egg doesn't ban it, I think he's crazy.
Well, it seems like they are going to end up on Mammoth, regardless of what maps Egg banned. This is eggsoup's tournament stock. He is about to get tournament game. He's about to get 3-0'd by Maltimum. Maltimum, I was aware that he had potential for the Ragnir, but I didn't think he had this much potential. I thought his Sentinel was far and away a much stronger pick, but he is showing his proficiency with this Ragnir kit.
And I think on this map, we're going to see similar things coming out of Maltimum. We're going to see Egg have the vertical kill option a little bit easier here. It's a little bit lower, so he's going to be looking for those Nair kills, possibly those spear recovery kills, the spear neutral signature kills.
I don't think eggsoup uses the neutral sig as much as Pugsyxd, though.
I'll agree with you there. He tends to, I would say he favors the sword neutral sig a little bit more, but Maltimum is going to get the first stock, and if that's anything about things to come, Maltimum could be coming through with the 3-0 on one of North America's best players.
I mean, he is the US East Regional Qualifier winner, Maltimum the European Regional Qualifier winner, showing why they won their respective regions, but Maltimum, he's just might be showing why Europe is considered a stronger region.
If Maltimum would have gone for a down signature there, it might have still been on cooldown after to counter that eggsoup neutral signature. But Maltimum is still staying alive, and we're seeing him yet again bring Egg into the red without losing a single stock.
eggsoup gets a sidelight, but that's not going to be a kill option. The gravity cancel neutral does not connect. He is going to get the wall touch. He's still got his jumps, but he has just been inefficient when it comes to the kill. That will do it. He gets the gravity cancel neutral sig, and that was very close. I saw you clinch when Maltimum went for the down sig, and eggsoup sped dodge through it.
I clinched when he went for the first down sig. I think I imploded when he went for the second one. You never see that happening. You don't even see that down signature coming out of Maltimum ever.
No, but you are going to be seeing the neutral sig and the side sig come out a little bit more frequently. He likes the Qatar signature kit a lot more. It's been fantastic, but eggsoup has started to find the openings. He's starting to get the juggle. Can't quite get the finishing blow with that neutral air, and Maltimum's going to come back down, get the neutral light into the recovery.
Did you see that complete change in playstyle coming from Maltimum? He was throwing signatures out left and right. He hasn't been doing that before. He was getting unnecessarily risky. You don't see that coming out of a lot of EU players. That allowed Egg to punish so much with light attacks that Egg almost completely caught up.
Oh, Maltimum can't touch the wall. eggsoup has caught up now and has evened up the stocks. He isn't too damaged. Sure, it's a Tori. Sure, it doesn't have the highest defense, but at least it's even in stocks and fairly even in health. eggsoup should be able to mitigate this damage very shortly as Maltimum struggles a little bit with this axe.
eggsoup was playing well in the punish game that last stock, but it's almost like Maltimum completely beat himself. He was outplaying himself because he was throwing out those signatures, and it's something he doesn't need to do. It's unnecessary for his playstyle, and it was unnecessary risk.
Ooh, eggsoup starting to recognize that both he and Maltimum were kind of crossing paths, going for a lot of dodge throughs, and recognizes it, goes for a dodge in, and then immediately a down sig. He has gone for multiple neutral sigs that have not landed on top of Maltimum. I'd like to see him rein that in because those neutral sigs are just not working on him.
You saw Maltimum completely overspace that. He didn't want to risk punishing. That's what a lot of players will try to do on that Hattori down stick. You see it a little bit less these days because people recognize how
got caught. He
insane
jumped
it is.
into the recovery. Maltimum takes it 3-0 over eggsoup.
The EU dream is alive. Did he wait for just a moment before starting that recovery, or did he go immediately into it and then eggsoup jumped into it? I know Egg
fell out, and then Maltimum went straight for it. Egg had fallen out, but then he jumped back up into it and got caught by just a little bit of that hitbox on that recovery, and eggsoup ended up taking himself down there.
I'm so glad Maltimum slowed down on those signatures. That was a very quick set, though, off of that insane knockout, drag-out fight between Maltimum and Diakou. For Maltimum to come in and get that 3-0, EU has to be feeling very good about Maltimum. Maltimum has to be feeling very good about Maltimum. But Maltimum is going to have to continue this marathon now against Pugsyxd, the next NA player in line between Maltimum and LDZ. Our top three right now, LDZ, Pugsyxd, and Maltimum.
This is, to some degrees, what was predicted. I don't think Pugsyxd was necessarily predicted to be in the top three, but like I was saying, LDZ and Maltimum were in a lot of people's top three predictions. LDZ is already waiting in the top two. Maltimum is in the top three. He is looking to get through Pugsyxd to go on to fight LDZ in the top two in the grand finals.
I wouldn't have picked Pugsyxd for the top three. I think my top three was it was LDZ, Maltimum, and Diakou. But after Maltimum took down Diakou, Pugsyxd has some big shoes to fill after this loss for Egg. The NA dream is starting to dwindle a little bit. LDZ is probably chilling right now. He's probably keeping his hands warm, but Pugsyxd is the last stop before Maltimum, before this true NA versus EU battle to culminate in the grand finals. Maltimum has to get through Pugsyxd.
Do you think he'll play the Ragnir, though?
Absolutely.
Who do you think Pugsyxd will play?
Probably Hattori. But actually, if he does play the Hattori, I don't think he should. He did have a reasonably strong spear neutral game, but he was successful most on the edge guards with all of those dares. Maltimum doesn't spend any time on the edge. Whenever Pugsyxd, who did Pugsyxd end up taking out? I'm sorry. When
he fought Boomie, and then he ended up going up against LDZ, who took him down to the lower bracket.
That was also a game where Pugsyxd relied a lot on the edge game. Maltimum doesn't play on the edge.
He doesn't play that game, and Pugsyxd is going to have to either force Maltimum into that gameplay where we've actually seen Maltimum start to have success, or Pugsyxd is just going to have to play a completely different game. He has had some hits and misses with those spear dares on stage, but a lot of it, like you were saying, is off stage. That's where he's been dominating with it. I don't know if necessarily Hattori is going to be the strongest pick in this situation.
So who else would you pick specifically for Pugsyxd here?
It's got to be a spear character. I think spear is Pugsyxd's strongest weapon right now amongst these sets.
Do you go to the Queen Nai, who he was in rough shape with last US 1v1, or do you go with a Brynn?
I don't think the Queen Nai would be that bad in this situation just because of the pacing of Maltimum. Maltimum seems to recognize that this is going to be multiple best of fives. He's done one best of five, immediately another best of five. The person in the seat hops out, but it is just going to be one more best of five.
Look at Maltimum. This dude is cool as a cucumber right now, just having a snack. Oh my gosh, Maltimum. He has to feel confident right now. He has ran through Diakou. He has ran through eggsoup. Is he going to run through Pugsyxd? Are the Swedes just this cool?
I mean, I have to assume so because he is just chilling like a villain right now. I assume we're going to have to wait for him to finish his nighttime snack before we can get on with this set. But I just heard an Ash.
He queued into an Ash for the last button check. But what if he put it down? What if he put the sandwich down, started playing, ended up taking stock off of Pugsyxd, picked up the sandwich, took a bite, then put it back down? That would be the grimiest strat ever.
Are they going in?
There is.
They've banned out maps.
There is stage banning. There's no way.
I assume this is going to be a button check for Pugsyxd unless he's like playing on eggsoup's keyboard rig.
It's weird that they would go through some stage banning.
That is, yeah, it's very interesting, but I think this is going to be button checks as they're not making any effort to attack each other. But Maltimum more than likely going to be playing that Ragnar. It seems like he's definitely warmed up on that Ragnar. He's really starting to find his home with that Ragnar. Pugsyxd on the other side, I don't know who he's going to pick. I don't know if the Hattori is really going to be that strong.
Now look at what Maltimum is practicing here. He's practicing the chain dodge into the pivot down signature. We haven't seen him do that at all with Ragnar. Is he going to use that on stage with that guitar down signature, or is he looking to use it with the axe signature?
I think he's going to take that same theory behind the chain dodge into the down signature and apply it to the Ragnar side signature. Both Nash down sig and the Ragnar side sig are very long range kind of signatures. They have a lot of movement inside of their kits, so there's potential for Maltimum to basically speed dodge all the way through Pugsyxd and then turn around, go with that quick movement horizontal signature and try to catch Pugsyxd off guard with it. But Pugsyxd's locking in the Hattori.
Okay, so you're saying that he was specifically doing that to work out the precise spacing that it required, not necessarily the mechanical inputs of I'm going to press down, I'm going to press my heavy button after I do 3 chain dodges.
Right. I don't think it was about warming up the ability to do 3 chain dodges and a down sig. It's more about warming up the pivot side sig, the pivot down sig, just the speed dodging through. But Maltimum just completely gives that weapon away. He didn't make any effort to try to fight for it.
He's able to immediately safely get that weapon though as Pugsyxd goes high and Maltimum stays low. He's going to be sticking with these guitars. His axe play hasn't been that successful, but that's okay because his guitar play has been. He's been able to kill with him. He's been able to do damage with him. And he's able to stay off of the edge with him.
He has been getting some solid damage out onto the Pugsyxd. He's been staying on top of him. We saw a second ago he got a big swing on the Pugsyxd, stayed aligned with him when Pugsyxd went for the back dodge. He's put out so much pressure on top of Maltimum, Maltimum's put out so much pressure on top of Pugsyxd, but he still hasn't gotten the kill. And this is where Maltimum starts to fall apart sometimes. He starts to get a little bit desperate for those kill options.
When are we going to see that chain dodge come into play though? Because we didn't see it last set, even though he was practicing the exact same thing specifically with Nash as well on that button check.
I think he's going to keep it in the back of the tank. I think he's going to keep it in the back of his mind. In the same way that we saw his edge guards, he doesn't do it a whole lot, but when he does, he's incredibly effective with it. We might see something similar where he goes for those chain dodges and uses it very sparingly, but in situations where he knows it's going to work out for the better. Side sig connects onto Pugsyxd. Pugsyxd off stage. He hasn't been able to answer back to Maltimum. He's gotten a hit here and there. We saw him get that dare bounce, and then he couldn't answer with the nair. Maltimum was already out of hit stun, was able to dodge out. Maltimum just recognizes how Pugsyxd wants to play this matchup, and I think it doesn't help Pugsyxd that eggsoup just played Hattori, and they are 2v2 partners, so they have to have similar-ish play styles with their Hattoris.
And we're seeing basically the exact same thing here in terms of health and stocks that we saw from the eggsoup game. Maltimum was able to get the first stock off of Pugsyxd, then he was able to take, off of eggsoup, then he was able to take eggsoup into the red on his second stock before losing his first stock.
But we are starting to see some bigger strings come out from Pugsyxd. He likes those neutralites. He's gotten multiple neutralites. It seems like he doesn't have to go on stage for the cheese. He's just going to go on stage and go for those 5-frame startup neutralites. Those very quick, very fast, very strong spacing. And they're going to stuff every single side sig that Maltimum throws out. That is a great option, a great answer. And now that Maltimum's off stage, the dare comes out and then the weapon toss to finish it off. Pugsyxd has found an answer inside of this Hattori spear.
He has understood the recipe. Maltimum is going to have to chain dodge and use those chase dodge iframes, or else he is never going to get past Pugsyxd's neutralites.
Ooh, but he does get past. He does get the axe neutralite to take down Pugsyxd. Pugsyxd did not have the movement to get back to the stage. And unfortunately for Pugsyxd, there's no weapons on the field. The next one should be a sword, right? He is going to be coming in with the sword. He's going to have similar processes. He does have the neutralite, same startup time as the spear, except it doesn't have the range of the spear.
He's not going to be able to poke out Maltimum as well. Maltimum, he's still going to be at a range deficit compared to the spear as well, but not quite as much. If he can use those dodge-ins, if he can approach safely, and it looks like he is tearing Pugsyxd up.
Pugsyxd needs a spear. That is going to be his critical weapon. He's staying on the edge a little bit longer than I would have expected. He went for the Neutralite, but Maltimum did it. He went for the speed dodge, used the iframe, canceled out the downlight into a recovery to take down Pugsyxd. And that's going to be game 1 going the way of Maltimum, and he is feeling good.
Did Maltimum just roll his eyes? It looked like he just rolled his eyes and then smiled a little bit, exhaled a little bit like he's bored.
It's another day in Maltimum's neighborhood. He is just chilling, like we were saying. He might as well just have another sandwich in his hand because he's just taking it as it is.
There is almost no expression on his face. He is the stone cold Swede right now, showing nothing, giving nothing to Pugsyxd.
But Pugsyxd does have the spear play again. He gets a side light, down light, side air into a down air. Speed dodges in for 2 neutral lights. And he wants to keep this momentum going. Pugsyxd basically reliant on the spear. Maltimum essentially reliant on the Katars.
Now Maltimum finding an early deficit here as he's getting closer and closer into the red. Right on that border between orange and red. He's starting to put some hurt onto Pugsyxd. With those neutral lights, trying to initiate with the side light. Gets double down lights, doesn't follow up with an air. Goes for the neutral light, doesn't try to get the recovery. Goes for another down light, but gets stuffed out of it with that side air from Pugsyxd.
But Pugsyxd, you're seeing him try to disengage. He went for a down light. I think that was a misinput. He wanted the neutral light onto Maltimum. That has been his main answer to those side sigs, but he doesn't have an answer to the neutral sig as Maltimum sends him off the stage, almost catches him with the recovery. Down sig connects, Maltimum not dead yet.
I saw him chain dodging there. I think he might have gone for the pivot side signature.
Ooh, he recognizes that Pugsyxd likes those neutral lights and he's starting to bait it out. You saw him start to walk forward, immediately back away, and then go for the side sig.
And this is, I think, one of the first times that any North American player has had a lead on Maltimum since LDZ.
Maltimum has really run through a lot of his opponents in the lower bracket. He's had so much momentum. He gets the neutral light to take down Pugsyxd, and Maltimum is going to be sticking with the Katars. Pugsyxd, he needs the spear.
Is that the second time a neutral light, an axe neutral light, has killed specifically Pugsyxd?
Well, Maltimum builds up a lot of damage with these Katars. Sometimes he struggles with a kill, but at least axe neutral light has quite a bit of force.
Look at him take Pugsyxd off stage!
But Pugsyxd, he's got some of the best recoveries in the game, recognizes how Maltimum wants to go with those edge guards, and he goes right down the side wall to get back up safely.
Oh, when he dared the wrong way, if he would have dared to the right, he would have ended up hitting Pugsyxd. Probably would have led to a neutral light, possibly a side light. There's a side light. He was looking to follow it up with a speed dodge neutral light, ends up getting a down light, misses that down light.
The side sig does send Pugsyxd off the stage, was not able to neutral light it. He is going to be able to get back up safely with the help of that recovery, but Maltimum is so aware of the neutral lights. You're seeing him start to do a lot more feints. He starts to go in a little bit, and then he'll immediately stop, change up his direction. He does stay in line with Pugsyxd, catches him with that side sig as Pugsyxd tries to back away and get spacing again.
And Maltimum has turned the tables. He is now in the lead. Pugsyxd a little bit behind.
Side sig!
It's a nice side signature. Ends up redirecting that force. If it didn't have that force redirect, that might not have killed because he was on the right side of the stage. But Pugsyxd does have this spear again. He's abandoning the sword for this spear. He's going to be going in these side lights into the down light. Misses the
drops
Sair,
the
though.
Sair. He went for the side light, down light. He's hit that string a couple of times. He'll go for a side light, down light into a Sair with a follow-up dare. This time, he went for the side light, down light, couldn't quite pick up the Sair.
I think he ended up maybe missing the timing on his jump.
Maybe tried to input it a little bit too quickly, was still stuck in the recovery of the previous move. But regardless, Pugsyxd, he's trying to go back to this game plan of space out Maltimum with this spear, try to punish him for approaching with those neutral lights.
I mean, it's working so far. He's getting Maltimum into the red. That
Neutral sig!
He didn't see that coming.
He stood there. He stood in the line of the neutral sig, not expecting that neutral sig to come out from Pugsyxd.
He was spacing to bait out the neutral light that Pugsyxd had been doing all game by switching it up with that neutral signature. Maltimum did not see it coming at all. He had no answer for it. There's no way he could have reacted in time.
And you're seeing him start to think he's actually like, wow, okay, that came out. How can I punish this? How can I better approach on top of Pugsyxd? How can I bait him out into these neutral lights? At this point, Maltimum essentially has to make a guess, or he's got to be very deadly with these speed dodges in.
That's specifically what it has to be. I think he has to do the chain dodges in. If he tries to approach from the air, Pugsyxd's been hitting these down lights somewhat regularly. If he tries to approach from the ground, Pugsyxd's been hitting these neutral lights somewhat regularly.
Dare's starting to come out. Pugsyxd wanted to catch him with the dare, Maltimum, though, finally switches up to the guitars. He actually had some success with those axes. I'd kind of like to see more of his axe play. I know it isn't the strongest of the two weapons for him, but it's something different. Pugsyxd seems to have a better answer to these guitars. You see him back away as Maltimum tries to get on top of him. Pugsyxd catches him with that neutral light again.
He was doing reasonably well, but the neutral sig is going to take him out. With that axe, he was doing a better job of trading, because with the guitars and with the axe, he was both trading one hit at a time. The larger damage coming out from the axe means those trades are a little bit more in his favor, but he can't keep taking these neutral lights. 19 damage at a time. Pugsyxd is hitting 2 in a row, 3 in a row.
He is so precise with these neutral lights. It seems like Pugsyxd just picks a move and he just pushes it so far. We talked about Twlight and how he's pushed the side air on the sword so far. It seems like Pugsyxd is trying to do something similar, but Maltimum, with one of the very few edge cards of the game, goes down, catches him with the side air.
And that's what we've seen that almost every time, specifically here. We saw it with Diakou as well, but when he does commit to that edge guard, he's killed Pugsyxd. I think that's now twice, maybe 3 times.
He's definitely used it against Pugsyxd. He's used that same playstyle against Diakou as well as eggsoup. It's just one of those things where you don't expect it. Maltimum so much more consistent on stage, so much more calm and collected on stage, but every now and then he'll burst out, hit him with the popcorn side air off stage.
Ooh, max range on that side light. Light. Oh, he immediately goes for that recovery. Now he's waiting for Pugsyxd to come back to the ground so he can punish. Goes for another recovery. Pugsyxd to punish through the down light. Nice side signature to punish the ground pound from Pugsyxd. We haven't seen hardly any ground pounds.
I mean, it's one of those things where it can be risky. Pugsyxd has gotten another neutral stick, though. Maltimum's got to be careful about that spacing. He's so wary of the neutral light as a damage builder, but when Pugsyxd wants to get the kill, he'll just throw out the neutral sig. Apparently, Maltimum can just throw out the side sig of his own, though, because he catches Pugsyxd off guard, and that is going to even up the stocks.
And that neutral signature from Pugsyxd just has a little bit more range. Maltimum is like picture perfect on his spacing on that neutral light, so when Pugsyxd uses the neutral signature, he is just enough in range for it to finally pick him up. And that's some great spacing from Pugsyxd as well.
And it's also great hitbox knowledge from Pugsyxd to recognize that he can go for that. He's speed dodging through Maltimum, he's mixing it up. He'll go for a neutral light right in the face, then he'll speed dodge through, go for a pivot neutral light, and then you have to believe he's going to mix it up again, try to stay in front of Maltimum. Maltimum doesn't know which way to avoid the neutral light.
That is so many inputs, one after the other. That requires intense, almost frame-perfect mechanical execution from Pugsyxd. That is difficult to pull off.
But Maltimum, he has been hitting those side signatures. Another one, and Pugsyxd gets taken down. That is going to be game 3 going the way of Maltimum. That is a 2-1 lead over Pugsyxd, and Pugsyxd, I don't know if he can rely on those neutral lights still.
He looks like what are these facial expressions coming out of Maltimum? I love it. He's cool as a cucumber. He is not going to crack under the pressure. Maltimum is insane. I love this guy.
I think a lot of Europeans as well as Swedes must love him as well, because he is the last bastion of European hope, and he is looking so incredibly strong here with this Ragnir as he is up 2-1 over Pugsyxd in Game 3. They are now going into Game 4, and Pugsyxd, once again, he's on a map with not the best horizontal space. It's going to be hard for him to space out Maltimum.
Even if you are not a fan of Maltimum, even if you don't love him, you have to respect him. You have to respect everything he's been able to accomplish today, everything he's been able to accomplish on his road to BCX. This is a player that everybody should fear.
I think a lot of people were not sure what to expect from him. They have him in various positions in ranking. They don't quite know how strong he is. He's showing why he is the European regional qualifier as side air. Pugsyxd almost gets up, but Maltimum will take him down. That is a clean, quick kill, finished off by Maltimum.
And Pugsyxd, who we always talk about excelling offstage with his aggression, who we saw excel offstage against Diakou, is immediately taken down by Maltimum, but he is not letting Maltimum get any more damage on him. Maltimum is now in the red. Look for that side signature. He's used that to kill Maltimum in the past.
Pugsyxd's got to be careful. If he sits in that shenanigans too long, despite the fact that Maltimum has had success,
oh
he does it again.
Gosh, the dare! Maltimum's jumping around. Look at his movement left and right. You never know which direction
Down
he's going to go
sig.
for. Pugsyxd getting that insane down sig, that incredible read, sending Maltimum up and to the left. Maltimum's able to put some reasonable damage out. I would be afraid of both players in the shenanigans zone. No player is more confident than the other. No player is more successful than the other, but I might have to give the nod to Maltimum. He looks so scary.
He is definitely a threat, a force to be reckoned with inside of that shenanigans area. His katars are so deadly on stage and off stage. He's showing his proficiency with these katars in the same way we see LDZ really knows the bow kit. He really knows how to push the bow. Maltimum showing he has that same level of knowledge with his katars. He gets a side sig that will take down Pugsyxd, and Maltimum is 1 kill away from going to the grand finals to fight LDZ for the run back.
Maltimum has some room to work with, but you can see when he goes onto the edge, he stays above Pugsyxd at all times. That doesn't give Pugsyxd any dare options on sword or spear like we saw him take out Diakou with. He's completely staying above. The second he goes below, here's Pugsyxd with this dare timing with the side air. Now Maltimum is immediately above him. Back to the safe area again. Pugsyxd hasn't been as strong with the recoveries or with the nairs in the shenanigans zone.
You are starting to see Pugsyxd adjust. He's going for a lot more nairs as Maltimum is staying on stage. You haven't seen Maltimum go for any of those down sigs, though, on the corner. You know, that was one of his biggest edge guards back when he was fighting Diakou with the Ragnir mirror. He was going for a lot of those down sigs. He did a couple against eggsoup as well. But now that we're up against Pugsyxd, you're not seeing it.
Look at all of these nairs, these downlights, the unarmed recovery.
And he switches to the axe. Neutral sig connects. Pugsyxd is out. Maltimum has done it. He is going to be continuing on. He's going to be going to the grand finals to fight LDZ.
The EU dream is still alive, but you have to be thinking about what happened in the first match that we saw in this top 8. LDZ confidently destroyed Maltimum. The EU dream is still alive, but LDZ wants to make every single one of them across the pond wake up.
LDZ, he's the final boss for Maltimum. LDZ has been so destructive to a point where I think a lot of people are a little bit upset with how good he is. You know, there's people on Reddit or on YouTube who watch LDZ play and they just get frustrated to see how he is so successful with something so simple. He just plays bow to such a smooth degree, but Maltimum is coming in. Once again, a lot of people didn't expect a lot from Maltimum, and Maltimum is proving every single one of them wrong as he has pushed through Diakou, pushed through eggsoup, and is going to be pushing through Pugsyxd to go up against LDZ.
Now this is a similar momentum that we saw in 2v2s with LDZ and Stevenator. They carried the momentum from game to game. They seem to get better every single game, every single set. Tiring out wasn't a problem for them. I think it might not be as well for Maltimum because he was out of the 2v2 so early. He was able to get a rest in between the way he started now. I think that played into him coming in cold against LDZ, which might have been an issue, but you saw him immediately warm up, and all it took was one game. You're not going to have that warm-up time here. And we've seen salty runbacks before. Eggsoup versus Ephi, the third game that we saw. Eggsoup was in the salty run back against Ephi. Eggsoup came out on top. Now we're seeing Maltimum in the salty run back against LDZ. The EUNA fight rages on. The first seed LDZ. That's a tough boy to come up against.
That is a very difficult 1v1 to fight. LDZ, like we've said, he's coming in with something like an 84% win rate. He has had 68 wins and 12 losses. This is in games. 6 of those 12 losses were to Twlight for a reset in a best of 5. There is potential here for Maltimum to add another 3 onto LDZ's losses for a reset, but almost every single time that somebody's reset on LDZ, he comes back and just immediately 3-0s.
So you're still a little bit thrown by this Ragnir pick.
I am.
Do you
I
believe
still
in
think
it yet?
I don't.
I mean, how can you not believe it?
don't.
Look at what he's been able to accomplish with it.
I think the Ragnir is strong. I think he's been very successful with the Ragnir, but I also think that he would have had the same amount of success or more with Sentinel. I don't think that his axe is up to scuff.
I would still agree with you there, but his Katars specifically with Ragnar are so strong. I don't think he has the distance that he can cover, specifically the side signature, the Katar side signature. You saw him use it on Sentinel to get some kills. You saw him use it a ton with Ragnar for kill confirms as well. I don't think Sentinel's side signature has the same range. It's not quite, doesn't cover the same amount of space. And I think that max range, that long range, that's really playing to the way Maltimum is right now. When there is a little bit of space, when there's a lot of space, he's able to chase with that side signature and regularly get kills when a speed dodge would put somebody out of the range of the Sentinel side sig.
That's fair, that's fair. But if you're going up against LDZ, you can't show a weakness. You cannot show a spot where LDZ can abuse you. We're starting to see that Maltimum has actually shored up his edge guard game to the point where I think he can hold his own against LDZ in the edge guard. But if he gets stuck on Axe, I think you're going to see LDZ run him over.
But I think with the Hammer, we've called LDZ the Punish Lord. I think inherently, Hammer is going to have those long recovery windows. No matter how well Maltimum plays, he's going to have those long recovery windows. That's where he's going to get punished by LDZ.
And his opponent
it's gonna be interesting. Maltimum more than likely will be coming in with the Ragnar. Do you think he'll even think about switching, or will he try to finish it out with this Ragnar pick?
Unless something bad happens, I think he should stick with this Ragnar 100%. Unless it is an issue where he is fighting for his tournament life on his tournament game, he should not change it all unless he is something down like 2-0.
Well, we should be going in just a little bit. Foda is trying to hype up the match. I don't know if y'all can hear him, but he is screaming at the top of his lungs. He's having a blast. You're seeing the medals. Both of these guys placed in top 8 in the 2v2, and now they're placing in top 2 of the 1v1. The real question is, who is it going to be? Will LDZ take another second place finish, or will he be able to close it out, finish the race?
That second place finish from 2v2s has to haunt him. He has to want to prove himself here in the 1v1 play space. This is where he originally emerged as a absolute monster. This is where people originally knew him from. This is what he focuses on. This is what he said in that video that he wants to prove to everybody out there, that he isn't a gimmick. It's specifically in this 1v1, but Maltimum has so much to prove as well. People that have counted him out, people that have said, oh, you're just the EU regional qualifier winner. That's the only reason you're here.
Just the EU regional qualifier winner.
Because you won that one tournament. That's the only reason. He is here to shut down the haters just like LDC is.
But if we are looking at their overall records, he has a 1v1 record of 71% win rate. He has a little bit less of a successful 1v1 win rate compared to LDZ. In his respective regional qualifier, he did end up with a 78% win rate, so it was a little bit higher. It was a little bit of a stronger showing in that particular regional qualifier, but overall, his win rate has been 63% compared to LDZ, who I completely lost the page, but he's had a much higher win rate.
But it is really going to come down to this. It doesn't matter if one person had a 0% win rate and one person had a 100% win rate. It is going to come down to this set. You have to show up to play for every single game. If you do not, LDZ will exploit that weakness. If you do not, Maltimum will exploit that weakness. Every game is do or die.
This is the moment of truth. This is the final proving ground. Maltimum versus LDZ. It is a best-of-5 set. Maltimum has to get the run back. He has to get the reset and then do another best-of-5 set against LDZ. We've seen what happens when LDZ gets reset on in Grand Finals, though. He has won every single one. We've seen what happens when LDZ plays 1v1. He wins every single one. I've said it before. LDZ is the final boss, the thing keeping from Maltimum from the grand prize, that $10,000, that first place finish and the title of the #1 Brawlhalla in the world.
Are we going to see the same LDZ that we've seen in BCS US 1v1s, where he throws the first set of 5 and then just comes out back better than ever, like a Terminator in the second set of 5?
I don't think he's going to underestimate Maltimum in the same way, though. Part of the reason why LDZ does struggle in the first set is usually he underestimates his opponent. In particular, it's been Twlight. He'll underestimate Twlight and kind of throw things around. You've seen him get a little bit tilted about his losses, and then he'll kind of shake himself up, wake up, and recognize, all right, I need to play to my fullest. and win it out. But they're planting the flags. We see the Swedish flag, the North American flag, the United States flag in particular. Not the North American has a flag. Doesn't matter. LDZ versus Maltimum. Here we go. It's going to be the grand finals. It is going to be a best of 5 set. The Ragnar is already coming in. That is his color of choice. LDZ is going to be going on the Koji.
Diakou and everybody else across the pond consistently says that EU is better than NA. Everybody over here in the good old US of A and Canada believes that North America is the dominant region. This is the war to settle the score. This is where we decide who is the best player, who is the better region, and who takes this money home, the bragging rights home, and who takes the tournament.
Who will it be, LDZ or Maltimum? Both of these guys winners in their respective regions. Both of these guys absolutely destructive, absolute monsters. But this tournament is on LDZ's home turf. He has that morale advantage. You can already hear the chat
in the crowd.
crowding, the crowd chanting. They are cheering for LDZ because this is his home turf, and Maltimum is the away player.
Yeah, Maltimum is the foreign interloper invading our territory, trying to steal this territory from us. This is North America's region. There is a reason LDZ is #1 coming into this, but there's also a reason that Maltimum is #2, and I think this could go either way. LDZ might not have the option for the edge guards, because Maltimum, he just doesn't go there.
That is fair, but LDZ is already starting off with some big juggles onto Maltimum. Maltimum, he was stuck on the axe. That's the critical pitfall of this Ragnar pick, is that if he's stuck on axe, he tends to struggle. But once he's on the guitars, you're seeing him start to get openers. LDZ trying to force the offstage play. Maltimum having none of it, stays up on top.
You're seeing LDZ play like one jump height up, but the second he touches the ground, Maltimum has consistently hit him with like 4 side lights now every single time. He isn't necessarily going to have the side signature as easy here, as LDZ is going to play a little bit more aerial.
There's the side sig.
I'm sure he's seen the side sigs. He has to be careful on his landing because Maltimum has that timing dialed in.
But LDZ does find some safety. Another side sig comes out from Maltimum, and that has been his critical kill move. He uses that side sig so effectively. It's hard to avoid it because at the end of the day, you do have to come back down to ground, and that side sig basically covers all of the horizontal play space.
You talked about him possibly getting stuck on axe and that being an issue. I think there are enough weapon spawns. The speed that they're playing right now, there are enough weapon spawns. He can even throw his weapon away sometimes, and he can still get back to the Katars in quick enough fashion.
Maltimum uses the weapon toss to save him. LDZ will not be taking him down with that bow play. He does catch him with the down sig, but that will be some solid damage put out from Maltimum onto LDZ.
That's top tier weapon toss play coming out from Maltimum there to halt the aggression from LDZ on the wall. He knew LDZ was going to come and try and edge guard him. By throwing that out, he was able to get back. He didn't tunnel vision. He didn't try and panic. That was such a smart move.
But once again, he's stuck on the axe. He has to immediately throw it away. He got LDZ high in the sky so that he could throw away the axe and make his way to that Qatar kit so that he can build up the damage. But once again, if he gets stuck on the axe, that's just downtime. That's time where he can't be building damage on LDZ.
And there's LDZ with another down signature. They're going so even right now. It is pretty much who gets the signature first once they're both in red. It's been Maltimum so far with the side signatures, but LDZ has been regularly hitting that down signature because of the range that Maltimum has to initiate from.
I think LDZ isn't as reliant on signatures, though. LDZ has potential to come out with something like the offstage play. I don't think Maltimum is going to be having any of it, but there is potential for LDZ to just get some side airs, some dares offstage, or even go for the unarmed kills. We've seen quite a few unarmed kills come out from LDZ.
You said that he might not have to rely on signatures as much, but you're seeing him throw out a lot of down signatures. I think he's something like 50-50 on them right now. He's been able to hit them somewhat regularly, but he's also been missing them, and he's been punished. That's something that a lot of players have trouble doing, specifically on Koji, because of that 8 dex is punishing. But Maltimum, he's doing a very good job of punishing.
He's staying just outside the hitboxes, making it so that he has more punish opportunities on top of LDZ. He's starting to rack up the damage, he's starting to build the momentum, but this is still anybody's game for game 1 of this grand finals.
He's throwing out these nairs, there's the downlight. Maltimum is staying below LDZ, looking for these downlights. You're seeing LDZ throw that sword though, hitting the side air.
LDZ has disarmed himself, but he is comfortable with the unarmed. He is able to immediately pick up the bow. He went for the side air. You know, he tried to space out that recovery so that he could punish Maltimum with that side air. He's starting to struggle with the bow air game.
He's not able to punish these recoveries with a bow down air. We saw him specifically do that earlier against Katars. He's just not able to do that here.
Ooh, LDZ going for a hard read with that neutral stick. He is going to send Maltimum off the stage, but he doesn't want to go too deep. He doesn't want to over-aggress. Maltimum, though, is unarmed. He's going to be picking up the axe. This isn't exactly his favorite weapon, but he does have kill potential here. That side light is not going to be the highest force move. That neutral light, we've seen him get kills with it, but no, he's going to switch to the Katars. Down sig.
This is bad territory for Maltimum. This is where LDZ feels at home. He's able to off that side air with his nair.
Falling nairs from Maltimum, just adding up more damage. He's going to switch to the axe. It's got higher force on its moves. LDZ almost catches him with a weapon toss. That should do it. The dare punishing the recovery. LDZ takes game 1, but that was close.
LDZ was just out of the range of that dare. That was, or the recovery. That was so close. Maltimum might have gotten the kill off of that if it would have hit.
That could have gone either way. Maltimum, he's got to be a little bit more confident. You started to see the axe play come out. He recognizes that the axe does have a little bit more force in general on its moves, so he starts to use that more as a kill option because LDZ is going to adopt. He's going to adapt to the down six. He's going to recognize how Maltimum is trying to kill him.
Big string. This is the explosive sword from LDZ. Coming in with that neutral stick. Now the dare. But Maltimum has some strings of his own. It's not a lot of damage, though. LDZ is taking Maltimum to red. Nice neutral light into the recovery from Maltimum. Weapon toss into a neutral air.
LDZ, now he's on the bow. He's looking for the kill options, looking for the down sig, looking for the hard reads. Maltimum just with 2 sidelights onto LDZ. He's just getting hits here and there, but as long as LDZ can't finish off this stock, that is good stuff for Maltimum.
Maltimum plays so grounded with these Katars. You see a lot of players going in the air, really trying to force those nairs, coming down on the other player, but LDZ is going to pick up that side stick, taking out Maltimum. That is an early lead for LDZ. If there's anything about LDZ that we try to hammer home, it's that when he gets a lead, he keeps his lead.
He's going to start trying to push that lead. Maltimum wants to take it away. He's able to deny LDZ that weapon. No edge guard. Instead, he just slaps him off the soft platform, ends up beating up the stocks. He's going to start clearing the board. He's going to be sticking with the Katars. LDZ, there's no weapon for him, so Maltimum's going to take full advantage, go Katars onto the unarmed.
This game is dead even. Maltimum is starting to just pull a little bit ahead. This unarmed into Katar is not working for LDZ when unarmed has worked for him so far in this tournament quite frequently.
Seems like Maltimum has just started to adjust. He's recognizing how LDZ likes to play. LDZ, he's not been effective with his bow. Maltimum catches him with the side stick. He's taken so little damage. Part of me wished he went off stage for that side air. I know it's not in his character, but it would have been a nice aggressive play. He doesn't need it though, as he gets a downlight into the recovery. He is up almost a full stock over LDZ. He is looking so strong right now.
But you saw how quickly LDZ came out of the gate with his sword. He has this sword again.
Down sig!
Explosive sword! The gravity cancel down sig! Almost killing! I wish that would have killed just because that was so cool!
That was a very hard read from LDZ, but it works out in his favor. Does send Maltimum into the sky. Wasn't quite enough damage on him to finish off this stock, but LDZ, you're starting to see that he is reading Maltimum. He's recognizing how Maltimum likes to move around the map, so he's hitting those signatures that you don't generally see hit.
There's another side signature.
Side air?
Maltimum threw out that side air, taking him out, but you're seeing Maltimum throw out these down signatures. None of them are coming close to connecting.
He is going to be on the axe now. There is a weapon spawn. He's got to knock LDZ away, give himself some breathing room so that he can pick it up. Otherwise, he is going to take damage. The neutral sig just a little bit outside of LDZ's feet. Neutral light throws the axe away. There's the Katars. Side stick thrown out. LDZ stays underneath it. He's going to use that soft platform as a little bit of protection, but the second he comes up, Maltimum gets a neutral light into the recovery. Not quite enough to kill. A neutral air. LDZ's got a whole lot of damage on him. The board is cleared. Maltimum still has weapon advantage and the Katars.
Oh, you just saw him go for the chain dodge, then he ended it with a back dodge. That's stuff you see out of Boomie. You haven't been seeing that out of Maltimum too much.
Side air!
Just over the corner. He didn't have to go down onto the edge. Maltimum tying it up. 1-1. Moving on to game 3.
Silence, the home court player, the guy who a lot of people thought was just going to dominate this match, has just lost a game.
The tension is at a fever pitch right now. Everybody is anxiously awaiting what is about to happen. Nobody knows one way or the other. I don't know, you don't know, everybody at home doesn't know. I don't think Maltimum or LDZ knows. They are going so even right now, but they have little bits of explosion. You saw it from Maltimum on that last stock. You saw it in the very beginning from LDZ.
And this is going to be game 3. Maltimum's going to have a huge confidence boost if he can take this game. If he can get it, it'll very much lead towards that reset, which is what he is trying to fight for here. He's going to be playing with the axe. There are no weapons on the field for him. He gets a Neutralite, but once again, his axe, it's a little bit lackluster compared to his guitars. Guitars are really his weapon of choice. It's where he shines the brightest.
And honestly, LDZ's bow has been looking a little bit lackluster as well. It's really been his swordplay that has kept him alive. He did get the dare to shut down Maltimum's axe recovery, but other than that, there hasn't been necessarily a lot of bow play from LDZ like we're used to.
Maltimum went off stage there for a little bit. I was half expecting LDZ to go for the hard punish, go for the stairs and dares that he's made his home turf, but he disengaged. He kind of messed up the edge guard, and instead he's backing off. He kind of recognizes that he wants to play the sword as well. The sword is where he's had more success against Maltimum with these guitars.
He is sticking with this bow, though. There is a weapon on the field. That side signature from Maltimum.
Throws the guitars away. He's still off stage. Once the ground pound.
Oh, he went for that ground pound, even though Maltimum wasn't anywhere near. He gets the punishment with the recovery, looking for the Neutralite that he's killed with in the past.
Maltimum speed dodges down, goes for the downline, and then immediately stops, wants to see how LDZ is going to be moving around the map. Goes up for another Neutralite. We've seen him get kills with that Neutralite, but LDZ needs a little bit more damage on him before that is going to be a kill option. But the downlight side air will take down Maltimum, and LDZ has the lead. But we've seen what happens. Maltimum is able to even it up.
LDZ is going to take that first stock with the classic North American special.
That does it.
Downlight into the side air. Maltimum answering back. This is exactly what we saw before. LDZ getting the first stock, but then Maltimum immediately turning around without taking any damage.
They are so incredibly even, but we're starting to see LDZ make a gap for himself. You're starting to see his bow really come alive. Maybe it took 2 games for him to really warm it up, because he is starting to have a whole lot more success on Maltimum with it. He's
starting to slow it down. He's starting to play it more punish heavy, more guaranteed hit heavy, like an EU player. We've said that about LDZ in the past. He's an EU player in a North American address.
On the other side, Maltimum is an EU player from an EU address. He has the axe though, and there, once again, he's got to mix it up. He's got to change to the guitars. He's built up a whole lot of damage on himself. Actually, LDZ built the damage up on him for him, but the down sig will finish him off. Maltimum needed to extend that stock a lot longer.
And that's 2 different ways that LDZ has killed now. He killed with the downlight side air on the sword. Now he's killed with his signature on the bow. That's him being able to take out Maltimum in multiple ways. Meanwhile, Maltimum he's had to rely on those recoveries. He's had to rely on signatures as well.
He's gotten a couple offstage kills with those side airs.
No, Maltimum!
That will be a death for Maltimum, and that is going to be 2-1. LDZ shakes his head for him because he knows that heartbreak. LDZ has overcommitted off the stage multiple times as well.
Maltimum still looking cool as a cucumber. The stone cold Swede, emotionless, expressionless. All he has is LDZ on his radar. Maltimum,
1 game away from being in second place. LDZ 1 game away from winning the grand prize and becoming the #1 Brawlhalla player in the world. Can LDZ do it, or will Maltimum get this?
We've seen LDZ throw the first best-of-5 set multiple times. Past history dictates that LDZ has a serious chance of losing this best-of-5, coming back and winning the second one. But Maltimum, it's not going to make it easy for Maltimum to win this. He is behind 2-1 right now. In this game 4, Maltimum is fighting for his tournament life, his grand prize life, his BCX life.
It really does all come down to this. This is going to be the deciding game here. If LDZ can win it, it's all over for everyone except for himself, I guess. Everybody's in the red though. Maltimum is going to start looking for the signatures. He's going in with these dares, trying to just build up more damage onto LDZ. We're seeing him go off stage. He's getting a lot more aggressive. The clash.
Oh, I knew that side sig was coming. So did LDZ though. You saw him immediately jump. He's trying to stay less grounded. He's only staying grounded so he can reset his jumps. He's worried about that Maltimum side sig. He landed just long enough to hit that. Now he's staying grounded to strip the board. Maltimum has the timing down, but so does LDZ.
Oh, but Maltimum has the neutral sig. LDZ was expecting Maltimum to try to punish on the ground, and Maltimum just gets right underneath him, waits out the spot dodge, and catches him with that neutral sig to even up the stocks. But LDZ has come back so hard every single time that Maltimum has evened up.
We're kind of seeing shades of eggsoup here with this Maltimum. Is he'll end up taking the first death, but immediately in the snap of a finger without taking any damage, he will then get the turnaround kill on LDZ. We also used to see that a lot from Diakou as well.
We're starting to see the speed dodges come out from Maltimum. He's getting a lot more aggressive. We're seeing him go off stage. We're seeing him speed dodge to try to stay in line with LDZ. He's changed up his play style. He's tried to make an adjustment to play more aggressively with these guitars, and he's actually started to do a little bit more with his axe as well.
You are seeing him on this axe. This is going to be big for LDZ. Oh, he misses the dare as Maltimum dodges through it.
Neutral sig!
Sending LDZ down and to the left.
Weapon toss.
With the weapon toss, the LDZ special.
And that will get the
back.
stock. But Maltimum is in the red. We might see LDZ do the exact same thing that Maltimum has been doing, which is come back, immediately get the kill. Side air.
Maltimum is playing on the edge here rather confidently.
That is it.
But he had nowhere to go. LDZ waited it out just long enough to make sure to know exactly where Maltimum was going to be in that push-off column. He didn't want to do it too far to the left. He didn't want to do it too far to the right. And there's LDZ. He did an on-stage ground pound like that before, and Maltimum has that timing down. He can't just be letting Maltimum get those free punishes like that. Those on-stage ground pounds haven't worked for him. I think it was 3 times now.
We've seen Maltimum make a huge adjustment with his guitar play, though. He's gone for a lot more downlights, going for the anti-airs on top of LDZ. He recognizes that LDZ is playing a little bit floaty, staying just above Maltimum with that side signature. But Maltimum, he doesn't need the side signature. He just needs to build up more damage onto LDZ so that a recovery could potentially kill. That's not going to be the one that does it. But there is still potential here as LDZ is still in the sky.
Is he going to go for the recovery? Is he going to go for the side signature? Is he going to go for the side air? LDZ putting some serious damage out. Maltimum starting to creep over into the orange.
Falling airs, more damage being built up from Maltimum at this point. He's got to be thinking about just any old move might kill. A side air from the soft platform could be enough, but he's got to be careful because LDZ just got the gravity cancel side stick. Does Maltimum have the jumps? He's got the recovery.
Oh,
LDZ has done it. LDZ is the grand finalist winner. He has taken down Maltimum. He is going to be solidifying his history. He has not lost a 1v1.
LDZ, you always see him going for those side airs over the edge, bouncing them off the side wall, and then following up with a dare if they're not already dead. By him going back to the platform, he knew that Maltimum was coming with that recovery. He's been doing it consistently all day, all tournament, all weekend, by going back to the platform, then turning around, hitting that side air. LDZ playing the mind game of a lifetime. That is why he beat Maltimum 3-1. That is why he is first seed going into this tournament. That is why he is the 1v1 world champion for Brawlhalla. North America prevails. EU, everybody was wrong. Everybody who said LDZ was a gimmick, you are actually a crazy person. Watch every game that LDZ has ever played because you will learn something every time.
LDZ has proven himself as a champion, as the representative of the U.S. West region. He has proven himself as the one and only Koji. He has proven himself as the bow god. He has taken down every single one. He has not lost a 1v1, and he continues that record into the Brawlhalla Championship, this world experience. He has done it. He has gotten another 1v1 win under his belt, and this is arguably the biggest one, as this is on stage, on LAN, against all of the other world competitors.
Congratulations to LDZ for coming in first in the 1v1 Brawlhalla World Championship.
But I believe we are going to be going into an award ceremony in just a little bit. there is going to be a huge amount of cheering to do for LDZ, but as well as Maltimum. Maltimum had an amazing run through this entire bracket. He made it into the top 8, got taken down by LDZ, but he was able to run through quite a few killers. He took down Diakou, something that a lot of people were not expecting. Then he continued that momentum into a win against eggsoup, and then Pugsyxd. He comes into the grand finals, but LDZ is 100% the monster that we have been saying he is.
Maltimum was so close to winning that game, giving him 2 games, which might have led to a 3rd game. He was somewhat on the eve of a bracket reset, which would have been incredible, but Maltimum, he came out showing so much today. His 2v2 play with ERAM was so strong. His 1v1 play was so commanding. The sheer marathon of players that he ran through. Every game, every set here was a best of 5. It wasn't just the finals. The longevity, the momentum that he was able to carry through all of these games against the best players in the world really goes to show the stamina that the Stone Cold Swede has.
He is such a cool cucumber. He is such a chill guy, and you can see it when he plays. He was very stoic, very cerebral. He was making a whole lot of adjustments. I really liked seeing how he adjusted to the playstyle, in particular against Pugsyxd, who was going for a lot of these neutralites against him. We saw Maltimum start to adjust, start to fake out those neutralites, start to punish Pugsyxd, and the fact that he was able to make those adjustments on the fly, start recognizing how his opponent is punishing him, is one of the reasons why he was able to make it so far. He made it to 2nd place in the grand finals.
Here's the question I'll pose to you, and I guess this is even posed to Maltimum. Would things be different if he picked that Sentinel?
I don't think so anymore.
I don't either.
I think the Ragnir, for all of its faults, if Maltimum can stick with the Ragnir and pick up the axe a little bit better, I think that would have been a very different game. But one of the biggest strengths of that Ragnir was that side signature. He was able to use that side signature so effectively at punishing LDZ to the point where LDZ actually had to change up his playstyle. He started playing more floaties, playing off the stage, off the ground, to make sure that he wouldn't get caught by those side sigs.
How was Maltimum able to be that good without even edge guarding? That shows such a mastery of the neutral game that rivals LDZ. Only when it went to the edge guard game was LDZ finally able to take it out on him.
But without further ado, I believe they are ready for the award ceremony. We are going to be throwing it over to Foda, I believe, on the stage. So stick around.
It is my honor to introduce to you top 8 of the 1v1 World Championship. In 7th place, Ephi. Woo! Also in 7th place, Twlight! Go one step behind that exit. Woo! Give it up for Twlight, everybody! In 5th place, Diakou! Give it up for Diakou! Also in 5th place, Boomie! Give it up for Boomie, everyone! In 4th place, eggsoup! In third place, Pugsyxd. Give it up for Pugsyxd. In second place, Maltimum. Give it up for Maltimum, everyone. And in first place, your Brawlhalla 1v1 World Champion, LDZ! 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 $10,000, everyone! Give it up for LDZ! All right, everyone. Here with a special announcement, the co-founder of Blue Mammoth Games and the man responsible for Brawlhalla, Matt Woomer.
Hey guys. All right, I'm coming right over here. Hey, I just want to say congratulations to the winners of the first annual Brawlhalla World Championship. This guy's been fantastic, and thank you guys. This has been a really fantastic year for Brawlhalla Esports, and it's because of you guys. And next year, it's going to be even bigger. The Brawlhalla Championship Series is coming back in January. We got some changes on it for it, that improvements we think you guys are really going to love. And we're already beginning planning for the second annual Brawlhalla World Championship, which is going to be, we know already, way bigger. And we are so excited. Thank you guys. Thanks so much, everybody.
And with
Hello once again for potentially the final time. Welcome to the Brawlhalla World Championship. I am Duke Designated Asian, and with me is my co-caster.
I am Sparky878.
Today has been an absolute ride. I want to say congratulations to LDZ. That was an immense set. He was absolutely dominant. He really has solidified his place as the #1 world champion in 1v1 for Brawlhalla.
I don't think there are very many people out there that if they started doubting it, they will believe in LDZ now. The incredible play that he has shown at this level consistently on land in 1v1 and 2v2. He has shown his strength, his prowess. This is his first LAN. He was legitimately worried about his tournament nerves because this is a LAN, but it looks like it didn't show.
Also want to give congratulations to the 2v2 winners once again. That is Diakou alongside Twlight, the winners of the 2v2. They took down Stevenator and LDZ. They have solidified themselves as the strongest 2v2 team. Unfortunately, they are across regions, so they will not be able to compete alongside each other until the next World Championship, but they are still an incredibly strong team, and it is going to be exciting to see if they actually come back together next year. Once again, we want to thank everyone for coming to the World Championship. Thank you guys that are here at the venue, as well as thank you guys who are watching live on the stream. It has been an absolute pleasure to be here alongside you guys.
This has been one of the most amazing experiences of my life, seeing all of these incredible games that would have been impossible at this level until now has been one of the most amazing things in my life. Meeting all of these incredible people here has been one of the most amazing things. You'll see it on every top player's Twitter about how excited they've been meeting everybody, hanging out with everybody, playing games with everybody. The Brawlhalla World Championships. If you're not here, you missed out, but thank you so much for tuning in.
If you're not here, definitely start making arrangements for next year, because next year, as Matt Woomer had just announced, there will be another one. It will be bigger. It will be better. It will be more amazing, which to some degrees, I don't know how you can top this, but to others, I am so excited to see what else they show. But without further ado, we do want to once again thank you guys for watching, and we will be seeing you guys next year.